Martial Peak Chapter 1648 to Chapter 1681. Ran Yinting's expression remained unchanged as she glared at Yang Kai coldly and declared, "It's over." The reinforcement of the many elders gave her hope of killing Yang Kai again. "Die!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. The other four colored lights circulating around his body suddenly separated and poured into the golden sword, fusing with it. The five-colored light sword immediately took shape. This light sword contained the power of the five elements, and as the five-element aura circulated endlessly, the power of this light sword suddenly soared. Kacha. The ice wall blocking Ran Yinting's way cracked and a clear crack appeared on it. Ran Yinting paled in horror while Bing Long and the other elders were dumbfounded. With a bang, the ice wall was completely shattered and the five-colored light sword pierced towards Ran Yinting's brow in an extremely fierce manner. Just as Ice Heart Valley's great elder was about to lose her life, a white jade hand suddenly appeared in front of her. This jade palm looked pure white and flawless, its 5 fingers like fresh onions rising out of the water. As this jade palm gently clenched, it was as if it was grasping something insignificant. An extremely mysterious and indescribable power emerged from this jade palm. The 5-colored light sword that had shattered the ice wall was actually grasped by this jade palm, and although it trembled violently, it was unable to advance any further. "Little boy, where there is a need to be lenient, why must you be so ruthless?" A cold female voice sounded from the void. Yang Kai frowned and narrowed his eyes. Ran Yinting had just escaped from the gates of hell and was soaked in sweat, but after seeing this jade palm and hearing the cold female voice, she suddenly became overjoyed and shouted, "Many thanks for Supreme Elder's life-saving grace. I ask Supreme Elder to act again and kill this evil creature who insulted Ice Heart Valley." "Supreme Elder?" Yang Kai's face became dignified as he looked up in a certain direction but could not see anyone. He knew that Ice Heart Valley had a Supreme Elder, an Origin King Realm Master, but she was just a First-Order Origin King. Yang Kai had even offended someone like Luo Hai, who had been chased all over Xingxing's territory, so even if this Origin King Realm Master from Ice Heart Valley was powerful, she could not scare Yang Kai. That was why he dared to come to Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai was secretly on guard, not releasing his Saint Chi. On the other side, Bing Long was shocked, fearing that Supreme Elder would really kill Yang Kai in anger, so she quickly said, "Supreme Elder, please show mercy. There may be some misunderstanding here, please leave this matter to Bing Long." Yang Kai's existence was of great importance, so Bing Long didn't dare let him die casually. The cold female voice sounded again, but this time, she didn't speak. Instead, she sighed slightly, and the jade hand that grabbed the 5-colored light sword suddenly collapsed and disappeared. With a single thought, Yang Kai took back the 5-colored light sword into his body and stared at Ran Yinting coldly. Ran Yinting was also staring at him, grinding her teeth, extremely unwilling. She seemed to be very annoyed that Supreme Elder had not directly killed Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai had made too much of a fuss just now. In front of everyone's eyes, he had actually tried to kill her, the Great Elder. Ran Yinting absolutely could not tolerate such provocation and insult. However, in the face of Supreme Elder's decision, she did not dare to object and could only secretly feel annoyed. Suddenly, a beautiful figure flew over from the distance and Yang Kai turned his gaze in that direction as if telepathically. In the next moment, the shocking murderous aura around his body disappeared, as if it had never existed, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Yang Kai stared in that direction, his eyes as gentle as water. Bing Long and the others seemed to be unable to adapt to this sudden change, and all of them frowned, wondering why this was happening. Following Yang Kai's gaze, Bing Long showed a thoughtful expression after seeing the situation over there. Ran Yinting also saw the appearance of this person and her expression became gloomy, but just as she was about to shout something, she suddenly felt a sharp gaze land on her. Turning her head, Ran Yinting saw Yang Kai staring at her with a look that seemed to say, "If you dare say anything, I'll kill you right now." Ran Yinting swallowed the words she was about to say and quietly gulped. She didn't know if she was overthinking things, but just now, she had the illusion that she was being stared at by an ancient divine spirit, as if she provoked Yang Kai again, even Supreme Elder would not be able to save her life. This thought made her hair stand on end. The beautiful figure rushing over from the distance only took a few leaps before arriving a few meters in front of Yang Kai and standing in the air, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she bit her red lips. Four eyes stared at each other and a rare smile appeared on her usually cold face that seemed to be carved from ice and jade. The enchanting scenery of Pure Ice Island was overshadowed at this moment. The countless outer islanders of Pure Ice Island all stared blankly. Heavens, Suyen actually smiled? She actually smiled? On top of that, she smiled at a man. I thought she would never smile. Does she know this man? What's their relationship? Why do they look so close? Suyen actually has a man outside? This is really hard to imagine. No wonder she was punished by Great Elder. The inner islands are not allowed to have too close contact with men without permission. What kind of background does this guy have? He actually managed to move Suyen's heart. Whispers sounded from all directions as Ran Yunting's face went pale while Bing Long shook her head and sighed. The remaining elders all looked at each other. They did not know that Suyen and Yang Kai had known each other for a long time, so this sudden scene really shocked them. High up in the sky, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Suyen. A faint blush appeared on Suyen's snow-white cheeks, but her unforgettable longing overcame her natural shyness and her figure flickered as she threw herself into Yang Kai's arms. The two hugged each other tightly. After more than 30 years, the two from High Heaven Pavilion were finally together again. Hugging you is like hugging the whole world. The cold wind whistled and the snow was swept up, causing all of Pure Ice Island to fall silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the man and woman in midair. The scene was beautiful and the warm atmosphere was enough to dispel the surrounding coldness, making everyone feel warm in their hearts. Ran Yunting's expression changed as she looked towards Bing Long, seemingly wanting to say something, but seeing the helpless look on Bing Long's face, she didn't say anything. Suyen, you slut, hurry up and get back here. For daring to act like this, you will be punished. Two abrupt voices rang out, disrupting the beautiful atmosphere. Many of the Ice Heart Valley's female disciples glared at the source of the voices, secretly blaming the newcomers for their recklessness and impudence. Two flashes of light appeared and two women soon caught up. They were the ones who had shouted just now. After seeing the situation here, whether it was Zhou Yunxian or the other woman responsible for guarding Suyen, both of them were stunned, obviously not having expected so many sect elders to gather here. It could be said that all of the sect's elders were here. The two wore awkward expressions as they glanced over at Ran Yunting timidly. In any case, it was a fact that Ran Yunting valued Suyen, so if they insulted Suyen and Ran Yunting blamed them, they would definitely suffer. However, at first glance, the two women were overjoyed. Ran Yunting didn't seem to have heard what they had just said and didn't care about them at all. Instead, she was staring off in a certain direction, her eyes filled with hatred and anger. Following her line of sight, Zhou Yunxian shrieked and covered her mouth. She was shocked to find that Suyen was hugging a strange man. This is too outrageous. Not to mention that on the inner island, one was not allowed to have close contact with outside men without the permission of their honored master, but Suyen was the legacy disciple of Great Elder Suyen. With her status, being so intimate with a man in public was the same as slapping Great Elder's face. Did she still have Great Elder as her honored master? No wonder Great Elder's face was so ugly. Considering all this, Zhou Yunxian quickly said, "Great Elder, Suyen ignored my junior sisters and my advice and insisted on rushing out. I thought she had something important to do, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Acting like this in public is too shameless, please punish her, Great Elder." Ran Yunting's body trembled as her face filled with anger. There was no need for Zhou Yunxian to say such things. If possible, she would have already torn Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. However, she didn't have the ability to kill Yang Kai. Only the Supreme Elder could do it herself. So, she remained silent and did not respond to Zhou Yunxian. Zhou Yunxian gawked as a trace of suspicion flashed across her face. Just as she was wondering what was going on though, a cold voice suddenly sounded in her ear, "Were you the one cursing Suyen just now?" Looking up, Zhou Yunxian found that the man who had been hugging Suyen was standing midair, staring at her with a pair of indifferent eyes. Suyen ignored this shocking scene and snuggled up to him like a little bird, a satisfied expression on her pretty face, as if even if she died immediately, she would still be satisfied. Being stared at by those eyes, Zhou Yunxian inexplicably felt a chill in her heart. Quietly glancing around, she found that none of the elders had any intention to speak, so she could only grit her teeth and reply, "I was the one who spoke without thinking." Regardless of whether Su Yan was in the wrong or not, it was indeed wrong for her to insult her fellow sect master. In front of so many elders and valley masters, she didn't dare act presumptuously and immediately admitted her mistake. "Apologize," Yang Kai said concisely. A trace of anger flashed across Zhou Yunxian's face as she shouted, "Who do you think you are to dare point fingers at me?" Admitting a mistake was admitting a mistake, while apologizing was apologizing. These were two different things. Zhou Yunxian didn't want to apologize to Su Yan in front of so many people, as doing so would be too shameful. As soon as she finished speaking, a cracking sound rang out from her cheek. Zhou Yunxian felt her cheek go numb as her whole body was swept away by a great force, spinning several times in the air before falling heavily onto the snowy ground. The elders of Ice Heart Valley all paled. They hadn't seen how Yang Kai had acted, only that this girl named Zhou Yunxian was sent flying. Zhou Yunxian got up from the snow, covered her cheek with her hand, and stared blankly at Yang Kai. She had never expected that in front of the valley master and so many elders, Yang Kai would dare to slap her. "Apologize." Yang Kai stared at her coldly. Zhou Yunxian's tender body trembled. Being humiliated in front of so many senior sisters, as an origin-returning realm master, how could she endure such humiliation? Her face suddenly distorted as she screamed, "You dare hit me?" Paw, with another light slap, Zhou Yunxian was sent flying again. Her other cheek went numb. "Apologize." Yang Kai's voice was cold and mechanical, without the slightest emotion, causing those who heard it to shudder. Zhou Yunxian got up from the ground for the second time, a look of horror appearing on her face as she turned her head to look at Ran Yunting, as if begging her to uphold justice for her. However, when she looked at Ran Yunting, Zhou Yunxian felt a chill run from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Great Elder's face was gloomy, and although she stared at Yang Kai, she didn't dare to say a word. The other elders also had the same expression, and even the valley master's brows were furrowed. "No one will uphold justice for me." Zhou Yunxian was shocked. She knew that she had done something wrong and shouldn't have insulted Su Yan like that, but there must have been some other reason she didn't know. This young man actually caused everyone to be extremely fearful. "Apologize, or die." Yang Kai issued an ultimatum, his murderous intent once again locking onto Zhou Yunxian. Failing to kill. Ran Yunting had made him extremely annoyed, and this Zhou Yunxian had just happened to bump into him. Bing Long finally spoke and frowned, "Yang Kai, that's enough. Although this one spoke rudely, you have already punished her, so stop." Zhou Yunxian was still a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, and being slapped twice by Yang Kai in front of her was the limit of Bing Long's tolerance. If Yang Kai continued to be aggressive, Bing Long couldn't just stand by and watch. If he really did that, it would only chill their hearts. "Junior brother, let it go." Su Yan also pleaded for Zhou Yunxian. For her, Zhou Yunxuan's insult didn't hurt her at all. Now, Yang Kai also slapped her twice, which made her taste the consequences. However, Yang Kai standing up for her, Su Yan's heart was still sweet. "Since senior sister says so, then I won't be so ruthless." Yang Kai's expression eased as he looked at Bing Long and said, "Let her apologize and I'll let her go." Bing Long was speechless. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. At that moment, all the elders of Ice Heart Valley wore solemn expressions as they listened attentively, as if they had heard something, their expressions changing rapidly. Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he vaguely detected a divine sense fluctuation in the void, one that he could not identify. Yang Kai immediately understood that Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder was talking to Bing Long about something. Not daring to disturb them, Yang Kai waited quietly. The faces of Bing Long and the others became gloomy, and after a while, they all looked at each other with solemn expressions, vaguely feeling that a storm was brewing. It seemed that something big was about to happen in Ice Heart Valley. "Apologize to Su Yan and we'll drop this matter." Bing Long suddenly turned to Zhou Yunxian with an impatient expression. Zhou Yunxian's expression froze. She hadn't expected that Valley Master would also side with Yang Kai and Su Yan. Although she was unhappy, her last resort was gone, so she could only reluctantly say, "Junior sister Sue, senior sister was in the wrong just now, please don't take offense." She gritted her teeth, and her eyes flickered with hatred and madness, like a dormant poisonous snake. She knew that in the future, she would become the laughingstock of Ice Heart Valley, the subject of gossip among the senior sisters. Her face had been swept to the ground. "You can go back," Bing Long waved to Zhou Yunxian and ordered lightly. Zhou Yunxian bowed and walked away, but before leaving, she glared fiercely at Yang Kai and Su Yan, as if she wanted to imprint their appearances in her heart and carve them into her bones. "Everyone else, disperse!" Bing Long shouted. Everyone from Ice Heart Valley withdrew. Soon, only the elders of Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai, and Su Yan remained. Xianxia stood far away, looking over with a worried expression. "Yang Kai, come with me." Bing Long looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. "Who wants to see me?" Yang Kai vaguely guessed. Bing Long sighed, "Supreme Elder wants to see you." "Not only that, Master Luo Hai, the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, and Senior Chihua of Brilliant Flame Sect also want to see you." "Luo Hai is here?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Yes." "And if I don't go?" Yang Kai grinned. "I'm afraid it's not up to you, you know the consequences," Bing Long sighed. Bing Long sighed, "Although you are very strong, in front of Sir Luo Hai, your strength is nothing." Yang Kai stroked his chin and nodded, "It seems I have no choice but to go." "Good, I'll go with Senior, it's time to settle this matter." Bing Long was stunned but didn't ask any more questions, glancing at Su Yan who was snuggling up to him and sighing, "I'll wait for you up ahead." The other elders followed closely behind as Ran Yunting stared at Yang Kai gloomily, her face filled with ruthlessness. Although she didn't know why Master Luo Hai insisted on seeing Yang Kai, even going so far as to use the power of Brilliant Flame Sect to find Yang Kai, it seemed that the grudge between him and Master Luo Hai was not shallow. This little brat doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to provoke Master Luo Hai. "Let's see how you die now." Ran Yunting cursed viciously in her heart. In the next moment, she saw Su Yan and Yang Kai holding hands and whispering something to each other, causing her to feel a burst of anger, wishing she could rush up and separate them right now. But thinking of Yang Kai's means, Ran Yunting suppressed her anger, coldly snorted, and chased after Bing Long and the others. "Senior sister, wait for me here, I'll be right back." "No, I'll go with you." Su Yan shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Obviously, she was worried about Yang Kai's safety and wanted to stand by his side. Then, fine, Yang Kai did not continue to persuade her and instead turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia immediately said, "I'll wait for you here." She knew that she was not qualified to participate in this matter, so she tactfully stayed behind. The stone mongoose stood quietly beside her. Yang Kai gently nodded, and together with Su Yan, he left. Bing Long was waiting not far away, and seeing the two of them acting like an immortal couple, she could not help frowning, but she did not pursue the matter further and instead looked at Yang Kai meaningfully and asked, "Now that things have gotten to this point, shouldn't you tell me frankly what kind of grievance there is between you and Master Luo Hai? Does Senior want to know?" Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Bing Long nodded. "Just ask Luo Hai. If he's willing to tell you, you'll naturally know." "You?" Bing Long was stunned, "Haven't you figured out the situation yet? Master Luo Hai and Senior Chihua came to Pure Ice Island together and specifically asked to see you, so they must have come for you. Right now, the only one who can protect you is my Ice Heart Valley Supreme Elder. Even now, you're still trying to hide things? Do you want to die? Your Ice Heart Valley Senior seems to only be a First-Order Origin King, right? If Luo Hai really wanted to do something to me, could she stop him?" Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Bing Long was speechless. Above the Origin King realm, every time one broke through a minor realm, their strength would undergo an earth-shaking change. It was precisely because of this that no one could blame Luo Hai and Chihua for trespassing on Pure Ice Island, and when they specifically asked to see Yang Kai, Luoli could not refuse. If not for this, how could Luoli allow them to trespass on Pure Ice Island? If it was just Chihua alone, Luoli would have beaten him back long ago. What's more, I have no friendship with Ice Heart Valley. Even if your Supreme Elder had the ability, why would she protect me? Yang Kai sneered, you want to know what Luo Hai wants from me, right? Or perhaps you want to get a share of the pie from Luo Hai? Bing Long was stunned but immediately smiled bitterly, you seem to understand. Since you understand so clearly, why are you still willing to see him? If I were you, I would have left already. Where would I go? Yang Kai coldly snorted, I was chased around the star territory by him and finally managed to hide on Scarlet Wave Star, but now that he has found me again, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. As I said before, it's time to settle this grievance with him, otherwise, he will always be thinking about me in the future. If he wants to bully the weak, let's see if he has the ability to do so. Saying so, Yang Kai's face filled with a fierce light as his eyes flashed like lightning. Not only did he not shrink back because of Luo Hai's strength, he also seemed to be filled with fighting spirit. Bing Long stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly for a long time before shaking her head and muttering, madman. With just a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, daring to utter such arrogant words, Bing Long felt that Yang Kai's head was definitely abnormal. Yang Kai just laughed and didn't seem to care. From beginning to end, Su Yan didn't say a word, simply snuggling up to Yang Kai and holding his hand, as if she never wanted to be separated, a peaceful and satisfied smile on her face. Bing Long sighed. Normally, such a golden couple would have been a match made in heaven, making others envious. However, Yang Kai had been targeted by Luo Hai, so no one could pry into his future. Su Yan, on the other hand, was a core member of Ice Heart Valley. With her Ice Jade secret art, if she couldn't sever this bond, one day she would fall from grace into the mud and end up living a miserable life. Bing Long remained indifferent. The trio moved extremely quickly and soon arrived in front of a huge ice palace on the inner island. This ice palace seemed to be carved entirely from profound ice, crystal clear like jade and white like snow, giving it an elegant yet awe-inspiring appearance. Inside this ice palace, an extremely powerful aura leaked out. When Yang Kai arrived in front of this white jade ice palace, 3 divine senses instantly enveloped him, one of which was so powerful that the other 2 could not compare to it. Luo Hai. Inside the white jade ice palace, Luo Hai sat on a chair, his hair tied up in a golden crown, a trace of excitement flashing across his eyes. Finally found you. Luo Hai was secretly excited in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He was a top master in the second-order Origin King realm, one of the top masters in Star Territory, but he had been unable to do anything to a trivial Yang Kai. Not only had the latter managed to break through his blockade on Green Mountain Star, but he had even managed to escape his pursuit. If not for Luo Hai's patience, Yang Kai might have really escaped. Let's see where you can run now. Luo Hai thought excitedly. With his strength, there were not many things that could excite him, but the origin essence crystal left behind by the Monster King in the blood prison was something Luo Hai coveted, and the Emperor artifact on Yang Kai's body was also something Luo Hai coveted. The former could give him a chance to break through to the third-order Origin King realm while the latter could allow his strength to soar. Once he obtained these 2 treasures, Luo Hai was confident he would become the strongest master in Star Territory. At that time, no one in Star Territory would be able to compete with him. The key to this all lay with Yang Kai. Although Luo Hai concealed his expression well, Qihua and Luo Li were both Origin Kings, so they were naturally able to perceive the change in his expression. Qihua's expression changed as he wondered if this boy named Yang Kai really knew some great secret. Otherwise, why would Luo Hai be so interested in him? More than a year ago, Luo Hai had suddenly arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, causing Qihua to be very surprised. Immediately afterwards, Luo Hai had ordered Brilliant Flame Sect to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts. Qihua had been curious at that time and had tried many times to find out why Luo Hai was looking for Yang Kai, but Luo Hai had refused to tell him the reason, leaving Qihua helpless. Luo Li also had a thoughtful look on her face, but the deep sadness on her face made her unable to think about it. This time, Luo Hai and Qihua had come with ill intentions. Soon, Yang Kai stepped into the Ice Palace. Inside the Ice Palace, in addition to the 3 Origin King Realm Masters, the other elders of Ice Heart Valley stood behind Luo Li, a dozen or so in total. Behind Luo Hai and Qihua stood a young man with a sallow complexion and weak vitality. The son of Brilliant Flame Sect Master, Wei Feng. At this moment, he was looking around excitedly, as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. After seeing Su Yan, his eyes couldn't help but light up, revealing an extremely excited expression, like a vicious dog that had seen an extremely delicious meal, saliva dripping from his mouth. However, when he saw Su Yan holding hands with Yang Kai in an intimate manner, his face couldn't help but sink as he glared at Yang Kai, hatred and anger flashing across his eyes. Where did this bastard come from? He actually dared to hold the hand of his woman, he was simply courting death, and Wei Feng was on the verge of exploding with rage. In an instant, Wei Feng had taken Kai Yan to be a dead man, and he was calculating in his heart how he should properly torture Kai Yan to make him beg for death, and to make him know that there were some women that couldn't be touched. Junior Bing Long greets Master Luo Hai and greets Senior Chihua. Bing Long gracefully bowed before turning to look at Luo Li and saying, "Supreme Elder, I have brought him here." Luo Li gently nodded but did not say anything, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai as her brow furrowed slightly. Sensing her gaze, Yang Kai looked back. This was the first time Yang Kai had met Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder, and judging from the strength of her aura, she was about the same as the red-haired old man in Ice Palace, a First-Order Origin King, far weaker than Luo Hai. However, an Origin King was still an Origin King, one who had mastered the power of their own territory. Any Origin King was not someone an Origin returning realm cultivator could compare to. At the very least, Yang Kai felt great pressure from her. "Brother Luo Hai, is this the boy you were looking for?" Old Monster Chihua looked Yang Kai up and down and chuckled meaningfully. Luo Hai nodded, and, "It's him." Sure enough, a talented young man. Luo Hai's eyes are as sharp as torches. "Now that you've found him, what does Brother Luo Hai plan to do next?" Chihua asked seemingly casually. "What should I do?" Naturally, I'll take him back to Green Mountain Star." Luo Hai smiled gently and scolded Yang Kai, "Little bastard, this king won't eat you, so why are you avoiding this king like he's a snake or scorpion? This king just saw that you have good aptitude and wanted to pass on my mantle to you." His attitude was casual, and there was a kind of helplessness in his tone, as if he was telling the truth. The faces of the many elders of Ice Heart Valley shook as they all looked towards Yang Kai with envious looks. Being able to catch the eye of a master like Luo Hai, this Yang Kai's good fortune was simply heaven-defying. From now on, he would definitely become famous throughout Star Territory and soar to the heavens. Yang Kai just smiled softly. Chihua's seemingly turbid old eyes narrowed slightly as a faint light flashed across them. Luo Li's brow furrowed slightly, but she did not say a word. In the entire Ice Palace, perhaps only Yang Kai and the other two Origin Kings did not believe Luo Hai's words. Everyone knew that this was just Luo Hai's way of saying he wanted to take Yang Kai away. As for accepting him as a disciple and passing on his mantle, that was simply a fantasy. What kind of character was Luo Hai? How could he make such a big fuss just to accept a disciple? If he wanted to accept a disciple, all he needed to do was announce it and a large number of geniuses would flock to Green Mountain Star, lining up to worship him as their master. Yang Kai did not point it out and simply said, "Junior appreciates Senior's kindness, but such a great opportunity is something Junior is afraid he is not blessed enough to enjoy. It would be best if Senior found another disciple." A trace of anger flashed across Luo Hai's eyes as he secretly cursed this little brat for not being sensible, but he still smiled gently, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Come back to Green Mountain Star with me first and stay with me for a few years. If your attitude is still the same when the time comes, this king will naturally not force you." He seemed to be making a great concession. Chihua also chimed in from the side, "Little brat, you should consider this carefully. Brother Luo Hai wanting to accept you as a disciple is a blessing you can't obtain even if you cultivate for several lifetimes. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to obtain such a thing even if they begged for it, so why refuse? Does Senior think this is a blessing? And, since Senior thinks so, you might as well worship Luo Hai as your master." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. The expressions of the many elders from Ice Heart Valley froze as they stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster, all of them feeling their hearts jump into their throats. This guy was really bold, daring to insult Chihua like this. Wasn't he afraid of causing unbearable consequences? Chihua's face went cold as he shouted angrily, "Bold." Saying so, a ray of light shot out from his eyes and shot towards Yang Kai. He intended to punish this little brat for speaking so rudely. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he stood in place without moving. Su Yan also ignored this terrifying attack, her pair of beautiful eyes never leaving Yang Kai's face from beginning to end, a look of happiness filling her face. Luo Hai waved his hand casually. Chi Hua's attack was silently resolved. Before learning Yang Kai's hidden secrets, Luo Hai did not feel relieved that he would be injured by Chi Hua. Brother Chi Hua, please calm down. It's just a young man spouting nonsense, there's no need to care about it. Brother Chi Hua is also an origin king, so even if this king wants to teach him, I'm afraid he is powerless. Chi Hua snorted as he glared at Yang Kai coldly, his sharp gaze seemingly wanting to cut him into 1,000 pieces, but he did not say anything more. Luo Li, who had been sitting quietly without speaking, suddenly said, he has been brought here. If Master Luo Hai wants to take him away, please do so. As for what Luo Hai would do after taking Yang Kai away, Luo Li did not need to consider. She had no friendship with Yang Kai, so naturally, she would not offend Luo Hai because of him. Right now, she just wanted to send Luo Hai and Chi Hua out of Pure Ice Island as soon as possible. She didn't even want to hold Yang Kai responsible for injuring Ranyanting and causing havoc on Pure Ice Island. She always had a feeling of uneasiness, an inexplicable palpitation in her heart, as if something big was about to happen if she did not hurry up and send Yang Kai away. Hearing this, Luo Hai nodded and smiled at Luo Li. This time, this king came uninvited, so I hope junior sister Luo Li can forgive me. And, if junior sister Luo Li has free time, please come to Green Mountain Star as a guest. This king will certainly welcome you with open arms. Luo Li nodded lightly, there will be a day when I visit. Since Master Luo Hai has found such a good disciple, he must be anxious to return to Green Mountain Star to teach him. Luo Li will not see you off. She bluntly ordered him to leave. However, Luo Hai just smiled lightly and did not get up to say goodbye, instead glancing over at Yang Kai and waving his hand, there's no need to rush, this king's business is indeed over, but brother Chi Hua has come to your island this time for an important matter, so this king will wait for him. As soon as this statement came out, Luo Li's face changed slightly. What she had been worried about had finally come? Although Luo Hai didn't say it too clearly, just the words wait for him together made Luo Li smell something bad. This was tantamount to saying that Luo Hai was standing on Chi Hua's side at this moment. The faces of Bing Long, Ran Yunting, and the others also became ugly as they stared at Chi Hua vigilantly. Ice Heart Valley was a great force that had competed for supremacy on Scarlet Wave Star for thousands of years without a clear victor, but now that Luo Hai had intervened, Ice Heart Valley was bound to fall into a disadvantage. What's more, it was an absolute disadvantage. Even if they relied on Pure Ice Island's Pure Ice Grand Array, they would not be able to reverse the situation. For a time, Bing Long and the many elders looked resentful, but none of them dared to say anything. Yang Kai stood inside the Ice Palace and watched the show with a smile, not showing the slightest awareness that he had been reduced to a prisoner. May I ask why Chi Hua has come to my Pure Ice Island this time? Luo Li took a deep breath, calmed down her tumbling emotions, and asked cautiously. Chi Hua laughed loudly, his fiery red hair fluttering in the wind as he shook his head and said, it's just a small matter, Luo Li, you don't need to be so nervous. He was very proud of himself. He had been fighting with Luo Li for so many years, and even when she was injured while cultivating, he had never been able to gain the upper hand, but now, he had finally tasted the joy of victory. Although it was like a fox exploiting a tiger's might, Chi Hua enjoyed this feeling very much. Speak. Luo Li looked at him indifferently. Chi Hua chuckled meaningfully, I came here this time to ask for someone from your sect. You want someone? Who do you want? Luo Li frowned, my Ice Heart Valley doesn't have anyone you need, Chi Hua. That's right, your noble sect really doesn't have anyone I need, but... Chi Hua paused for a moment before waving his hand behind him, little beast, stand up and speak, after all, this is your business. Wei Feng smiled happily and quickly stepped out from behind Chi Hua, first bowing to Luo Hai, Luo Li, and the others before straightening his back. Just as he was about to speak though, he suddenly noticed a cold gaze staring at his face. This gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced straight into Wei Feng's heart, causing his face to go pale as he gulped. He couldn't even spit out a single word. Following along that gaze, Wei Feng saw Luo Li staring at him with a hostile expression, and her gaze was icy cold. Even though she didn't exert any strength, just this pure gaze caused Wei Feng to feel as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar. It was as if he'd fallen into a bottomless abyss, and the icy coldness in the surroundings intended to drown him. Wei Feng's legs and stomach trembled as he gurgled, his eyes filled with fear. Bing Long and the many elders' hearts clenched as they subconsciously glanced towards Su Yan. When Wei Feng stood out, they realized what Qihua was planning. For a moment, their hearts were filled with sorrow, and they felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. The son of Brilliant Flame Sect's sect master had been eyeing Su Yan for a long time. The fight that broke out a year ago was precisely because Brilliant Flame Sect had used Su Yan as an excuse to force Ice Heart Valley to hand her over. The people of Ice Heart Valley were very clear about Wei Feng's character. It could be said that if Wei Feng had not been born in a great sect like Brilliant Flame Sect, and if he had not been the son of Wei Qing, he might not have been able to break through to the Saint King realm in his lifetime. Even though he had many unique advantages, relying on countless pills and saint crystals, he had only been able to push his cultivation to the origin returning realm. He couldn't even condense his own sure. He was perhaps the only origin returning realm cultivator in the entire star territory who did not have his own sure, enough to make him a laughingstock. Wei Feng's aptitude was simply unbearable. Compared to him, Su Yan was simply a heaven-defying beauty. The two of them should have never crossed paths. But one day, when Su Yan went out to gain experience in tempering, she was accidentally bumped into by Wei Feng, and he was immediately shocked by her beauty and intended to take her for himself. Brilliant Flame Sect took this opportunity to make a big fuss. Wei Feng's character was indeed bad, but as the son of Wei Qing, his background was not low. Brilliant Flame Sect believed that Wei Feng taking a liking to Su Yan was Su Yan's blessing. Qihua bringing Wei Feng to Ice Heart Valley this time and even asking him to stand up and speak was self-evident. However, this unbearably ugly fellow was so intimidated by a single glance from the Grand Elder that he almost fainted. He couldn't even speak properly. Qihua's face was also extremely ugly. Wei Feng's appearance was simply a disgrace to Brilliant Flame Sect, so in his annoyance, he sent out a kick that nearly knocked Wei Feng to the ground. Useless thing. With this old man backing you up, what are you afraid of? Speak your mind and let this old man see if you're still a man. Qihua scolded loudly. As if angered by Qihua's scolding, but also as if he had received Qihua's guarantee, Wei Feng's courage grew greatly, his face turning red as he grit his teeth and pointed to Su Yan. I want this woman named Su Yan. All the elders of Ice Heart Valley were furious. Ran Yinting's face sank. The smile on Yang Kai's face gradually converged and his eyes became cold as he stared at Wei Feng coldly, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle grin. Since entering this ice palace, Yang Kai had noticed that this cowardly guy was constantly looking at Su Yan. He didn't pay much attention to it, after all, Su Yan was a natural beauty who attracted the eyes of many men, but when Wei Feng said those words, he immediately understood that the other party wasn't just looking at her, he wanted to take her for himself. Yang Kai's heart filled with murderous intent as he stared at Wei Feng faintly, the expression in his eyes the same as Wei Feng's before. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. At this time, Su Yan turned her beautiful eyes and frowned as she stared suspiciously at Wei Feng. She didn't seem to have recovered until now. Before this, all her thoughts had been focused on Yang Kai, so nothing in the outside world could disturb her. It's you? Su Yan recognized Wei Feng and said indifferently, what's wrong? Haven't you learned enough from last time? Do you want to be beaten again? These flat words made Wei Feng jump up like a frightened rabbit and hurriedly rush back behind Qihua, seeking a sense of security. Wei Feng's performance was so bad that Qihua also felt like he had lost face, his old face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Even Luo Hai, who had been watching from the sidelines, slowly shook his head. Do you recognize him? Yang Kai asked. Su Yan shook her head, not really. Last time, he spoke rudely so I broke a few of his ribs. It turns out this guy is from Brilliant Flame Sect, no wonder he's so annoying. Saying so, she sighed, if I had known earlier, I would have killed him directly. Don't. Be soft next time, Yang Kai patted the back of Su Yan's hand. Su Yan smiled and nodded gently. You've got guts. Although Wei Feng was timid and incompetent, he also felt a little angry at this moment. He had never forgotten Su Yan, so much so that he could only dream of her, yet she didn't even know his origins. It seemed that she definitely didn't know his name. Wei Feng suddenly felt a sense of hurt. She was actually so close to that bastard and had completely ignored his existence before. This was simply a great shame and humiliation. Remember this, I'll let you know how formidable I am after you marry into my family. Wei Feng swore solemnly as he shouted. Courting death. Yang Kai's eyes flashed coldly as he waved his hand towards Wei Feng. A clear Saint Chi palm suddenly appeared in front of Wei Feng like a violent storm. This Saint Chi palm contained a terrifying destructive power. Wei Feng was scared silly, his whole body trembling as his face went pale, and he anxiously called out, Supreme Elder, save me. Boy, you've got guts, daring to make a move in front of this old master. Chi Hua coldly snorted as he stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, shattering the Saint Chi palm in an instant. Right at this moment, a ball of subtle energy warped and wriggled amidst the energy that exploded, and it transformed into a sharp sword that suddenly shot out. Caught off guard, it shot into Wei Feng's left cheek and came out from his right cheek. Chi Hua's face changed drastically. Luo Hai also raised his brow and glanced at Yang Kai in surprise. Luo Li's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she gently nodded. All three of them could see that it wasn't that Yang Kai had hidden some kind of secret energy in that Saint Chi palm, but rather that his control over his Saint Chi had reached a transcendent level. After it was scattered by Chi Hua, he was able to quickly reorganize it and launch a lethal attack. This kind of attack was generally not very powerful, so even with Wei Feng's strength, it was easy for him to defend against it. However, Wei Feng's performance was so bad that he failed to notice it and was injured by it. Blood gushed out from both sides of his cheeks as Wei Feng finally noticed the severe pain. His cheeks felt like they were on fire as a hidden force penetrated his flesh through his wounds. He held violently as he covered his cheeks with his hands, tears and mucus flowing down his face, making it impossible for anyone to look at him directly. The many elders of Ice Heart Valley slowly shook their heads as obvious contempt and disgust appeared on their faces. Such a person actually dared to dream of obtaining Su Yan? Compared to him, Yang Kai was simply boundless. He and Su Yan were a true match made in heaven. Old Monster Chi Hua's face alternated between blue and white as he stared at Yang Kai, a deep voice squeezing out from his throat like a mad beast, Boy, you're dead. Wei Feng's cheek had been pierced right in front of him. This wasn't just a slap to Wei Feng's face. Chi Hua's face had also been slapped, and Brilliant Flame Sec's face had also been slapped. Old Monster Chi Hua could no longer bear it. Like a dormant lion, an unimaginably terrifying aura roared from Chi Hua's body, causing everyone from Ice Heart Valley to pale. Yang Kai, however, remained calm as he looked at the red-haired old man indifferently, a sarcastic smile appearing on his face. Chi Hua. Luo Hai frowned and shouted, Let's get down to business. Naturally, he wouldn't let Chi Hua kill Yang Kai. Chi Hua was using his power to pressure Ice Heart Valley, and Luo Hai was willing to turn a blind eye as long as Chi Hua didn't pursue Yang Kai's secrets. However, if Chi Hua wanted to attack Yang Kai, Luo Hai would not sit idly by. Before Yang Kai's secrets were discovered, no one could attack him. Hearing this, the aura in Chi Hua's body seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water and was instantly extinguished. He also seemed to react and just stared coldly at Yang Kai with an unkind expression. Supreme Elder, please uphold justice for me. Kill him, kill him. Supreme Elder, please uphold justice for me. Wei Feng didn't have the slightest bit of eyesight as he howled miserably. Chi Hua took a deep breath as his chest heaved violently. Why did this old master bring such a thing to Ice Heart Valley? At this moment, he couldn't wait to slap Wei Feng into a bloody pulp. Chi Hua made up his mind that after returning from this trip, he would imprison Wei Feng in Brilliant Flame Sect and never let him out. Otherwise, wherever he went, he would lose face for Brilliant Flame Sect. For Brilliant Flame Sect to produce such a thing, it was simply a disgrace. Shut up! Chi Hua shouted softly. Wei Feng's howling came to an abrupt end as he didn't dare disobey Supreme Elder's wishes, but the piercing pain caused his expression to distort. Coupled with the bright red blood on his face, he looked like a terrifying ghost. Covering his cheek with his hand, Wei Feng's eyes flickered, not daring to look at anyone. In the end, he could only stare at the ground under his feet without saying a word. Boy, you've got guts. Since Brother Luo Hai intends to shelter you, this old master won't bother with you. If you want to thank someone, thank Brother Luo Hai. Chi Hua said bitterly before looking up at Luo Li and saying, this old master's purpose in coming here this time should be clear to you. This good-for-nothing junior has taken a fancy to this girl and hopes she can return to Brilliant Flame Sect with me. When he said this, Chi Hua's mouth twitched. Even he felt that Wei Feng was not worthy of Su Yan, that he wasn't even qualified to carry her shoes. However, this was indeed a good opportunity to strike a blow to Ice Heart Valley. As long as he could force Ice Heart Valley to compromise here, Brilliant Flame Sect could gain the upper hand in future battles. Most importantly, he could use this opportunity to attack Luo Li's state of mind and create a flaw in it. If this matter were to succeed, it would become a heart demon for Luo Li in the future, making it impossible for her cultivation to progress. As for Chi Hua, he could take a step forward in his cultivation, and in the future, Scarlet Wave Star would definitely belong to Brilliant Flame Sect. As soon as Chi Hua's words fell, Ran Yunting took a step forward and coldly declared, wishful thinking. Su Yan is a core disciple of my Ice Heart Valley, how could she possibly marry an outsider? She will only stay in Ice Heart Valley for the rest of her life. Chi Hua grinned wickedly as he looked at Ran Yunting and said, if this old master is not mistaken, she should be cultivating your Ice Heart Valley's Ice Jade secret art, right? So what? Ran Yunting didn't know what he was thinking. If that's the case, then it's easy to handle. This old master can see that her Ice Heart Valley has been affected by the backlash of her secret art. And, in her current situation, I'm afraid it won't be long before her cultivation disappears and she becomes an ordinary person. At that time, what use would she be to your Ice Heart Valley? Ran Yunting's face changed slightly as she secretly thought that old monster Chi Hua's eyesight was quite astute. Su Yan's situation was very well hidden, and only her master was able to detect it, but Chi Hua had already noticed it the first time they met. For a time, Ran Yunting's face became extremely gloomy as she glanced over at Su Yan, the disappointment in her eyes obvious. However, Su Yan turned a blind eye to this and didn't even show any change in her expression, just standing there with a happy smile on her face, snuggling up to Yang Kai. It seemed that for her, cultivation and strength were nothing more than floating clouds. As long as she could be with Yang Kai, even death was worth it. Ran Yunting was even more disappointed. Su Yan. Yang Kai was stunned as he stared at the beautiful woman standing beside him, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at him. Quickly releasing his divine sense to investigate Su Yan's body, Yang Kai finally noticed something wrong. The aura in Su Yan's body was indeed somewhat unstable, obviously a sign of backlash from the secret art she was cultivating. This kind of situation could be considered minor for the time being, but as time passed, it would definitely become more and more serious. It doesn't matter, Su Yan smiled gently, her expression tranquil, not the slightest bit worried about her fate. I will find a way to resolve it for you. Yang Kai took a deep breath, looked at her with a serious expression, and promised. If you kill yourself, you can resolve this difficulty in front of her. Ran Yunting shouted at Yang Kai angrily. Master, please don't say such things. The smile on Su Yan's face slowly converged as her brow furrowed, her expression becoming serious. If junior brother dies, I won't live alone. Ran Yunting's jaw dropped as she stared at Su Yan in a daze, a look of astonishment filling her face. This was the first time Su Yan had spoken to her with such an attitude, causing Ran Yunting to be greatly shocked. For a long time now, Su Yan had always been obedient to her. No matter what she wanted her to do, this disciple of hers would always accomplish it 100 times over, making her extremely satisfied and highly valued. But today, she had contradicted her. It seemed that her honored master, who had painstakingly taught her and had great expectations for her, was not as important as a little brat in her heart. Ran Yunting sneered, her expression cold as she stared deeply at Yang Kai and said in a low tone, Boy, you have wronged Su Yan. Even if you die, you will not be able to redeem your sins. After saying so, she stepped back again and closed her eyes, as if she did not want to get involved in what was about to happen. Whether I have wronged senior sister or not is not up to you to decide. Who do you think you are? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Good, let's stop this farce. Chi Hua stood up and stared at Luo Li with a pair of blazing eyes. This old master has explained his intentions. Luoli, it's time for you to make a choice. Hand over that person and this old master will withdraw, if you don't. There was an obvious threat in his words. The faces of the many elders from Ice Heart Valley changed drastically. Luoli looked at Chi Hua faintly before turning to Luo Hai and asking, "Is this Master Luo Hai's intention?" She understood better than anyone that Chi Hua daring to come to Pure Ice Island in such a high-profile manner and demanding the best disciple in Ice Heart Valley was because of Luo Hai's support. Without Luo Hai, Chi Hua would not even dare to set foot within 1,000 kilometers of Pure Ice Island. Luo Hai smiled when he heard this and said gently, "Junior sister Luo Li's words are unreasonable. This is a matter between your Ice Heart Valley and Chi Hua's brilliant flame sect. This king just happened to be here to join in the fun." Changing the subject, Luo Hai continued, "However, this king thinks that Chi Hua is right. This disciple named Su Yan's aptitude is indeed good, but since she has suffered a backlash from the Ice Jade's secret art, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to achieve anything in the future. It would be better for her to marry Wei Feng and your two sects can become in-laws, resolving the grievances between your two sects and living in harmony in the future. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Hearing what he said, Luo Li's face sank slightly, knowing that Luo Hai was standing on Brilliant Flame sect's side. As for becoming in-laws and resolving the grievances between the two sects, that was simply a fantasy. The two sects had been fighting on Scarlet Wave Star for thousands of years, so the grievances between them could be said to be a blood feud that was impossible to resolve. In this world, as long as Brilliant Flame sect existed, there would be no Ice Heart Valley, and as long as Ice Heart Valley existed, there would be no Brilliant Flame sect. The two sects would fight each other forever. "I understand," Luo Li gently nodded before closing her watery eyes, apparently falling into a difficult decision. No one disturbed her as the elders of Ice Heart Valley all looked at Luo Li, wondering what kind of answer she would give. Luo Hai's face was calm as he quietly sipped his tea. Chi Hua, on the other hand, had a smug look on his face as he laughed heartily. He was not afraid that Luo Li would refuse. This time, he was using Luo Hai's name to suppress Ice Heart Valley. As for that little girl named Su Yan, she was just a chess piece in this battle. Even without Su Yan, there could still be Zhang Yan, Wang Yan. With so many female disciples in Ice Heart Valley, how could they not find a suitable candidate? Wei Feng also stopped howling miserably. At this time, he was like a cat that had smelled fish, his eyes darting around. Although the pain in his cheeks was unbearable, he still stared at Su Yan with a cruel smile, as if he was looking at his own plaything, his eyes filled with evil. In his heart, he was secretly cursing how he would torture Su Yan after he obtained her so that Yang Kai would know the price of provoking him. Yang Kai and Su Yan stood side by side in the center of the Ice Palace, as if they had become outsiders. No one cared about their feelings or opinions. In such a high-level dialogue and negotiation, the two of them had no right to speak at all. The happiness in Su Yan's beautiful eyes was replaced by a faint trace of sadness as she gripped Yang Kai even harder. She secretly decided that if Supreme Elder really wanted to compromise, she would use her life to create a glimmer of hope for Yang Kai to escape. As for herself, even if she died, it was impossible for her to go to Brilliant Flame sect. Yang Kai looked on indifferently, as if this matter had nothing to do with him, carefully observing the changes in Luo Li's expression. After a while, he sighed and leaned over to Su Yan's ear and whispered, "Senior sister, do you trust me?" Su Yan didn't even think about it and nodded lightly. "Good." Yang Kai grinned, "Junior brother guarantees you that no one can take you away today. If anyone dares have any ideas about you, I'll kill them all. Then senior sister will wait and see." Su Yan winked at Yang Kai. This playful appearance stunned Yang Kai. He had never seen Su Yan act like this before. It was as if the arrival of a great crisis had given her the courage to do things she would never have done before. Although the two of them spoke softly, how could they escape the ears of Luo Hai and Chi Hua? Hearing Yang Kai's arrogant words, the two Origin Kings both sneered at Yang Kai disdainfully. "Luo Li, it's time to make a decision," Luo Hai urged impatiently. He was anxious to bring Yang Kai back to Green Mountain Star so he could study the secrets of Yang Kai, so how could he be willing to waste time here? Luo Li opened her eyes, and in an instant, all eyes in the Ice Palace turned towards her. The first one she turned to look at was Su Yan, a faint trace of guilt flashing across her beautiful eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. "You can take her away," I hope you can treat her well in the future. After saying this, Luo Li's aura suddenly became somewhat sluggish, like a punctured balloon, and even her face paled slightly. Obviously, by making such a concession, she had gone against her will, making her already injured state even worse. Supreme Elder. Ran Yunting called out in a low voice. Although she had some guesses in her heart, when Supreme Elder gave such an answer, she still couldn't accept it. After calling out reflexively, she couldn't say anything else and simply stared at Su Yan with regret, sighed, and said solemnly, "This is the path you chose, don't regret it in the future." At this moment, she finally decided to give up on Su Yan. Without even mentioning the fact that she couldn't resolve the flaws in Su Yan's mental state, even if she left Su Yan behind, she wouldn't be able to accomplish anything in the future. Putting Ice Heart Valley's entire sect in danger for such a disciple was not worth it. Even Luo Li's orders were not something she could disobey. If she really sacrificed the entire sect for Su Yan, she would be a sinner to Ice Heart Valley. She would not do such a thing. Between the sect and her disciple, it was self-evident which was more important. Closing her eyes, Luo Li refused to look at Su Yan. Good. Qihua laughed. After so many years, he had finally completely suppressed Luo Li and forced her to admit defeat in front of him. Although he had done so with the help of Luo Hai's prestige, this result was what Qihua wanted to see the most. Qihua laughed heartily, his red hair fluttering in the wind as an imposing aura burst from his body. Pointing his finger at Su Yan, he shouted to Wei Feng behind him, "Little beast, this girl is yours from now on, whether you want to kill her or cut her up is up to you." He was not satisfied with the victory in front of him and wanted to use it to anger the elders of Ice Heart Valley so they would take the initiative to attack. However, the people from Ice Heart Valley didn't act rashly, instead just staring at him with sad and indignant expressions. Even Luo Li didn't care. This disappointed Qihua greatly, but at the same time, he despised them. The actions and attitudes of these people from Ice Heart Valley seemed to be for the sake of the sect, but in fact, they had lost all sense of propriety. Qihua believed that after this incident, Ice Heart Valley would no longer be a threat. Wei Feng chuckled coldly, and the injuries on his cheeks caused his laughter to leak out slightly, and he said vaguely, "How could Disciple bear to kill and cut her? Disciple can't wait to dote on her. Disciple thanks Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder's might is boundless, Disciple is endlessly grateful." Although Wei Feng was timid and cowardly, his flattery skills were quite good. With just a few words, Qihua was overjoyed and suddenly felt that this good-for-nothing little brat was somewhat pleasing to the eye. Good. Luo Hai clapped his hands lightly, a faint smile on his face. "This king congratulates all of you here and hopes that your two sects can use this opportunity to ease the relationship between you two and live in harmony in the future. After all, you are both great sects on Scarlet Wave Star, always fighting and killing is not good. Brother Luo Hai, if you have nothing else to do, would you like to return to Brilliant Flame Sect for a drink?" Qihua looked at him and invited. Luo Hai slowly shook his head. "No, this king has been out for a long time, it's time to return to Green Mountain Star." Everyone from Ice Heart Valley went pale as they watched Qihua show off like he was the biggest winner in his life, but none of them dared to say anything. Even Luo Li kept her eyes closed, out of sight, out of mind. "Yang Kai, come with me." Luo Hai looked at Yang Kai and said in a tone that brooked no argument. Yang Kai sneered lightly, not even looking at him as his eyes swept across the faces of Ice Heart Valley's cultivators. Everyone who caught his eye guiltily averted their gazes, their faces full of guilt. Even Ran Yunting was the same, but soon, she seemed to react and said firmly, "You asked for it, you can't blame anyone." Yang Kai sneered. Gently patting the back of Su Yan's hand, Yang Kai said, "Senior sister, go and greet these so-called elders of yours. From now on, you have nothing to do with them." "Alright, I'll listen to you." Su Yan nodded obediently and walked over to the group from Ice Heart Valley, bowed deeply, raised her head, and said to Ran Yunting, "Disciple will call you Honored Master for the last time. Disciple thanks Honored Master for her generous guidance over these years. Honored Master, please take care of yourself in the future." Ran Yunting opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she turned her eyes away. Su Yan seemed to have broken free from some kind of shackle and lightly returned to Yang Kai's side. "Boy, don't be stubborn, just obediently follow Brother Luo Hai." As for the little girl beside you, from now on, she belongs to my brilliant flame sect, Qihua coldly snorted. Yang Kai and Su Yan looked at each other and suddenly smiled at the same time, their smiles like the sun dispersing the gloomy and depressing atmosphere in the ice palace. If you want to take senior sister away, you'll have to ask me first. Yang Kai suddenly shouted. At the same time, Su Yan's tender voice also rang out, junior brother and I will live and die together. The momentum of the two suddenly soared as their Saint Chi burst out. One Saint Chi was vigorous while the other's was cold and frigid. An unexpected change occurred as Yang Kai and Su Yan's Saint Chi seemed to resonate with each other and began to vibrate and fuse together. An even more berserk energy fluctuation rippled out leisurely. Everyone's complexion changed slightly as they stared at the young man and woman standing side by side in shock. Luo Hai's eyes flashed even brighter as a look of surprise appeared on his face, as if he had discovered something incredible. Luo Li, who had been keeping her eyes closed, suddenly opened them at this moment and a brilliant light flashed across the depths of her eyes. Qihua let out a soft cry while the three Origin Kings all showed looks of surprise. Looking around, Yang Kai and Su Yan seemed to have become one person, their second-order origin returning realm and first-order origin returning realm cultivation superimposed without the slightest conflict, allowing them to directly break through to the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. Interesting, is this a dual cultivation secret art? Luo Hai frowned. With his profound knowledge, he could naturally see at a glance that Yang Kai and Su Yan had already reached a level of telepathy. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for their completely different Saint Chi attributes to superimpose so perfectly and would have inevitably caused a conflict. Bastard! Qihua roared. After all, in his opinion, Su Yan was already Wei Feng's woman, but this woman had actually dual cultivated with Yang Kai at some unknown time. This was nothing short of a disgrace to brilliant flame sect. Wasn't it said that those who cultivated the Ice Jade secret art were all flawless? So how could this scene be explained? As soon as Chihua's words fell, a deafening roar suddenly rang out from inside the ice palace. This roar was extremely strange and seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul. The moment this roar rang out, everyone present, including the three Origin Kings, felt their hearts palpitate. The faces of the elders from Ice Heart Valley changed drastically. This is... Luo Hai stood up as he stared at Yang Kai with trembling eyes, staring at the changes taking place in his body. A golden aura suddenly shot out from Yang Kai's body and hovered above his head, immediately transforming into a huge golden phantom. This phantom was more than 300 meters long and its entire body was golden in color. Its hard scales seemed to be the best defense in the world, enough to resist any attack. His two eyes, which were as big as a small house, were filled with endless majesty. They were cold and frightening, as if he was standing on top of the clouds, overlooking all living things. Facing these eyes, everyone felt a sense of humility and insignificance. A golden dragon. Luo Hai's eyes trembled violently as his voice changed slightly. He stared at the golden phantom with fiery eyes, as if he had seen the most impossible thing in the world. Qihua stood in place, his eyes burning like flames, his thoughts unfathomable. He did not expect that Yang Kai's body was actually hiding such an astonishing amount of wealth. Was this why Luo Hai had chased Yang Kai to Scarlet Wave Star? No, judging from Luo Hai's expression, he seemed to have just discovered this. Does this little brat have other secrets? Before Qihua could finish his thoughts though, another strange sound rang out. This sound was not as shocking as the dragon's roar just now, but it was extremely loud and clear, as if it was capable of shaking the heavens. Along with this sound, another ray of light shot out from Yang Kai's body and flew above Su Yan's head, transforming into a white phantom. Hua, this phantom spread its wings and resonated with the 300-meter-long golden dragon. A bone-chilling chill suddenly descended as the purest ice attribute chi in the world was mobilized and gathered towards Su Yan. Luo Li's expression finally changed as she stared at the huge phantom above Su Yan's head and exclaimed, "Ice Phoenix." What? Luo Hai was shocked. This time, he could no longer maintain his calm and composure and suddenly lost his composure. The Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix were legendary ancient divine spirits that had long since gone extinct, but today, he had seen them on Yang Kai's body. Although they were not real golden dragons and ice phoenixes, the faint source strength emanating from these two phantoms could not be faked, In other words, these two phantoms were the remnants of the real Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix after their deaths. How much wealth does this little brat have on him? Luo Hai looked at Yang Kai with a fiery gaze. Scorching hot and frigid cold chi filled the air as Yang Kai and Su Yan stood side by side, their momentum monstrous. The golden light and the white light soared into the sky, like two giant swords moving side by side, cutting the world apart. The clouds in the sky were suddenly split in half. Everyone in Ice Heart Valley saw the spectacle and all of them were stunned, not knowing what had happened inside the valley. The Ice Palace had been reduced to ruins. When these two completely different but complementary energies erupted, the Ice Palace that belonged to Ice Heart Valley collapsed and all the nearby barriers and spirit arrays were destroyed in an instant. The dozen or so elders of Ice Heart Valley began circulating their secret arts to resist the pervasive scorching hot and frigid cold chi. Wei Feng was shielded behind Qihua. Of all the people present, only the three Origin Kings could face such a terrifying aura head-on. Ran Yanting was stunned as she stared blankly at Su Yan at this moment, a deep sense of regret welling up in her heart. She had told Yang Kai that Su Yan would eventually become a phoenix, and that a person like Yang Kai was not worthy of her. But now, Su Yan had done just that. With the Ice Phoenix source strength, she could mobilize the Ice Phoenix's innate divine technique and truly transform into a phoenix. But all of this had been given to her by Yang Kai. The Ice Phoenix source strength had clearly flowed out of Yang Kai's body and was perfectly transferred to Su Yan. However, in this world, only the divine dragon could keep pace with the phoenix and be mentioned in the same breath. Ran Yanting stared blankly at the huge golden dragon phantom above Yang Kai's head and silently smiled bitterly, the taste in her mouth more bitter than if she had eaten a coptis. Many of Ice Heart Valley's elders and Luo Li shared the same expression. Luo Li also did not expect the situation to develop like this. If she had known this would happen, she would have never agreed to old Monster Chihua's rude request even if Ice Heart Valley's strength was greatly damaged. To have the power of the Ice Phoenix's source energy added to his body, just what kind of heaven-defying lucky chance was this? With this source strength, the backlash from the Ice Jade's secret art was nothing to worry about. In the future, Su Yan would definitely lead Ice Heart Valley to greater heights, and her achievements would be far greater than Luo Li's. This was a talent that could make the entire sect pay with their blood and lives to protect. Unfortunately, he had been thrown out like a useless chess piece by himself, all for the sake of prolonging the sect's feeble existence for a moment. The light in Luo Li's eyes suddenly dimmed and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She suddenly realized that she had just made the biggest mistake of her life. Is this mine? Su Yan raised her head and stared at the huge Ice Phoenix phantom. As if sensing her gaze, the Ice Phoenix, which should have been unconscious, actually lowered its head and stared at Su Yan with its noble eyes, its gaze filled with kindness and approval. Everyone was stunned. With the power of the Ice Phoenix source, Su Yan felt relaxed, and the backlash from the Ice Jade's secret art she had suffered in the past few days was instantly resolved, allowing her entire body and mind to relax. The white phantom floating above her head was like the blood flowing out of her body. It was a part of her. It became more and more crystal clear, and her neck shone with a porcelain-like radiance. At this moment, Su Yan's charm had suddenly increased by several levels, enough to make all living beings fall for her. Even masters like Qihua and Luo Hai could not help being momentarily dazzled by Su Yan's dazzling radiance. Yes, I brought it from Tongxian realm, Yang Kai nodded. The senior sister and junior brother pair talked as if there was no one else around, neither of them worried about the current situation. I feel something. Su Yan took a soft breath, closed her beautiful eyes, and resonated strangely with the Ice Phoenix phantom in her mind. The Ice Phoenix cried out happily, each cry containing infinite power. The ice chi of all of Pure Ice Island was mobilized by this cry and gathered into Su Yan's body, allowing her to absorb it without any hindrance. Su Yan's aura grew at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. She was originally at the peak of the First Order returning realm, and if Yang Kai had not appeared, she would have been preparing to break through to the Second Order in the near future. However, because of the backlash from the Ice Jade's secret art, her cultivation had fallen instead of rising. Now, her cultivation had risen again. Peak of the First Order, Second Order, peak of the Second Order. All the way, Su Yan broke through to the peak of the second order in a very short time before she seemed to have encountered some kind of interference and stagnated. This kind of interference came from Yang Kai. At this moment, the two of them had formed a strange state of unity. Yang Kai's cultivation was only at the peak of the second order, so Su Yan could not improve any further, otherwise, the balance between their Saint Qi would be broken. However, anyone could see that she still had strength to spare. She had the ability to break through to the third order. Everyone was shocked. No one had ever been able to break through so quickly, without any hidden dangers. This was simply not something that could be done by chance. This was simply a miracle. Yang Kai smiled gently, as if all of this was within his expectations. The dragon's roars and phoenix cries rang out again. The golden dragon and white ice phoenix phantoms suddenly distorted, fell from the sky, and disappeared. They poured into Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies. Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai. Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang and Yang with Yang and Yang. Yang Day's Luo Hai's eyes were a bit frightening as they flashed brilliantly as he stared at Yang Kai without blinking, slowly walking down from his seat. Every time he took a step, Pure Ice Island seemed to shake, as if it came from the depths of the earth itself, shaking everyone's soul. With every step Luo Hai took, his aura also increased. Yang Kai and Su Yan's golden Yang Qi field was unable to suppress Luo Hai. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the approaching enemy with a smile. If this is your trump card, then this king advises you to give up. Your strength is truly amazing, enough to make you invincible under the Origin King realm. Even an ordinary Origin King wouldn't be able to do anything to you. As soon as the statement came out, both Qihua and Luo Li frowned. Whether they were willing to admit it or not, Luo Hai was telling the truth. No matter which of the two of them faced Yang Kai and Su Yan here, they felt a sense of urgency, as if they were to fight against these two, even if they won in the end, they would have to pay a huge price. This was an extremely inconceivable fact. The Origin King realm already stood at the peak of this world, and any Origin King was strong enough to sweep away all Origin realm cultivators. Even if hundreds or thousands of them came together, they would not be able to touch an Origin King. Yang Kai's senior sister and junior brother being able to exchange blows with an ordinary Origin King with their own strength was already the limit of human imagination. Of all the people present, only Luo Hai was qualified to ignore the current Yang Kai and Su Yan. Boy, if you come with me obediently, this king promises not to kill you. Luo Hai stared at Yang Kai coldly, almost tearing off all pretense of cordiality, no longer maintaining his previous benevolent appearance. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, Luo Hai. I have no grievances with you, but you've been forcing me all this time. Fine, I'll kill you today to avoid future troubles, Yang Kai shouted. Kill me? Luo Hai seemed to have heard a funny joke and laughed. It seems your self-confidence is off the charts. Do you think you can kill me like this? This king will show you what a true Origin King realm master is. As soon as these words fell, a strange force spread out and wrapped around Yang Kai and Su Yan. Territory domain. A Star Master level territory domain. Suddenly, the ground began to crack. Where the Ice Palace was originally located, cracks began to appear. The power of the force field seemed to be able to make the sky and the earth collapse. Brother Luo Hai, this old master will help you. Qihua shouted as he released his own territory domain to put pressure on Yang Kai and Su Yan. Luo Hai glanced at him but did not say anything. He naturally knew what Qihua was planning. Qihua didn't want to monopolize all the benefits, so he decided to help in an attempt to get a share of the pie. Luo Hai was happy to see this. All he wanted was the secrets of Yang Kai, as for that little girl named Su Yan. Although her Ice Phoenix source was extraordinary, it was not compatible with his Tao, so it was useless to him. As soon as the territory domains of the two Origin Kings appeared, the faces of the many elders from Ice Heart Valley changed. Luo Li hurriedly released her own territory domain to offset the pressure on everyone while shouting, "All of you leave." If they didn't leave now, these elders would all be injured. Bing Long, Ran Yunting, and the others didn't say a word as they quickly used their movement skills to leave the place, leaping 1,000 meters into the air before looking down in shock. Only Luoli remained behind with a complicated look on her face, but she had no intention of intervening. A soft sigh came from her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai and Su Yan with eyes full of regret. "Senior sister, are you ready?" Even with the territory domains of the two origin kings, Yang Kai remained calm. After his experience in the blood prison, he had become accustomed to this kind of intense territory domain interference. This kind of territory domain could not overwhelm him, and as long as he didn't fall, Su Yan would be fine. "I'm ready." Su Yan nodded. The two of them had a tacit understanding, so there was no need for Yang Kai to explain anything. With just a thought, Su Yan understood what he was going to do. "If you're ready, then let's begin." Yang Kai grinned, turned his head, and stared at Luo Hai coldly as he declared, "Luo Hai, today is the day you die." As soon as these words fell, a strange token suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's palm. The token was pitch black in color. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it didn't look remarkable at all. However, the moment this token appeared, Luo Hai's brow rose as a feeling of dread filled his heart. "This is..." Luo Hai stared at this token in amazement before finally reacting, "Emperor pressure." "A Star Emperor token?" The token exuded a faint, almost imperceptible aura, but it was this aura that caused Luo Hai's complexion to change. The Emperor character on this token finally allowed Luo Hai to understand what Yang Kai's ultimate trump card was. It was actually a Star Emperor token. What's more, it was an unsealed Star Emperor token. It was rumored that the great emperors of Star Field had left behind an unbreakable legend in the Star Territory. However, the Star Emperor tokens personally made by them had been passed down. There were a total of 9 Star Emperor tokens, each of which was sealed with the divine technique of the great emperors. This divine technique was enough to instantly kill an origin king, a level that no master in the Star Territory could reach. For an ordinary cultivator, a Star Emperor token was just a legend, and it was impossible to determine whether it even existed. However, a master at Luo Hai's level knew that Star Emperor tokens did exist. The famous Hing Luo Chamber of Commerce in the Star Territory possessed one, but this Star Emperor token had been unsealed and no longer contained the divine technique of the great emperors, leaving behind only a trace of Emperor pressure. If an origin king realm master carried a Star Emperor token and comprehended the Emperor pressure within it for many years, it would increase their chances of comprehending the Heavenly Way and Martial Tao. As such, he recognized the token in Yang Kai's hand at a glance and instantly felt uneasy. "Not good." Luo Hai was shocked and exclaimed, "Brother Qihua, kill them quickly, we must not allow them to unseal the Star Emperor token." Qihua trembled as a trace of determination and ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence that transformed into a raging inferno that enveloped Yang Kai and Su Yan. Qihua was also a ruthless man and knew that indecisiveness would only lead to chaos, so he had overdrawn his blood essence as soon as he attacked in order to kill Yang Kai and Su Yan as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the Star Emperor token was unsealed, he would definitely not be their opponent. The legend of the great emperors was simply too terrifying, a myth that no one could break. At the same time as Qihua attacked, Luo Hai also took action, summoning a long sword-like artifact. This long sword's surface shone like moonlight and exuded the aura of an origin king great artifact. Luo Hai poured his Saint Qi into it, causing it to vibrate and tremble slightly before suddenly disappearing from sight. When it reappeared, it had already arrived in front of Yang Kai and stabbed straight towards his heart. Yang Kai just stood in place and sneered softly, ignoring this fatal threat as he madly poured his Saint Qi into the Star Emperor token in his hand. The world shook as if the end of the world was coming, and a desolate and terrifying aura suddenly descended. At this moment, all over Scarlet Wave Star, birds fell from the sky while beasts prostrated themselves in place, trembling in fear. Large and small cities, the headquarters of sects and families, trillions of people, all felt a kind of horror from the depths of their hearts. It was a kind of despair that made people feel as if they would die in the next moment. Regardless of their cultivation, regardless of age, trillions of people were all drenched in cold sweat. Some even fell to the ground and were unable to get up for a long time, all of their strength drained in an instant. Fortunately, this aura came and went quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Otherwise, millions of people on Scarlet Wave Star would have died today. On Pure Ice Island, where the Ice Palace was located, above Yang Kai and Su Yan, a pair of closed eyes suddenly appeared. At the same time, around Yang Kai and Su Yan, a layer of energy invisible to the naked eye and divine sense enveloped them. Qi Hua's burning blood essence and Luo Hai's attack with his long sword artifact were all blocked by this layer of energy, unable to cause even the slightest ripple. Impossible! Luo Hai shouted in horror. With his second-order origin King Cultivation, he was unable to hurt Yang Kai even with the help of an artifact, and all of this was because of the appearance of a pair of closed eyes. This was something he could hardly accept. The existence of the great emperors was only a legend, and ordinary people worshipped them as gods, but among masters like Luo Hai, many had been working hard to find traces of the great emperors, trying to break the myths they had left behind, or even replace them. In their hearts, the great emperors were just slightly stronger cultivators, not invincible. Luo Hai also had such thoughts. He thought that the great emperors were just masters at the peak of the third-order origin king realm, and he felt that one day he would be able to stand side by side with the great emperors, or even step on them. But today, he finally understood that the great emperors were still unreachable to him. They had definitely surpassed the origin king realm, an unknown and terrifying realm. Luo Hai suddenly felt a sense of arrogance. That pair of tightly shut eyes showed signs of opening. Luo Li's complexion finally changed as she no longer dared to remain in place. Her tender body flickered and like a frightened rabbit, she quickly flew away from the ice palace. The eyes in the void opened, revealing clear and flawless pupils that did not give off any sense of majesty. What surprised Luo Hai and Qi Hua though was that these eyes clearly belonged to a woman. Could it be that the legendary great empress of Starfield was actually a woman? This ridiculous thought emerged in the minds of the two origin king realm masters, making them somewhat unable to believe their eyes. This pair of beautiful eyes simply stared at Luo Hai and Qi Hua coldly, without the slightest emotion, as if she was looking at two ants. Qi Hua let out a strange cry as he was sent flying backward. He spurted out a mouthful of blood in midair as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Luo, Luo Luo, Luo Hai, and Luo. Luo Hai, Luo Hai, Luo Hai, Luo, 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 Luo Hai. Of Luo 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 of Luo of a Luo of Luo, even the depths of Luo Hai's soul began to crack, a sign that his territory was about to collapse. It was as if that indifferent glance of her beautiful eyes contained an unimaginable supreme power that was impossible to resist. Luo Hai's face paled as some blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. His body staggered slightly, but his cultivation was much higher than Qi Hua's, so he still managed to stand his ground. Luo Hai's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment before disappearing, as if they had never appeared. At the same time, a thick emperor pressure radiated from Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies. This was a power that did not belong to this world, an existence that could not be looked up to, an aura that could make billions of living beings bow their heads. This was the might of the great emperors. Yang Kai laughed loudly, his laughter rolling like thunder. It seemed to contain some kind of bizarre concept that shook Luo Hai's knowledge sea, causing it to tumble and become unstable. After Qi Hua regained his footing, his face became even paler. The golden and white qi wrapped around Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies, the roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes resounding continuously, but compared to before, this yin and yang qi was completely different. Although the yin and yang qi just now was powerful enough to threaten an ordinary origin king, it was not enough for Luo Hai to put it in his eyes. Now, however, the strength of this golden and white qi had risen to a level that caused even Luo Hai to pale. It was as if the unsealed Star Emperor token was pouring some kind of power into Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies. Suddenly, the yin and yang qi completely merged, becoming indistinguishable from each other. In everyone's field of vision, they instantly lost track of Yang Kai and Su Yan, and all they could see was a hazy mass of light. Qi Hua, you die first. Yang Kai's cold shout came from the mass of light, and in the next moment, the mass of light flew towards Qi Hua. Qi Hua's face changed drastically as he cried out in horror, "Brother Luo Hai, save me!" At the same time, he formed a series of seals with his hands as he desperately pushed his Saint Qi to form an impenetrable barrier in front of him. Layers upon layers of Saint Qi enveloped his body while an Origin King-grade defensive artifact transformed into a mass of flames that wrapped around him. But all of this was futile. When the mass of light approached, the first thing to shatter was the Origin King-grade defensive artifact that had transformed into flames. This artifact, which could be regarded as the most powerful artifact in the entire star territory, was unable to resist the terrifying power of this mass of light and shattered upon contact. Within the ball of light, the silhouettes of a golden dragon and an ice phoenix could be vaguely seen. Their majestic and noble figures seemed to be dancing above the 9 heavens, creating a soul-stirring dance. The mass of light brushed past Qihua. Qihua stood in place, motionless, his eyes staring blankly into space, a look of horror still remaining on his face. This old master regrets. Before Qihua could finish his words, a dazzling light burst from his body, like a balloon that had been poked with countless holes. Light shot out from his pores, making him look like a luminous hedgehog. Kong, with a loud bang, Chihua's body burst apart, turning into a bloody mist that scattered to the ground. High up in the sky, gasps rang out as the dozen or so Ice Heart Valley elders felt their lungs ache from the cold, all of them showing looks of horror. Qihua, a first-order Origin king, was unable to resist a single blow from Yang Kai and Su Yan, who had used their Star Emperor tokens, and was instantly killed. Such combat power was something even a third-order Origin king might not necessarily possess. Luo Li's tender body trembled as a trace of horror flashed across the depths of her beautiful eyes, but more than that, she was filled with regret. She could understand Chihua's mood just before he died, and she also knew what Chihua's last words meant. Qihua was filled with regret, but how could she not be? If she had known this situation would develop like this, how could she have turned a blind eye to today's events? If she had known things would turn out like this, she would have risked her life to protect Yang Kai and Su Yan. Luo Li let out a long sigh. Ice Heart Valley was doomed to never rise again. A heaven-sent opportunity had been placed right in front of her, but she had turned a blind eye to it and pushed it away. What was the point of feeling regret now? She could only hope that this young man would remember that Ice Heart Valley was Su Yan's master and would not attack Ice Heart Valley after solving the current problem. If he did, Ice Heart Valley would undoubtedly be destroyed today. Ha 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 ha. A burst of crazy laughter suddenly came from the side, causing Luo Li to frown and see Ran Yunting laughing towards the sky. However, the expression on her face and her laughter were filled with endless bitterness and regret. From the moment she decided to give up on Su Yan, from the moment Su Yan called her honored master for the last time, she was destined to spend the rest of her life in regret. Luo Hai, it's your turn. Yang Kai's voice came out from the mass of light again as a murderous intent enveloped Luo Hai. Luo Hai's face changed drastically as he found that he had still underestimated the terrifying power of the Star Emperor token. Qihua had been killed in a single blow in front of him, a feat even he could not accomplish. In other words, he was not this young man's opponent. Star Force, come. Luo Hai's expression changed several times before he gave up on compromising. And suddenly shouted. He knew that even if he negotiated with Yang Kai, it would be useless. He knew too many of the latter's secrets, so it was impossible to negotiate. What's more, Yang Kai had used the Star Emperor token, so how could he give up without killing him? Instead of humiliating himself, it was better to fight desperately. Somewhere in the distant territory of the Star Emperor, Green Mountain's star flickered and a massive amount of star's power crossed the barrier of space, shot toward Scarlet Wave Star, and poured into Luo Hai's body. Luo Hai's aura soared as his second-order Origin King Cultivation soared to the peak in a very short time, almost on par with a third-order master. Then, without looking back, he fled into the distance. Using the power of his star source just to escape, he did not even have the courage to face Yang Kai and Su Yan head-on. You think you can run away? Yang Kai laughed as the mass of light flickered and space force surged, instantly arriving in front of Luo Hai. From this mass of light, a terrifying force burst forth and attacked Luo Hai head-on. Luo Hai was shocked and quickly flicked the Origin King-grade artifact in his hand, sending out a sword wave that seemed capable of cutting through the world. A silent collision occurred, causing space to collapse and the sword wave to be swallowed up, but the power from the mass of light forced Luo Hai back a few thousand meters as his face paled slightly. In just a single exchange, he had suffered a small loss. Stabilizing his figure, Luo Hai took advantage of the recoil to continue fleeing towards the star territory. The mass of light where Yang Kai and Su Yan were did not give up and flickered again before strangely reappearing in front of Luo Hai. Boy, don't go too far. Luo Hai coughed up blood in anger. Although he had long known that Yang Kai had cultivated the Tao of space, he had never imagined that he would be tormented by this power. A cultivator who had cultivated the Tao of space had a unique advantage in pursuit and escape. If not for this, he would have captured Yang Kai a year ago. How could he have given him a chance to escape to Scarlet Wave Star? Now you know you've gone too far? Why didn't you think of this when you chased me all over the star territory? It's useless to say anything more, today is the day you die. A huge void crack suddenly formed, like the open maw of a beast, and bit towards Luo Hai, as if it wanted to swallow the sun and the moon. Luo Hai did not dare to meet this attack head-on and could only desperately dodge while waiting for an opportunity to escape. On Pure Ice Island, countless people were trembling as the island's barriers and spirit arrays had long since been destroyed by the terrifying energy riot. Now, Pure Ice Island could be said to be completely defenseless. Luo Li's face fluctuated as she suddenly shouted, "Quick, tell everyone to take refuge in the underground chamber." Bing Long was stunned for a moment before quickly taking out her communication artifact and pouring her divine sense into it. A moment later, all Ice Heart Valley's disciples received the order and rushed into the underground chamber. Only Bing Long and the dozen or so elders were still standing beside Luo Li, staring at the divine light and the violent energy fluctuations in the sky in horror. With Luo Li's protection, they had the courage to stand here. Above the clouds, in a place where the naked eye could not see, two extremely terrifying auras were fighting. These were Yang Kai, Su Yan, and Luo Hai. Although the dozen or so elders could not see the situation clearly, from Luo Hai's panicked cries from time to time, they could still infer that Luo Hai was at a complete disadvantage. From time to time, blood that contained a huge amount of energy would sprinkle down from the clouds. Every drop of blood contained a terrifying power. It was round like a gem, and when it fell to the ground, it would smash a huge hole in the ground. This was the blood of an Origin King. Supreme Elder. Bing Long called out in a trembling voice, "What is the situation now?" Luo Li's beautiful eyes were deep as she stared at the void and whispered, "I'm afraid Luo Hai won't make it." Everyone was horrified and could hardly believe their ears. Luo Hai was a second-order Origin King, and even if a third-order master took action personally, they might not be able to kill him. At his level of strength, even if he was no match for his opponent, he would still have the ability to escape and try to make a comeback. However, Luo Li had just given Luo Hai a poor evaluation. This meant that Luo Hai was very likely to die here today. Could it be that Yang Kai and Su Yan, with their dual bodies, could display even more terrifying combat power than a third-order Origin King? Was this the power of a Star Emperor token? Everyone was a little dazed for a moment. At that moment, Yang Kai's laughter rang out again, mixed with Luo Hai's exasperated curses. The entire sky was in chaos. The fluctuating space force caused the space around the battlefield to collapse. Huge space cracks swam about like the mouth of a beast that could devour everything. Crimson blood continued to sprinkle down onto the ice peaks of Pure Ice Island. This destructive energy caused many ice peaks to collapse, turning the entire Pure Ice Island into a mess. Bing Long and the others were deeply shocked. A battle of this level was not something they could touch. Even if they wanted to watch, they couldn't see it clearly, let alone feel the aftershocks and fluctuations of the battle. Only Luo Li could barely see something. However, as time passed and the territory in the sky became chaotic, even she was unable to observe the situation there. Luo Hai's curses had long since subsided, and it seemed that he no longer had the energy to do such a thing. However, his aura was clearly weakening. Die. Suddenly, Yang Kai's roar rang out from the void, accompanied by Luo Hai's scream of horror. A halo of light suddenly burst out, radiating in all directions. The ripples spread out fiercely into the distance. A large amount of blood fell from the sky like rain, along with some severed limbs and pieces of flesh. The aura belonging to Luo Hai was suddenly annihilated. Luo Li's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip as her tender body trembled uncontrollably. She was aware of what had just happened. The earth-shaking battle subsided at this moment, and the dozen or so elders of Ice Heart Valley didn't even dare to breathe, all of them staring at the void in horror. The chaotic sky showed signs of regaining its clarity, and the huge cracks began to close. Gradually, a golden and white light appeared in everyone's field of vision while Luo Hai had long since disappeared. There seemed to be a pair of eyes staring out from this ball of light, overlooking all around. This gaze was cold and ruthless, with a faint trace of scarlet. Everyone who met this gaze couldn't help shuddering. Luo Li couldn't help taking a deep breath as she gulped, her heart in her throat. However, what made her feel at ease was that the scarlet gaze from the ball of light quickly retracted and a loud dragon roar and phoenix cry rang out as the ball of light flickered and suddenly disappeared. No one knew where it had gone. The dozen or so elders of Ice Heart Valley were unable to calm their emotions for a long time, none of them daring to speak, all of them pushing their divine senses to carefully investigate their surroundings. It wasn't until half a day later that the ball of light still hadn't appeared that they gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Yongkai didn't intend to kill them all, otherwise, today's Pure Ice Island would have become a bloodbath. Green Mountain Star, Star Lord Divine Palace. At the very center of the Star Lord Divine Palace, there was a huge square, and in the middle of the square stood a humanoid statue about 300 feet tall. At first glance, it was obvious that this statue was the work of a great master, as the carving was extremely lifelike and full of charm. The original form of this statue was Luo Hai himself. As the Star Master, Luo Hai naturally had such an honor, and this statue in Star Lord Divine Palace was a symbol of his status as Green Mountain Star's Star Master. Below the statue, there were many cultivators sitting cross-legged, seemingly comprehending something from the statue, each of them immersed in it. Suddenly, a crackling sound rang out, and this movement was immediately noticed. The several cultivators sitting at the front frowned, opened their eyes, and looked around, wanting to know where the sound came from. But no matter how they searched, they couldn't find anything suspicious. Just as they were about to close their eyes and continue meditating, another cracking sound rang out, this time even clearer than before. Finally noticing something, they looked up at the huge humanoid statue. At first glance, they couldn't help feeling stunned. Master Luo Hai's statue has a crack. What? Impossible, how could Master Luo Hai's statue have a crack? This statue is closely connected to the star source of the stars and Master Luo Hai's own aura. Now that a crack has appeared, could it be that Master Luo Hai is in danger? Nonsense, Master Luo Hai is Green Mountain Star Lord, his strength is unfathomable, how could he be in danger? There really is a crack. The news was like a gust of wind, instantly sweeping through all the cultivators who were meditating here. The thousands of cultivators all raised their heads and looked at the crack that was gradually increasing in size. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. Everyone can rest assured, Master Luo Hai is connected to Green Mountain Star's destiny, so even if he encounters danger, he will definitely be able to turn it into a blessing and return safely. There is no need to panic. Yes, how could a character like Master Luo Hai fall so easily? There's no need to make a fuss, someone immediately chimed in, obviously worshipping Luo Hai to the extreme. But as soon as this person's voice fell, a crashing sound came from the huge humanoid statue. Immediately afterwards, the towering statue broke apart and shattered into pieces. Boulders fell from the sky and mercilessly smashed into the ground. The nearby cultivators were all dumbfounded, their eyes trembling as they hurriedly used their movement skills to flee. Kong long long, the statue collapsed, causing the square to shake violently and sending up a cloud of dust. At the same time, all of Green Mountain Star seemed to shake, and some of the stronger cultivators could clearly feel that the world energy aura of Green Mountain Star seemed to have weakened. Master Luo Hai fell? On the square, the thousands of cultivators with different cultivation bases immediately realized what had happened after a brief moment of silence and astonishment. This statue was closely connected to Luo Hai himself and the star source of Green Mountain Star, so the statue being destroyed was the only explanation. Luo Hai was dead. Everyone could hardly believe it. How could such a powerful cultivator like Luo Hai die? Who did it? Which bastard did it? If I find out, I'll tear him to pieces. Someone roared angrily, his face twisted. The one who killed Master Luo Hai is the public enemy of my Green Mountain Star. Everyone who sees him must kill him. Everyone must kill him. On the square, countless cultivators roared with righteous indignation. Luo Hai might have nothing to do with them, and perhaps they had never even seen his face, but Luo Hai was the Star Master of Green Mountain's star. The fall of a Star Master would affect Green Mountain's star, and the loss of its Yuan Qi would not be restored in a short time unless another Origin King came to Green Mountain's star to refine its star source. In other words, the fall of Luo Hai had caused a certain degree of loss to all of Green Mountain's star. The one who killed Luo Hai naturally became their enemy. While the cultivator roared, many people's expressions changed as they took out communication artifacts and poured their divine senses into them, spreading this shocking news to their friends, family, and sect elders. A day later, everyone on Green Mountain Star knew that Star Master Luo Hai had fallen. A month later, this news spread throughout the entire Star Territory. The entire Star Territory was shaken. There were many different opinions about Luo Hai's death. Some said that it was one of the old monsters who had not appeared in the world who killed Luo Hai, while others said that Luo Hai had wandered into some dangerous place and failed to escape. As for how he died and who killed him, no one knew for the time being. However, this was undoubtedly explosive news. There were not many Origin Kings in the entire Star Territory, and the death of any one of them could cause a sensation. What's more, the one who died this time was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai, a second-order Origin King. The news quickly spread to Scarlet Wave Star, and Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder Luo Li ordered that no one on the island should reveal what happened that day, or else she would personally clean up the sect. To be honest, what happened that day was only known to the dozen or so elders of Ice Heart Valley. The ordinary cultivators had no idea what happened, only that a shocking battle broke out over Pure Ice Island. Who was fighting, who won, and who lost, none of them were able to tell. Pure Ice Island, inside the Ice Palace, the island's top leaders had gathered. Luo Li sat at the head of the table while Bing Long, Ran Yunting, and the other elders sat on either side. An elder was reporting on the restoration of the island's barriers and spirit arrays. The last shocking battle had almost destroyed all the barriers and spirit arrays on Pure Ice Island. During this time, the spirit arrays had been constantly being repaired and were finally completed today. However, the collapsed ice peaks could no longer be restored to their former glory. Fortunately, they had evacuated in advance, so there were no casualties, which was a rare piece of good news. Luo Li kept her eyes closed until the elder finished her report and gently nodded, but she did not speak. Bing Long glanced at her before turning to look at another person and asking, 13th Elder, is there any news of that person? Hearing this, 13th Elder Yu Xueqing shook her head sadly. No, we searched for him for a year without any news. If he hadn't taken the initiative to appear at that time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to find him. This time, if he wants to deliberately hide his whereabouts, we won't be able to find him. Huh. Bing Long sighed. There's no need to look for him. Luo Li suddenly opened her eyes and said lightly. Supreme Elder. If he doesn't want you to find him, what can you do? Moreover, after such a battle, he will definitely need to heal his wounds. Heal his wounds? Bing Long and the others raised their brow, looking a little surprised, but they quickly reacted. You mean? He used his forbidden strength, so he must pay a price, Luo Li said lightly. He's injured? Ran Yunting's eyes lit up as a look of eagerness appeared on her face. If that's the case, then shouldn't we? Before she could finish speaking, Luo Li suddenly glared at her coldly, causing Ran Yunting to fall silent, unable to say a word. It has not been easy for my Ice Heart Valley to survive until now. My lifelong wish is not to advance Ice Heart Valley further, but to preserve the foundation of our ancestors. Do you understand? Luo Li's beautiful eyes swept the crowd with endless majesty. Everyone was shocked as they understood the meaning of Luo Li's words and quickly got up and respectfully said, Understood. It's good that you understand. If you understand, don't cause trouble for Ice Heart Valley. Ran Yunting's face paled as she said in a trembling voice, Wrong. Luo Li nodded slightly, very satisfied with her attitude. Suddenly, she smiled and said, Tell the people looking for him to withdraw. He will come back. He's coming back? Some of the elders who did not know what was going on paled. The battle where Yang Kai killed Luo Hai that day had really frightened them, and when they thought that this person might return to Pure Ice Island again, they couldn't help feeling uneasy. Bing Long also seemed to know something and said with a smile, "There is still one person left on Pure Ice Island, so he should naturally come back." Ran Yunting pondered for a moment before asking thoughtfully, "Valley Master, are you talking about Xianxia?" "Yes." Xianxia and Su Yan joined Ice Heart Valley together, so their relationship is very close. Even if Yang Kai doesn't come back, Su Yan will definitely return. "Then, do you want to talk to Xianxia?" Ran Yunting frowned. "This queen went to see her a few days ago." Bing Long smiled bitterly. "Oh? What was the result? Does she know the whereabouts of Yang Kai and Su Yan? Does she know Yang Kai's attitude towards my Ice Heart Valley?" Ran Yunting asked. "Although this queen went to see her, I was unable to meet with her," Bing Long said with an embarrassed look on her face. "What's going on?" The group of elders was extremely surprised. Yang Kai left a stone mongoose puppet to protect her. When this queen tried to approach, she was beaten back by that stone mongoose puppet, Bing Long explained with a trace of lingering fear in her eyes. Bing Long explained with a wry smile, a look of lingering fear on her face, "If Xianxia hadn't stopped it in time, this queen might have been injured." "That stone mongoose puppet is so powerful?" Ran Yunting's face changed drastically. She had seen the stone mongoose puppet before. When she had ordered Bing Dai to kill Xianxia, it had been the stone mongoose puppet that had protected her, but at that time, all her attention had been on Yang Kai and Su Yan, so she hadn't paid much attention to this strange creature. Now that Bing Long mentioned it, she realized just how extraordinary the stone mongoose puppet was. "In a head-on confrontation, I am definitely not its opponent," Bing Long said solemnly. A series of gasps rang out. Bing Long was Ice Heart Valley's #1 origin returning realm master, one of the top masters on Scarlet Wave Star, but even she was not its opponent. Didn't this mean the stone mongoose puppet had strength close to the origin king realm? What kind of existence was it? Everyone turned their eyes to Luoli, expecting her to explain. "Don't look at me like that, I don't know the origin of that stone mongoose puppet. Perhaps it is a puppet that has survived from ancient times, or perhaps it is some kind of strange creature. Even Supreme Elder doesn't know?" Everyone was shocked. In their understanding, Supreme Elder was almost omnipotent, but today, that understanding was shattered. And the root of all this was Yang Kai. That girl named Xianxia is still grateful to Ice Heart Valley, otherwise, she would not have prevented the stone mongoose puppet from attacking Bing Long. "Don't disturb her, just order people to take good care of her. Yang Kai and Su Yan will come here again and take her away." "Yes." Bing Long nodded respectfully. "Next time he comes, make sure you don't act rudely." Luoli left these words before suddenly disappearing. All the elders looked at each other before dispersing, leaving only Ran Yunting behind, a look of endless regret on her face. Inside the sealed world bead, in the loft where Xiaoning Cheng had lived before, Yang Kai and Su Yan sat cross-legged opposite each other, their palms pressed together. The Saint Chi and the two's bodies blended together and an inexplicable aura filled the air around them. Both of their faces were slightly pale. The battle with Luo Hai seemed simple and easy, but in order to use such terrifying strength, both Yang Kai and Su Yan had paid a huge price. As such, after the battle, Yang Kai immediately left Ice Heart Valley, not even bothering with Xianxia, to find a place to heal in peace. To some extent, Luo Li's vision was quite sharp. Fortunately, this time he had used the Star Emperor token with Su Yan, so even though the price he had to pay was huge, it was not unbearable for the two of them. Yang Kai felt quite lucky. If Su Yan had not shared the burden with him at that time and he had instead used the Star Emperor token alone, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The pressure of the Great Emperors was not something he could bear. Around the two of them were a number of Saint Crystal sources, and beside them were several empty jade bottles filled with pills that had long since been consumed. Pure energy poured into the two's bodies, healing their injuries and latent dangers. As time passed, the two's complexions gradually regained their rosy color and their auras gradually stabilized. One day, Yang Kai let out a long breath and opened his eyes. What greeted him was Su Yan's beautiful eyes. The two looked at each other and smiled. After more than 3 months of healing, their injuries had finally healed. "Junior brother, did you break through?" Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of surprise. It seems so, Yang Kai finally noticed the changes in his body. Before the battle with Luo Hai, he had been at the peak of the Second Order Origin Returning Realm, but after this battle, he had now broken through to the Third Order. Even he had not noticed when he had broken through. It may have been because the amount of energy the great emperors had poured into his body was so great that he had silently broken through his bottleneck. Moreover, his current realm was extremely stable, so there was no need for Yang Kai to expend any more effort. You. Too. Yang Kai glanced over at Su Yan and was surprised to find that her cultivation was the same as his own, Third Order Origin Realm. Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled. All the light in the world seemed to gather on Su Yan's body, making her look incomparably beautiful. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before reaching out and holding Su Yan's small hand, his heart rippling. Su Yan. Su Yan's face blushed as she naturally realized what he was thinking and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Honored Master and the others are waiting outside." Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate and was surprised to find that his acquaintances and friends had long since heard the news and were waiting outside. Almost all the masters from the 3 clans had gathered in front of the loft, but no one spoke, all of them simply standing there and waiting quietly. Yang Kai scratched his head and gritted his teeth. In any case, we've already waited for so long, there's no need to rush. Saying so, he transformed into his wolf form and pushed Su Yan to the ground. The door of the loft opened and Yang Kai and Su Yan appeared in front of Ling Tai Su and the others. Everyone hurriedly stepped forward and inquired about the situation. Xianing Cheng's beautiful eyes were filled with unconcealable anxiety and concern. When Yang Kai and Su Yan suddenly appeared in the sealed world bead, their auras were weak, as if they had suffered heavy injuries. Xianing Cheng was naturally shocked and quickly arranged for them to treat their injuries while at the same time spreading the news. It was not until today, 3 months later, that the two of them finally appeared. Yang Kai, are you all right? Ling Taisu was the first to ask. Thank you for your concern, Grand Master, but I'm fine now. Smelly brat, I was so worried about you. Fourth Master Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to say that he was so worried about him, but he seemed to feel that it was a bit embarrassing, so he quickly pushed Dong Suju out to take the blame. Dong Suju stood next to Fourth Master Yang, biting her red lips tightly. Her nose twitched slightly, and large drops of tears welled up in her eyes. She looked like she wanted to cry, but she forced herself not to make a sound. Mother, don't worry, I'm fine. Yang Kai grinned and patted himself, as if he was very strong. This time, Dong Suju's suppressed emotions finally broke out and she burst into tears, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many masters from the human, demon, and monster clans present, she probably would have rushed up and hugged her precious son in her arms and doted on him. Smelly brat. Fourth Master Yang was about to die from anger, and he glared at Yang Kai. What are you yelling for? What are you yelling for? Dong Suju pounded Fourth Master Yang's iron-like body with her small fists. Why are you yelling at my son? Fourth Master Yang's face darkened. He thought to himself, your son is my son, isn't it? I won't lose anything by yelling at him. What a mess. Feeling extremely depressed in my heart, I could only stand in place obediently and let Dong Suju pummel me as she pleased, not moving an inch. Meeting with his family and friends, he could feel their care and concern. Yang Kai felt warm inside and out. He suddenly realized that his decision to return to Tongxian realm and bring these people out was a wise one. Green trees had roots, and flowing water had a source. These people from Tongxian realm were Yang Kai's roots and Yang Kai's source. A tree without roots and water without a source was destined to not last long. Inside the sealed world bead, in order to celebrate Su Yan's return, the 3 clans held a grand banquet, creating a lively atmosphere. Toasts were exchanged and toasts were exchanged. Regardless of cultivation, age, or high, everyone was a part of the festivities. Yang Kai was directly downed by the masters of the 3 clans and woke up with a splitting headache. Later, Yang Kai accompanied his parents for 2 more days to fulfill his filial piety before hurriedly leaving the sealed world bead. Before leaving, Yang Kai taught Su Yan the monster transformation secret art. Now that Su Yan had Obtained the Ice Phoenix source, she could also use the monster transformation secret art to develop the source strength in her body and strengthen herself. The 10,000-year ice jade pedestal was also left behind. This supreme treasure was originally used to store the sun's true essence, but now it was useless in Yang Kai's hands, but for Su Yan, it was an extremely powerful auxiliary treasure. With the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, Su Yan's speed would increase by at least 30%. After arranging everything, Yang Kai set off in the direction of Ice Heart Valley again. Pure Ice Island was peaceful. They seemed to have recovered from the aftermath of the shocking battle a few days ago. Those who had to go into seclusion were in seclusion. The days were calm and tranquil. On the outer island, at the foot of an ice peak, a woman in a white dress was cleaning the ice path when suddenly a gust of wind blew past her. The woman could not help shivering as an inexplicable feeling of panic rose in her heart. She raised her head suspiciously and looked around, but found nothing. Feeling a little puzzled, she thought for a while before shaking her head and continuing to clean the ice path. In front of an ice peak not far from this woman, a figure strangely appeared. His footsteps did not stop as he delicately walked towards an ice room. After a short while, he arrived in front of the ice room. Looking at the restriction array in front of him, he smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to point at the void in front of him. A layer of ripples spread out, and the restrictions were broken. He directly walked in. Within the ice room, Xianxia was currently sitting cross-legged on the floor with her hands supporting her cheeks. She was currently looking at the stone mongoose. She seemed to be very interested in the stone mongoose. Yang Kai and Su Yan had killed 2 origin kings in a row with shocking means and immediately retreated after the battle, not caring about her. Regarding this, Xianxia had no complaints. She vaguely guessed that Yang Kai and Su Yan might have been injured, so she did not linger. Besides, even though Yang Kai had left, he had left behind this strange stone mongoose to protect her. Xianxia naturally wouldn't have any complaints. She also knew that Yang Kai and Su Yan would definitely return to Ice Heart Valley to take her away. Over the past few days, Xianxia had been in seclusion, waiting patiently in the ice room. Whenever she felt bored, she would stare at the stone mongoose like this. She found that although the stone puppet had sentience, unfortunately, no matter what she said, it would not respond to her and would only follow her closely. "Little guy, when do you think Yang Kai and Su Yan will come?" Xianxia sighed. Once, she was proud of Ice Heart Valley, but after what happened last time, she couldn't wait to leave this place, to leave this sect that had made her sad and almost killed her. Why don't you say something?" Xianxia stretched out her hand and flicked the stone mongoose's forehead. Although her finger hurt, the stone mongoose blinked its eyes blankly. Xianxia was amused by its appearance and couldn't help giggling. "You're in a good mood," suddenly, a voice called out. Xianxia's face changed drastically and she instinctively circulated her Saint Qi, but when she realized who this voice belonged to, she immediately turned around in pleasant surprise. A young man stood there with a bright smile on his face, as if he was a ray of sunshine that dispelled the cold and darkness in the ice room. The stone mongoose's 2 beady eyes also flashed an amazing light as it crawled over to the young man's side, stretched out its thick fingers, and pointed to itself before pointing to Xianxia, as if it wanted to say something but couldn't. "Got it, you've done a great job guarding this place, so you should be praised." The young man patted the stone mongoose's head. The stone mongoose's small eyes narrowed, obviously enjoying this praise. "Yang Kai," Xianxia whispered, her face immediately turning red. It seemed that he had seen her talking to herself just now, which made Xianxia feel a little embarrassed. But soon, Xianxia adjusted her expression and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Yang Kai shook his head. "If I wasn't, I wouldn't have appeared here." "That's good. Where's Su Yan?" Xianxia's face changed as she didn't see Su Yan anywhere and subconsciously thought something bad had happened. "Su Yan is in a very safe place." Yang Kai motioned her not to be nervous. "I came here to take you away, are you ready?" Xianxia took a deep breath and nodded seriously. "I've been ready for a long time." "Then let's go." Yang Kai tilted his head before suddenly frowning, stroking his chin with his hand as he smiled faintly. "Oh, I was discovered." At that moment, a cold voice echoed in the ice room. "Young man Yang, since you've come here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? If you have time, why don't you come to Pure Ice Peak?" "Supreme Elder." Xianxia's beautiful face paled as she exclaimed. She recognized that this voice belonged to Ice Heart Valley Supreme Elder. Luoli Yongkai cast a reassuring look at her before turning his gaze towards a certain spot in the void, a subtle grin appearing on his face as he said loudly, "Senior's hospitality, this junior will accept. Then this queen will wait for you at Pure Ice Peak." Luoli's voice fell, and the divine sense in the void disappeared. "Let's go." Yongkai beckoned to Xianxia. "Yongkai." Xianxia's face was full of worry. "Don't worry, she has no malicious intent," Yongkai smiled lightly. Hearing what he said, Xianxia was completely relieved and quickly followed Yongkai out. Arriving in front of the ice room, Xianxia couldn't help calling out in surprise as she found that there were more than a dozen people standing in front of it, from the Valley Master to the various great elders. She didn't know when they had all gathered here, but they seemed to be waiting for Yongkai. Seeing Yongkai appear, everyone's expression couldn't help becoming solemn. Yongkai's expression, however, remained unchanged as he stepped forward to greet them. "Young Master Yang." Bing Long gently nodded to Yongkai as a greeting, but the way she addressed Yongkai had changed. It was obvious that the shocking battle that day had had a huge impact on her heart. "Senior Bing Long." Yongkai cupped his fists. "This mistress wouldn't dare." Bing Long quickly waved her hand. "If young Master Yang doesn't mind, just call this mistress Bing Long." It was obvious that Bing Long was relieved. Before coming here, she was really worried that Yongkai wouldn't give her any face or speak rudely, so she had mentally prepared herself to endure this humiliation, but Yongkai's attitude was as amiable as the wind, making her feel like she was measuring the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. For a moment, she couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. It seemed that he really didn't have any hostility towards Ice Heart Valley, causing Bing Long to feel like a big stone had been lifted from her heart. "Then I'll have to trouble Valley Master Bing to lead the way," Yongkai nodded. "This way please." Bing Long stepped aside and made way. Yongkai stepped forward. In the crowd, Ran Yunting's expression changed several times before she finally couldn't hold back and asked, "What about Su Yan? Where is she? What is her situation?" Yongkai stopped, turned around, and glanced at Ran Yunting faintly. The hearts of the dozen or so elders immediately rose to their throats, and even Bing Long wore a nervous look as she kept winking at Ran Yunting. Ran Yunting turned a deaf ear to this and met Yongkai's eyes with a bitter smile. "I'm not qualified to be her honored master, but right now, I just want to know if Su Yan is safe." "She's safe, thank you for your concern." Yongkai responded faintly. "As long as she's safe." Ran Yunting breathed a sigh of relief. "From now on, Su Yan has nothing to do with Ice Heart Valley," Yongkai said before continuing forward. Ran Yunting's body trembled as the bitterness on her face deepened. Most of the dozen or so elders also sighed and slowly shook their heads, their expressions dim. Pure Ice Peak was the central ice peak of Pure Ice Island. It wasn't the tallest or most majestic ice peak, but it had the richest world energy aura. Ice Heart Valley Supreme Elder Luoli cultivated on Pure Ice Peak. It was rumored that there was an eternal cold pond on Pure Ice Peak which overflowed with ice chi that had a great effect on ice attribute cultivators. When the group arrived at the foot of Pure Ice Peak, Bing Long and the others stopped and said, "This is Pure Ice Peak. Supreme Elder is waiting for you at the summit. Young Master Yang, please." Without the Supreme Elder's summons, no one was allowed to enter Pure Ice Peak, so Bing Long and the others could only wait below. Yongkai nodded before turning back to Xianxia and saying, "Wait for me here for a while." "All right," Xianxia nodded. Yongkai then walked up the white jade-like steps. Along the way, a cold wind blew, and the ice chi domain that filled the air was enough to freeze space itself. Yongkai, however, was not affected in the slightest, and as he walked forward, he was still in the mood to take in the scenery around him. After a quarter of an hour, Yongkai arrived at the top of the peak. As far as the eye could see, the peak of the mountain could be seen in a single glance. It was extremely simple and crude, and there weren't any bejeweled buildings as one would expect. There was only a thatched hut covered in snow at a certain location on the peak, and it was leaking in all directions. Ice Heart Valley Supreme Elder Bing Long was sitting cross-legged in this thatched hut. In front of her was a stone table on which a teapot was simmering, and white steam was rising from it. There seemed to be some kind of energy surrounding the hut that was isolating it from the cold wind. When Yang Kai arrived, the tea had just finished pouring. Luoli opened her eyes and looked at Yang Kai, smiled slightly, and gestured, "Young man, please sit." Yang Kai kept his fists and nodded, "Junior will accept." Saying so, he walked straight into the hut and sat down cross-legged opposite Luoli. Seeing his calm appearance, Luoli nodded secretly before reaching out and pouring a cup of tea for Yang Kai, saying, "Try this Queen's Snow Peak Stamen." The clear tea trickled out and a delicate fragrance wafted towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang's expression changed. Lifting the teacup to his nose, he sniffed it a few times, his face revealing an intoxicated expression. Soon after, he tilted his head back and drank the entire cup of tea. Even a leaf was bitten into his mouth, constantly chewing on it. Luoli was slightly startled but immediately smiled and said, "Young man Yang, it seems you haven't dabbled much in the way of tea." "I haven't studied it." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, "I've been so busy these past few years that I haven't had the time or inclination to study such things." "That's only natural. Young man is so young yet already possesses such a shocking cultivation. Naturally, you're a hardworking person. Senior is too kind, but although this junior doesn't dabble much in the way of tea, he can still taste that this tea has the effect of purifying one's mind and suppressing one's desires. Senior giving me this tea as soon as you arrived, what are you worried about?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. Luoli sighed faintly, "Young man Yang, why ask a question you already know the answer to?" Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he said, "Little brat, I won't beat around the bush. Ice Heart Valley's attitude and actions really made me angry. For a moment, I even wanted to destroy Ice Heart Valley." Luoli's expression remained unchanged as she stared quietly at Yang Kai, waiting for him to continue. "But now that I think about it, it was just a hot-blooded impulse at the time. In fact, there was no need to do so. Moreover, even if I really wanted to do so, Su Yan would not have agreed." Hearing Yang Kai mention Su Yan, a trace of sadness flashed across Luoli's face. "Su Yan is a good child. I have taught her several times and her comprehension, aptitude, and temperament are all excellent. If not for today's incident, Su Yan would have become the pillar of my Ice Heart Valley and led it to a new height of glory. Unfortunately, there are no ifs." Yang Kai smiled coldly. This time, it was Ice Heart Valley's fault, and it was Luoli's fault. "Young man, Master Yang, for being magnanimous enough to let bygones be bygones, Luoli sincerely thanks you." Saying so, Luoli got up and bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, but his expression eased as he thought for a moment and said, "Senior is too serious. Senior is an Origin King Realm Master while this junior is just a third-order Origin returning Realm Cultivator. Senior is too polite." Luoli shook her head. "I would rather bully the old than bully the young. I am old, but the young man still has a bright future ahead of him. Although I am a little short-sighted, I know that the young man's future will be bright." Yang Kai laughed. "Thank you for your kind words, Senior." After laughing for a moment, Yang Kai said solemnly, "Since Senior wishes to be so frank, this junior will tell Senior the truth. From now on, Su Yan and Xianxia are no longer part of Ice Heart Valley, and I will no longer pursue all of Ice Heart Valley's previous actions." A faint sadness flashed across Luoli's face as she nodded lightly, "Good. It is my Ice Heart Valley's fault for not having the blessings and opportunities." "It's good that Senior thinks so," Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Luoli was quite easy to talk to. Although Yang Kai had come here mainly to take Xianxia away, he also intended to meet with Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder and draw a clear line between Su Yan and Ice Heart Valley. After all, Ice Heart Valley had raised and taught Su Yan and Xianxia for more than 30 years, so their contributions were enormous. Although their actions at the last moment had made Yang Kai extremely angry and disappointed, there were still some things that needed to be said clearly. "Good, now that we've finished discussing our private matters, let's talk business." Yang Kai's expression changed as he looked at Luoli with a grin, as if he was a scheming businessman who was about to make a profit. Luoli was stunned. "Business? What business?" Even with her intelligence, she was unable to keep up with Yang Kai's sudden change in mindset. Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley have been fighting on Scarlet Wave Star for thousands of years, and there is an indelible blood feud between them. Countless people from Ice Heart Valley have died at the hands of Brilliant Flame Sect's cultivator. Now that Brilliant Flame Sect's Supreme Elder Chihua has been killed by me, does Senior not have any thoughts on this matter? Yang Kai looked at Luoli with a smile and said slowly, for example, cutting the weeds and pulling up the roots to prevent future trouble. Luoli's face changed as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. This young man is quite ruthless. If one isn't ruthless, they won't be able to stand firm, Yang Kai sneered. Luoli's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly. This sentence is quite amusing. It seems this queen has underestimated this young man. Then what does Senior mean? I won't hide it from young man, this queen has long had such an idea. With Chihua dead, Brilliant Flame Sect is like a headless dragon. This is indeed a good opportunity to resolve the 10,000 years of grievance between our two sects, but this queen is powerless. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before gently nodding. Is Senior referring to the hidden injuries and hidden dangers to her soul? Young man's vision is quite sharp, Luoli did not deny it. The hidden injuries in her body were caused by a mistake in her cultivation last time. As for the hidden dangers to her soul, they were left behind when she decided to give up on Su Yan. The latter made the former situation even worse, which was why Luoli had been biding her time. Otherwise, according to the grievances between the two sects, Luoli would have gone to Brilliant Flame Mountain Range and uprooted Brilliant Flame Sect as early as the day Chihua was beheaded. Even so, with Senior's means, is there really no way to deal with Brilliant Flame Sect? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Young man must be joking, Luoli shook her head and laughed. Luoli laughed and shook her head. If this queen was at her peak, she may have had a 70% chance of breaking through Brilliant Flame Sect's mountain defending array, but in the current situation, it will be difficult. Although Brilliant Flame Sect does not have an Origin King Realm Master, there are still many peak Origin returning Realm Masters in the sect. With their mountain defending array, they may be able to trap this queen. It seems I underestimated Brilliant Flame Sect. Yang Kai stroked his chin as a dignified look appeared on his face. After all, this was a huge sect with 10,000 years of inheritance, so it should have some kind of heritage. However, what if I can restore Senior to her peak, remove all the hidden injuries and hidden dangers, and with my assistance? Yang Kai suddenly smiled strangely. What? Luoli was startled and frowned. You mean you can restore me to my peak? But with my injuries, ordinary pills are useless. Only Origin King Grade Spirit pills will have an effect, and they must be specific Origin King Grade Spirit pills. Saying so, Luoli seemed to realize something and her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, could it be that this young man is also an Origin King Grade alchemist? Yang Kai smiled but did not say anything, appearing enigmatic as he said, whether or not that is the case, Senior should wait and see. I need these materials, and with Ice Heart Valley's heritage, they should be able to provide them. Senior, please listen carefully. Yang Kai listed a list of herbs, all of which were Origin King Grade. Luoli was completely dumbfounded. While memorizing these names carefully, she stared at Yang Kai with a strange look, her tender body trembling uncontrollably. All signs indicated that this young man really was an Origin King Grade alchemist, and at the very least, he had an Origin King Grade alchemist behind him. Otherwise, why would he need so many herbs? Luoli's heart was filled with stormy waves that she was unable to calm down for a long time. Origin King Grade alchemists were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the entire star field, the number of which could be counted on one hand. All of these alchemists were famous existences, and even a peak third-order Origin King would have to treat them with respect, not daring to show the slightest neglect. They were the true nobles of star territory. If this young man in front of her was really an Origin King Grade alchemist, Ice Heart Valley's loss this time would be huge. At the thought of this, Luoli's vision darkened and she almost fainted. Fortunately, her mental fortitude was quite good, so she managed to suppress the shock in her heart and maintain her consciousness. These materials shouldn't be difficult to find, right? Yang Kai looked at Luoli. I'll send someone to the storehouse to check. The materials that young hero mentioned should be in stock in the storehouse. Good, I also need a secret room. This queen will arrange it. Luoli nodded immediately. Good, in 3 days, I will come back here again. Senior, please wait and see. Yang Kai stood up. Young man Yang. Luoli also got up and called out. Is there something else, Senior? I want to ask, why did you deliberately try to destroy Brilliant Flame Sect? Although Wei Feng insulted Su Yan, he is already dead. Besides that, Brilliant Flame Sect doesn't seem to have provoked young man, right? You can't be doing all this to help our Ice Heart Valley. Who said they didn't provoke me? Yang Kai snorted, they have provoked me several times, but of course, that is not the main reason. I want to deal with Brilliant Flame Sect because I want their heavenly thunder fire. Luo Li's face changed as she whispered, young man's appetite is quite big. The heavenly thunder fire is the foundation of Brilliant Flame Sect and is rumored to have gained sentience. The reason why this queen does not dare to intrude into Brilliant Flame Sect is because of this heavenly thunder fire. Is that so? That's great, for Senior to be so wary of this heavenly thunder fire, it seems to be quite extraordinary. I must obtain it. Yang Kai laughed happily. You. Luo Li stared at Yang Kai in amazement, thinking that this person was really a madman. Even she was afraid of the heavenly thunder fire, yet he wasn't the slightest bit afraid. What kind of confidence did he have? Hopefully, he isn't someone with high ambitions. Luo Li prayed secretly in her heart. Her expression changed a few times as Luo Li seemed to have made a major decision and said again, young man Yang, if there is a chance, can you let Su Yan come see this queen again? This queen has something to discuss with her. Kai Yang looked at her seriously. After a while, he nodded and said, good, I'll have Su Yan come to see you tonight. I'll take my leave now. Many thanks, young man, Luo Li nodded gently. Yang Kai descended Pure Ice Peak and Xianxia, who had been waiting for him at the foot of the peak, couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief when she saw him return safely. Bing Long apparently received a message from Luo Li and immediately greeted him, young Master Yang, please come with me. Many thanks. A short time later, Yang Kai was arranged to stay in a loft on the inner island and the herbs he had requested before were gathered in just half an hour and delivered to him by Bing Long. Su Yan was released from the sealed world bead by Yang Kai and went to Pure Ice Peak alone. Although Yang Kai did not know why Luo Li wanted to see Su Yan, he could feel that this woman had no malice towards her. He even faintly felt that this was an opportunity for Su Yan. Su Yan's strange appearance shocked the Ice Heart Valley elder who had been guarding outside the loft. She had not seen Su Yan enter the loft at all, but the other party had walked out from inside. For a moment, she could not figure out what was going on. Yang Kai remained inside the loft and began to perform alchemy. Origin King grade spirit pills were not something that could be refined at will. According to Yang Kai's understanding of the true alchemic way, if one wanted to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, they needed an excellent pill spirit. Only when a pill spirit had a spirit could the pill refined be called a spirit pill. Yang Kai defined a pill spirit as a high-quality monster beast monster core. A monster beast monster core contained the essence of a monster beast, so naturally, it had a high level of spirit and met the requirements. Yang Kai did not have a 10th order monster beast monster core, nor did Ice Heart Valley, but Ice Heart Valley had a lot of peak 9th order monster beast monster cores. Among the materials they had provided before this, there was one. For the next 3 days, Yang Kai remained in retreat. From time to time, some strange sounds and movements would come from the loft, followed by a rich fragrance. Bing Long and the others, who had already heard some news from Luo Li, were dumbfounded as they stood guard outside the loft, their jaws dropping in shock. Yang Kai turned out to be an excellent alchemist. Although they did not know if he could refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, this alone was enough to show that his attainments in the alchemic Tao were not shallow. But how was this possible? Yang Kai did not look very old, and his cultivation being able to reach the 3rd order origin returning realm was already incredible enough, so how could he have the extra energy to study the alchemic Tao? What's more, he had walked so far down this path. Only now did Bing Long and the others realize what kind of terrifying existence Yang Kai was. Their gazes towards the attic gradually became reverent. As time passed, the abnormal movements coming from the loft became more and more obvious. Thousands of rays of light faintly flowed out, and the fragrance of pills floating in the air became more and more rich. When the fragrance entered everyone's nose, it made everyone feel refreshed and comfortable. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The door to the loft opened by itself. Yang Kai's voice came from inside, Senior Ice Dragon, please come in and talk. Bing Long's expression turned serious as she hurried forward. Not long after he entered the loft, he came out again with a nervous yet excited expression. "Valley Master, what's the situation?" Great Elder Ran Yunting and the others eagerly watched. They had also received news that Yang Kai had been refining pills for the Great Elder these past few days. Naturally, they couldn't wait to know the results. Bing Long did not speak, simply revealing a white jade bottle in her hand before putting it back into her space ring and rushing towards Pure Ice Peak at an extremely fast speed. Did he really succeed? Ran Yunting's face went pale as she muttered to herself. The other elders looked at Bing Long's departing figure before turning to look at Ran Yunting, a few of them sighing slightly as a trace of blame flashed across their eyes. They all knew that if they were in Ran Yunting's position, when Chi Hua and Luo Hai arrived at Ice Heart Valley, they might have made the same choice to abandon Su Yan and save the sect. However, Yang Kai's bizarre performance and great potential still made them regret it. If they had not done so at that time and instead risked their lives to protect Su Yan, how much better would it have been? That way, they could have established a relationship with Yang Kai. An Origin King Great Alchemist, how noble was that? Inside the loft, Yang Kai closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Refining the Origin King Grade Spirit Pill this time had given him some insights, and Luo Li also needed some time to refine the medicinal efficacies of the pill to heal her injuries and repair her mental trauma, so Yang Kai could rest assured and boldly meditate. When Luo Li recovered from her injuries, it would be time to launch a large-scale attack on Brilliant Flame Sect. Part of the reason why Yang Kai wanted to destroy Brilliant Flame Sect was because of the Heavenly Thunder Fire. The masters he had met before from Brilliant Flame Sect had all used the Heavenly Thunder Fire secret technique, and this Heavenly Thunder Fire had a great effect on the Firebird artifact spirit. The other reason was naturally because they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. Yang Kai himself had several frictions and grievances with this sect, so his impression of them was quite bad. A day later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. In order to improve his alchemic Tao, he really needed to practice more. Refining an Origin King Grade Spirit Pill had allowed him to accumulate a lot of experience, and if he had enough materials to practice regularly, Yang Kai felt that his alchemy skills would improve exponentially. Feeling someone cast their gaze over, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Xianxia looking like she wanted to say something but was hesitating. "Senior sister Xianxia, if you have something to say, just say it," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Do you also want me to help you refine some kind of spirit pill?" No, Xianxia quickly waved her hand, hesitating for a while before finally saying, "It's about Qian Hao." Qian Hao? Yang Kai nodded. He was one of Ice Sect's elders and Qian Yu's older brother. Back then, he had come to Scarlet Wave Star with Xianxia and Su Yan, but because of his different surname, he was unable to enter Ice Heart Valley. Fortunately, Ran Yunting arranged for him to join one of Ice Heart Valley's subordinate sects, and from what Yang Kai heard, he had been living quite well these past few years. You want him to leave that sect? Yang Kai immediately understood what Xianxia meant. And, now that Su Yan and I are no longer members of Ice Heart Valley, if Qian Hao still stays in that sect, he will inevitably be despised. Also, since we have all reunited now, there is no reason for Qian Hao to be left alone, so I want him to come back. That's easy, Yang Kai smiled lightly, releasing his divine sense to send a few words to someone. After a short while, he turned to Xianxia with a smile and said, "Qian Hao will come here tomorrow, and when the time comes, your Ice Sect disciples will be reunited." "Thank you," Xianxia said emotionally. In the past, Ice Sect was one of the largest forces in Tongxian realm. Although there weren't many members of the sect and its reputation wasn't prominent, any master with even a little bit of influence knew of its existence. As such, Ice Sect was able to remain in a remote corner of Tongxian realm. But now, there were only 4 people left in Ice Sect. Looking back on the past, Xianxia cherished the present even more. Su Yan has found a good man. Xianxia looked at Yang Kai with a gratified smile on her face. Ice Heart Valley's efficiency was extremely high, and the next day, Qian Hao really came to Pure Ice Island. After seeing Xianxia, he felt a sense of familiarity and asked about her well-being, but after seeing Yang Kai, he was dumbfounded, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. After rubbing his eyes a few times, Qian Hao confirmed that Yang Kai had really appeared in front of him and was not an illusion. "Good, now that you've reunited after such a long time, you should have a lot to talk about. Relax, I'll send you to a place where someone is waiting for you. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said to Xianxia and Qianhao. The two of them didn't ask too much and immediately relaxed. Yang Kai opened his hand and an invisible force enveloped the two of them. In the next moment, Xianxia and Qianhao disappeared and reappeared inside the sealed world bead. When the brother and sister met, Qianhao and Qianyu wept with joy. 10 days later, Yang Kai suddenly received a message from Luo Li and immediately left the loft to go to Pure Ice Peak. Luo Li's voice was much better than before, probably due to the effect of the Origin King Grade Spirit Pill. Yang Kai didn't know why she wanted him to go to Pure Ice Peak this time, but he vaguely guessed it was related to Su Yan. Since that day, Su Yan had entered Pure Ice Peak, she had not appeared again. Yang Kai wasn't worried though because from what he could sense, Su Yan was safe. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the top of Pure Ice Peak. The peak was as simple and crude as ever, with the exception of a small thatched hut. Luo Li was sitting cross-legged inside the hut, her aura stable and even her complexion rosy. Her injuries had obviously healed. You're here? Luo Li motioned to Yang Kai to sit down and talk. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before frowning. Where's Su Yan? He didn't see any trace of Su Yan here. Young man and Su Yan seem to have a kind of mysterious telepathy, can't you tell where she is? Luo Li smiled but didn't answer. Is she testing me? Yang Kai's brow curled slightly as he immediately cast his eyes towards a cold pond not far away. The cold pond was only about 5 feet square. The water in the pond was so clear that it was impossible to tell how deep it was. Above the cold pond, white smoke rose in spirals. The white smoke contained the purest ice energy. Yang Kai subconsciously released his divine sense, but soon let out a light sigh as his expression became dignified, not daring to act rashly. The last time he came here, he had noticed this cold pond, but at that time, he hadn't been able to observe it too carefully. This time, after using his divine sense to investigate it, Yang Kai was a little surprised. This cold pond actually contained some of the power of his territory. When Yang Kai tried to probe it with his divine sense, he was unable to extend it too far and was instead directly blocked and frozen. Because of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was comparable to a true Origin King's. What was the origin of this cold pond? How could it possess such power? At the same time, Yang Kai could clearly feel that Su Yan was somewhere deep within the frozen pond. This is my Ice Heart Valley's Heavenly Blessings frozen pond. Luo Li saw the confusion on Yang Kai's face and took the initiative to explain, along with Brilliant Flame Sec's Heavenly Thunder Fire, it is one of Scarlet Wave Star's 2 divine tombs. Once one enters this Heavenly Blessings frozen pond, one's fortune will defy the heavens. What kind of miraculous effect does it have? Yang Kai stared at the cold pond with scorching eyes, also discovering its strangeness. For those with the ice attribute, the Heavenly Blessings frozen pond is a blessing from the heavens. The reason my Ice Heart Valley established its sect here is precisely because of this cold pond. It has the innate ability to transform a cultivator's physique, allowing the cultivator to better adapt to the ice attribute world energy. The elders of my Ice Heart Valley have all benefited from this cold pond. Yang Kai nodded lightly, remaining calm. Luo Li continued, before the Origin Kings of my Ice Heart Valley died, they would disperse their territory and pour the power of their territory into this cold pond. Anyone who enters this cold pond can comprehend the mysteries of the ice attribute domain and comprehend the mysteries of our territory's ice attribute domain. The Heavenly Blessings frozen pond is a top secret of my Ice Heart Valley. Only important figures are allowed to enter. The frozen pond is divided into 12 sections, and the deeper one goes, the more difficult and dangerous it becomes, but the more benefits one can obtain. Luo Li looked at Yang Kai and continued to explain. Oh? May I ask which section Senior was able to reach? Yang Kai asked with interest. The best this queen has ever done was to reach the 8th section, after that, this queen is powerless, Luo Li said with some shame on her face. Is Su Yan inside? Her aptitude is top-notch, and she is an ice crystal cultivator. Originally, I wanted to wait a few years before sending her into the frozen pond to search for opportunities, but unexpectedly, she broke through to the third-order origin returning realm in such a short time. Now, she is qualified to enter the frozen pond. Although she is no longer a member of my Ice Heart Valley, this is still a farewell gift from this queen to her. Many thanks, Senior, Xianxia nodded. He naturally knew that Luoli was doing this mainly to ease the relationship between him and Ice Heart Valley. In any case, the heavenly blessings frozen pond was right here, so whether Su Yan entered or not wouldn't have much of an impact. Allowing Su Yan to enter once was the best way to win him a favorable impression of Ice Heart Valley. Luoli smiled lightly. It is my Ice Heart Valley who owes her, young man Yang, there is no need to be polite. She should be coming out soon. I wonder which section she reached this time. Hearing her say this, Xianxia's expression changed. Using his divine sense, he noticed that Su Yan's aura was slowly rising from the bottomless frozen pond. After a short while, a small vortex suddenly appeared above the frozen pond. This vortex rotated rapidly, forming a hollow space in the center of the frozen pond where an even more intense chill began to fill the air. After a while, a beautiful figure flew out of this vortex. A cold light accompanied this beautiful figure, causing Xianxia's eyes to shrink. Even with his current strength, the moment he saw this cold light, he couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine, as if millions of needles were stabbing into his pores. Xianxia's expression was stunned as he stared straight at this cold light. This is... Luoli was also shocked as she looked up at the sky. High up in the sky, Su Yan's figure stood motionless, her ice-cold aura several times more tyrannical than it had been 10 days ago. In her right hand, she gripped a 3-meter-long sword that gleamed with a cold light. The piercing cold light was shining from the long sword. Xianxia and Luoli's eyes were instantly fixed on the long sword. The former was stunned for a moment before revealing a carefree smile, while the latter's face was filled with horror as her delicate body trembled slightly. The long sword in Su Yan's hand looked a little strange. Although it was about a meter long, it was extremely slender, not as thick as an ordinary long sword, giving off an extremely sharp feeling. A burst of cold light flowed endlessly on the sword. Su Yan raised the sword with one hand and gently stroked it with a finger. The sword buzzed as a cold light burst forth from it, and a terrifying ice attribute concept spread out from Su Yan's body. Pure Ice Peak, which was already extremely cold, was now on the verge of being completely frozen. The barrier outside the thatched hut made cracking sounds as if it couldn't bear the weight and was about to collapse. Profound frost? Luoli could no longer maintain her calm as she stood up and exclaimed, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at the thin long sword in Su Yan's hand with a look of disbelief. Xianxia observed Luoli's expression and knew that Su Yan must have picked up a big bargain this time, one that Luoli had never expected, causing him to burst into laughter. Su Yan also seemed to have finally recovered at this moment and turned her head to look down, the ice attribute concept around her suddenly dissipating as a warm smile appeared on her face. Her tender body flickered and she arrived in front of the thatched hut. Junior brother, why are you here? Senior called me over, Xianxia explained with a smile, his eyes flashing a faint light. He suddenly discovered that Su Yan's aura was extremely stable and was much stronger than when they had separated more than 10 days ago. Obviously, she had obtained great benefits in this heavenly fortune frozen pond. Xianxia's eyes once again fell on the thin long sword, observing it up close. Even though Xianxia was used to seeing Origin King-grade artifacts, he couldn't help feeling a little startled. There was an ice-cold aura in the thin and long sword. It condensed into an invisible sharp blade and stabbed into his mind, as if it was resisting his observation of it. Su Yan, this sword, can you let this queen see it? Luoli recovered her composure and asked solemnly. Please take a look, Supreme Elder. Su Yan respectfully held out the thin long sword with both hands and handed it over. Luoli stretched out her hand and grasped the sword. A brilliant light flashed across the sword. Following that, an unimaginable coldness emerged from the sword and started to invade Luoli's body. Luoli's small hand was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye, a thin layer of ice forming on it. However, she seemed to have expected this to happen and simply flicked her wrist, shattering the layer of ice around her. Xianxia raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. This slender longsword seemed to be no small matter. Even without anyone controlling it, it was able to cause trouble for a powerhouse like Luoli. If it was controlled by someone, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? With this long sword alone, Su Yan's combat power would soar by several levels. This is probably an Origin King grade top grade artifact, right? Xianxia secretly guessed. It really is profound frost. Luoli carefully observed the sword for a long time before nodding lightly, her expression somewhat emotional as she said, I didn't expect that this queen would be able to see profound frost again in her lifetime. Xianxia asked, what is the origin of this sword? A respectful look appeared on Luoli's face as she quickly said, it is the personal sword of my Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. Xianxia and Su Yan glanced at each other and could not help showing looks of shock. Ice Heart Valley had been around for 20 to 30,000 years, and rumor had it that its ancestral founder was a peak third-order Origin King, a true overlord of the Star Territory. However, although she had left behind her inheritance, Ice Heart Valley's development had not been smooth in the past 10,000 years. There had never been a supreme master like her in the sect, with the strongest being only a second-order Origin King. In this generation, Luoli's cultivation was only at the first-order Origin King realm. It's actually ancestral founder's personal sword? Su Yan was also a little dazed, but after thinking about it for a moment, she said seriously, since it is ancestral founder's personal sword, it should be handed over to Supreme Elder for safekeeping. I didn't know this sword was so precious, so I brought it out. Luoli slowly shook her head, this queen is already very gratified that you can call me Supreme Elder. As for safekeeping this sword, haha, this queen is powerless. As she spoke, her entire arm, which was holding the sword, was covered in a layer of frost. She shattered one layer after another, and the situation became more and more severe. It spread straight to her chest, and in a moment, she was afraid that her entire body would be covered in frost. Luoli did not dare to continue holding the sword and instead handed profound frost back to Su Yan, since you were able to obtain it, it is your opportunity. This queen has no reason to take it back. Ancestral founder left behind instructions that profound frost will choose its own master. If this queen keeps it, she will be violating her ancestral founder's instructions, a crime this queen cannot bear. But Su Yan seemed to want to say something. This is profound frost's choice, as well as ancestral founders, Luoli sighed. If Su Yan was still a member of Ice Heart Valley and obtained profound frost sword, Luoli would be extremely happy. But now that Su Yan was no longer a member of Ice Heart Valley, she had obtained the recognition of Profound Frost Sword, which was a huge loss for Ice Heart Valley. With the ancestral founder's instructions, Luoli did not dare violate them. She wanted to ask Su Yan to return to Ice Heart Valley, but when she remembered the attitude she and Bing Long had shown before, she couldn't bring herself to do so. Since Senior has said so, Su Yan, just take it. As long as you have Ice Heart Valley in your heart, what difference does it make whether you belong to Ice Heart Valley or not? Xianxia said lightly from the side. Luoli glanced at him thoughtfully, a look of gratitude appearing on her face. Although Xianxia's words were not very clear, Luoli understood what he was implying. Although spilled water could not be taken back, with Profound Frost Sword as a bond, if Ice Heart Valley really encountered an unresolvable crisis in the future, Su Yan would not sit idly by. For Ice Heart Valley, this was the best outcome possible. Right, Su Yan, since you obtained Profound Frost Sword, does that mean you've already reached the 12th segment? Luoli suddenly thought of something and asked nervously. I don't know how many segments I've reached, but that's already the bottom of the frozen pond, Su Yan replied softly. The bottom, then it's indeed the 12th segment, Luoli sighed. Luoli sighed. It seems that with the power of the Ice Phoenix's origin, your future is indeed much brighter than this queen's. She had been working hard for so many years but had only been able to reach the 8th segment. On the contrary, Su Yan, who had entered the frozen pond for the first time, had directly rushed to the 12th segment, which showed just how powerful the Ice Phoenix source was. Without the Ice Phoenix source, it would have been impossible for Su Yan to accomplish this feat. Since you've reached the bottom, have you seen Ancestral Founder's Origin Essence Crystal? When Luoli asked this, her expression became even more nervous. Origin Essence Crystal? Su Yan frowned, I haven't seen it. At the bottom, besides the extremely powerful territory field, there was also Profound Frost Sword, but I haven't seen an Origin Essence Crystal. I haven't. Luoli's beautiful eyes flashed as she seemed to think of something, her expression constantly changing. After a long time, she showed a smile and muttered to herself, it seems the rumors are true, haha, the rumors are true. In the end, she couldn't help laughing, as if she was extremely excited. Yang Kai frowned and asked suspiciously, what does senior mean? My Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder may not be dead. Luo Li's words were shocking. Yang Kai's face changed while Su Yan couldn't help covering her mouth with her small hands. Of course, this is just a possibility, Luo Li smiled lightly. Luo Li smiled lightly. After all, it is impossible for a character as powerful as ancestral founder to fall so easily. My Ice Heart Valley's ancient records state that ancestral founder left her profound frost divine sword in the heavenly fortune frozen pond, but there is no detailed record of whether ancestral founder died or not. Since there is no origin essence crystal left behind by ancestral founder in the heavenly fortune frozen pond, it means she may still be alive. When a cultivator reached the third order origin king realm, they would condense an origin essence crystal in their body. An origin essence crystal contained the life experience and martial Tao essence of a peak origin king realm master, so even if the cultivator died, the origin essence crystal would not disappear. Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder had left profound frost sword at the bottom of the heavenly fortune frozen pond, but no origin essence crystal, which was enough to explain many things. She might really not be dead. But even so, she had not appeared for 20 or 30,000 years, so no one knew where ancestral founder Bing Yun was or whether she was alive or dead. But for Luo Li, this was undoubtedly extremely exciting news. Luo Li turned her head to look at Yang Kai and sighed slightly. She found that if Yang Kai was really a member of Ice Heart Valley, he would be a blessing. Since he appeared in Ice Heart Valley, too many happy events had occurred. First, Qihua was killed, then Luo Li's injuries healed, and now, profound frost sword had reappeared in this world. What Su Yan had seen and heard also confirmed that the ancestral founder might still be alive. This series of events was excellent news for Ice Heart Valley. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was a man and could not join Ice Heart Valley. What's more, he did not seem to have a good impression of Ice Heart Valley. Senior, it's time to go to Brilliant Flame Sect, Yang Kai suddenly said. Luo Li nodded after hearing this, it is indeed time. She looked into the distance with deep eyes. From now on, Scarlet Wave Star would be dominated by Ice Heart Valley. A team of 5 pitch-black starships set off from Pure Ice Island, carrying a total of 3,000 elites from Ice Heart Valley. Under the leadership of one of the starships, they set off towards Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. Ice Heart Valley was one of the top sects on Scarlet Wave Star, so it naturally had its own starships. However, Yang Kai found that the best of these starships was only Origin Grade high rank, while the other 4 starships were only Origin Grade mid rank. In terms of quality, they were incomparable to the one Yang Kai owned. It seemed that Origin King Grade starships were extremely rare even in the entire star territory. As a powerful weapon for sieging cities, this trip to Brilliant Flame Mountain Range was to destroy Brilliant Flame Sect, so Luo Li naturally had to use this powerful starship. The disciples of Ice Heart Valley also knew what they were going to do this time, and all of them wore dignified expressions as a fierce look appeared on their faces. Countless years of fighting had caused the hatred between Ice Heart Valley and Brilliant Flame Sect to grow deeper and deeper. Many of their senior sisters had died tragically at the hands of a Brilliant Flame Sect cultivator, and because they were all women, once they fell into the hands of a Brilliant Flame Sect cultivator, their fate would be worse than death. When they learned that Supreme Elder was going to personally lead a group of people to Brilliant Flame Sect, these 3,000 elites took the initiative to sign up and participate in the battle, all of them suppressing their anger until they reached Brilliant Flame Mountain Range and burned their 10,000-year-old enemy to ashes. The speed of the fleet was very fast. Ice Heart Valley was 10 million kilometers away from Brilliant Flame Sect, but in just a few days, the 5 starships had arrived at the periphery of Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. In the direction of the main ship, Luo Li stood atop it, looking into the distance. Behind her were the elders of Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai and Su Yan were also mixed in with the crowd. This is Brilliant Flame Mountain Range? Yang Kai looked forward and couldn't help marveling. As far as the eye could see, the mountains rose and fell. The enormous mountain range was like an enormous dragon that was crawling on the ground, and it continued for countless tens of thousands of miles. It was covered in dense mountains, and the end couldn't be seen with a single glance. Moreover, this entire mountain range seemed to contain an extremely rich fire attribute aura. Looking at it with the naked eye, one could see a faint red glow between the mountains. Even the temperature of the world had risen by quite a bit. This is Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. There is a fire dragon earth vein here, which is perfect for Brilliant Flame Sex cultivator, allowing them to rapidly improve their cultivation here. Luo Li did not say anything as Bing Long quietly explained to Yang Kai. But from today onwards, this place will no longer belong to Brilliant Flame Sect, Ran Yunting coldly snorted. As soon as her words fell, she suddenly seemed to notice something and cast her eyes down below, stretching out her hand and grasping at the void. Accompanied by a panicked cry, a cultivator wearing Brilliant Flame Sex robes was pulled up by Ran Yunting from somewhere in the forest below and brought to the ship's hull. This man looked to be in his 30s or 40s and didn't have a high cultivation. He was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, but his fire attribute Saint Chi was completely suppressed by Ran Yunting. After landing on the ship and seeing so many beautiful women, this man's heart skipped a beat and he immediately understood what was going on, shouting, "Ice Heart Valley, why are you here? You have invaded Brilliant Flame Mountain Range on such a large scale. Could it be you want to start a war with my Brilliant Flame sect?" War. Ran Yunting sneered, "When did my Ice Heart Valley and your Brilliant Flame sect ever stop fighting?" The cultivator's expression froze as he was rendered speechless. Indeed, the two great forces that dominated Scarlet Wave Star had never been at war with each other. Usually, there would be constant small frictions between them, but such a blatant invasion of another force's territory had never happened before. "What do you want to do?" This Brilliant Flame Sect cultivator seemed to have some backbone. Even though he was facing so many masters who were far above his realm, he still dared to question them. "What do we want to do?" Ran Yunting sneered, "Of course we want to flatten your Brilliant Flame sect." The cultivator's face went pale as he stared at Ran Yunting with wide eyes, seemingly trying to figure out whether she was telling the truth or not. "Your cultivation is good, so it seems your status in Brilliant Flame sect isn't too low. Quickly go back and tell Wei Qing that I, Ran Yunting, have arrived. Tell him to wash his neck clean." Ran Yunting. The cultivator screamed in horror. He had naturally heard of Ice Heart Valley's great elder, but when he turned his head and looked around, he suddenly discovered that the cultivation of each woman was unfathomably high, causing him to subconsciously shout, "My Brilliant Flame sect has a supreme elder overseeing it, don't act recklessly." "You mean Qi Hua?" Ran Yunting sneered, "Qi Hua is dead, it seems you don't know anything." "Supreme elder is dead?" The cultivator's eyes trembled as he cried out, "Impossible, Supreme Elder is an origin king, which one of you has the ability to kill him?" "You can ask Wei Qing yourself, this elder doesn't have time to waste with you." Ran Yunting no longer spoke and simply reached out and threw the cultivator off the starship. Midair, the cultivator quickly circulated his Saint Chi to stop himself, glanced up at the 5 terrifying starships, grit his teeth, and hurriedly flew into Brilliant Flame Mountain Range, apparently to report the news to his superiors. "Let's greet them first. That way, they'll be prepared, lest others say that I, Luo Li, am bullying the weak." Luo Li hadn't paid any attention to what had happened just now, and only after the cultivator had disappeared from her field of vision did she finally speak up. The fleet continued to move forward at a leisurely pace, but an invisible and terrifying pressure slowly enveloped the entire Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. After an incense stick worth of time, at Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters, an uproar broke out. Ice Heart Valley actually launched a large-scale invasion? How dare they? It seems that the lessons they received before weren't enough. Haha, now that they've taken the initiative to come here, it's a good opportunity to teach them a lesson. I heard that the dozen or so elders of Ice Heart Valley are all outstanding beauties. I didn't have the opportunity to capture them before, but now they've delivered themselves to my doorstep. Good, 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 this old master will capture a few and properly train them. Elder Qi, at your age, you shouldn't have such thoughts, right? This old master is still in the prime of his life, how could he not satisfy a few maidservants? That's true, those maidservants will definitely submit to Elder Qi's power. A group of elders was very optimistic. When they heard that Ice Heart Valley had taken the initiative to attack, not only were they not worried, they were even a little overjoyed. Thinking of the screams of those tender women from Ice Heart Valley before they died or their struggles as they were ravaged, these elders were in high spirits. Destroying the sacred and ravaging the pure had always been the most exciting thing for men. The women of Ice Heart Valley had always been sacred and pure. Sect Master, please hurry up and deploy our forces. We need to meet those maidservants, an elder said to Wei Qing, who was sitting at the head of the table. Hearing this, Wei Qing glanced over at him, a look of deep worry appearing on his face. Sect Master, you. Wei Qing's demeanor made many elders realize something was wrong, and the noise gradually subsided as everyone looked at him suspiciously. Brilliant Flame Sect's great calamity. Wei Qing sighed. All the elders' complexions changed. Sect Master, what do you mean? The elder who spoke before wore a dignified expression. Although Ice Heart Valley's strength is good, they actually dared to invade my Brilliant Flame Sect. This is a good time to teach them a lesson. How could it be a great calamity for my Brilliant Flame Sect? Because, the Supreme Elder might have already fallen. As soon as this statement came out, the audience fell silent. After a long time, an elder trembled and asked, "That's impossible, right? Sect Master, are you joking?" At this time, how could this king make such a joke? Wei Qing said seriously. But, how could Supreme Elder have fallen? And Master Luo Hai, wasn't he living with Supreme Elder in the back mountain? Wei Qing rubbed his forehead. A few months ago, Supreme Elder and Master Luo Hai left Brilliant Flame Sect for Ice Heart Valley and have not returned since. That doesn't mean Supreme Elder has fallen. Some people couldn't believe it and still held on to a glimmer of hope, but even they didn't have the confidence to say so. If Supreme Elder hadn't fallen, how could he not have returned to Brilliant Flame Sect? If Supreme Elder hadn't fallen, how could Ice Heart Valley have come here so aggressively? They obviously knew this information, so they took advantage of this opportunity to attack. It's impossible for Ice Heart Valley's Luo Li to kill Supreme Elder, could it be? Master Luo Hai? Someone exclaimed. Only Luo Hai had the ability to kill their sect's Supreme Elder. However, wasn't it rumored that the two of them had a good relationship? Moreover, when Master Luo Hai came to Scarlet Wave Star this time, he had been a guest in Brilliant Flame Sect, so why would he suddenly kill their Supreme Elder? It wasn't Master Luo Hai. Wei Qing shook his head with a heavy expression. Master Luo Hai, he also fell. What? A series of gasps rang out as everyone was shocked. All the elders of Brilliant Flame Sect stared at Wei Qing in shock, the look of disbelief on their faces even more exaggerated than when they heard their Supreme Elder had fallen. The news can't be wrong. I received news from Green Mountain Star 2 months ago that the Star Master statue of Green Mountain Star's Master Soul Art had collapsed and Master Luo Hai's brand aura had disappeared. He has indeed fallen. Calculating the time, it should have happened a few days after he went to Ice Heart Valley. Supreme Elder fell, and even Master Luo Hai fell together with him. Who in Ice Heart Valley has such ability? And, on that day a few months ago, an earth-shattering energy fluctuation came from the direction of Ice Heart Valley. Could it have happened at that time? Could it be Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder? This old master has heard some rumors before that their ancestral founder is not dead. How is that possible? Ice Heart Valley has been a sect for nearly 30,000 years. If their ancestral founder is really not dead, why hasn't she appeared before? What's the point of saying such things now? Ice Heart Valley has already launched a large-scale invasion. What we need to do now is discuss how to deal with them. How to deal with them? My Brilliant Flame Sect's Supreme Elder has already fallen, so Ice Heart Valley's Luo Li will definitely take action. My Brilliant Flame Sect is powerless to resist. Even if it's Luo Li, this old master will go all out against her. Even if I die, I'll take a bite out of her flesh. After learning that Qihua had died, the group of elders no longer felt as optimistic and relaxed as before. Everyone expressed their opinions and views with solemn expressions. Wei Qing sat at the head of the table, not saying a word, as if he was an outsider. After a long time, he raised his hand and the noisy hall quieted down in an instant. Everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to him. Good, don't quarrel. Wei Qing said faintly, Ice Heart Valley has launched a large-scale invasion. Although this may be a great calamity for my Brilliant Flame Sect, if we act properly, we may still have a chance to fight them. Luo Li was indeed an Origin King Realm Master. None of us are a match for her, but don't forget that they are attacking and we are defending. We have formations and restrictions that we can use to exhaust their power. Furthermore, rumor has it that Luo Li made a mistake in her cultivation and is suffering from a hidden injury. I'm afraid that she won't be able to display her full strength. That's right, the sect leader is right. Using defense as offense, we have the advantage. Hee. Have you all forgotten that we still have that thing? If that thing were to be released, then, even if it's Luo Li, she'll have to pay for it. Someone laughed strangely, his smile filled with madness and malevolence. The others quickly realized what this person was talking about and their expressions changed. Even Wei Qing's expression was extremely solemn. After pondering for a moment, he said, "That thing cannot be released unless it is absolutely necessary. Pass down my order, all disciples are to prepare to meet the enemy. Today's battle will be between us and the enemy. If there is an enemy, there is no self." All the elders shouted in unison. The 5 starships slowly sailed into the depths of the Brilliant Flame mountain range, approaching Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters. Along the way, they encountered some spirit arrays and barriers, but none of them were able to delay the progress of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. The starship's crystal cannons simply fired randomly and destroyed these spirit arrays and barriers. Bing Long, go out first and tell the people of Brilliant Flame Sect that this queen is only here to kill their elders. If those disciples wanted to live, they should hurry up and escape. When my Ice Heart Valley starships arrive, those who do not flee will be treated as enemies of Ice Heart Valley and will be killed without mercy, Luo Li suddenly said. Yes. Bing Long nodded and flew out alone. Soon, Bing Long's divine sense spread out from the front, conveying the message that only the elders would be killed while the ordinary disciples were advised to flee. The elders of Brilliant Flame Sect felt this message and could not help cursing Bing Long, calling her despicable, vicious, shameless, and despicable. Brilliant Flame Sect had tens of thousands of disciples, and although their cohesiveness was not trivial, in a life-or-death situation, not everyone could advance or retreat with the sect. In addition, Bing Long deliberately spread the news that old monster Chi Hua had fallen, which really frightened some Brilliant Flame Sect disciples. Some began to flee from Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. Once those who tried to escape were discovered, the elders of Brilliant Flame Sect would kill them as a warning to others. Although this bloody and cruel method temporarily deterred most of the lower-level disciples, as time passed, more and more Brilliant Flame Sect disciples began to panic and began to flee. Streams of light rose from different locations in Brilliant Flame Sect and shot out in all directions. Luo Li's huge divine sense enveloped the entire Brilliant Flame mountain range. Any cultivator below the Origin Returning Realm was ignored and allowed to flee, but if an Origin Returning Realm cultivator tried to escape, Luo Li would personally kill them. Any Brilliant Flame Sect cultivator with an Origin Returning Realm cultivation had their hands stained with the blood of countless Ice Heart Valley disciples, so Luo Li naturally would not let them escape. Soon, those cultivator with strength below the Origin Returning Realm also discovered this situation and were overjoyed. No longer caring about the dissuasion of their sect, more people began to flee. For a time, the morale of the entire Brilliant Flame Sect fell apart, and no matter how the elders and deacons tried to suppress them, they were unable to restore the situation. Senior Luo Li, I'll head over there first. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly turned to a mountain peak behind Brilliant Flame mountain range. Luo Li also glanced over and understood what Yang Kai's purpose was, but she did not stop him, simply saying, "Be careful." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Junior brother, do you want me to accompany you?" Su Yan asked. "No need, just stay with Senior Luo Li." Yang Kai waved his hand before his figure flickered and disappeared from the starship. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. Luo Li's beautiful eyes shrank slightly. It wasn't until this moment that she finally understood why Yang Kai was able to escape from Luo Hai for several months without being harmed. With this strange speed and movement skill alone, an ordinary Origin King would have no way to catch him. Even she herself had not been able to see how he moved just now. Is this the mystery of the Tao of Space? Luo Li showed a look of interest on her face as she tried to figure out what was happening, but no matter how she tried, she could not sense the slightest trace of the Tao of Space. All she could sense was a blur. Sighing slightly, Luo Li withdrew her gaze, knowing that the Tao of Space was not something she could comprehend, so she immediately turned her attention back to Brilliant Flame Sect. Near the back of Brilliant Flame Mountain Range, there was a barren mountain peak about 1,000 meters high that exuded a high temperature. Standing at the bottom of this mountain and looking up, one could vaguely see the bright flames at its summit. This was a volcanic crater, and an extremely unstable one at that. The energy aura emanating from this volcanic crater not only contained a scorching fire domain but also an overbearing thunder domain. Inside this volcanic crater, there was a fierce aura that was filled with brutality and malevolence that caused one to shudder. This should be it, Xianxia came to the foot of the mountain and pondered. This time, he did not intend to intervene in the battle between Ice Heart Valley and Brilliant Flame Sect. His goal was Brilliant Flame Sect's heavenly thunder fire. This was a peerless flame that even Luoli was afraid of. It was rumored that this thing had developed sentience and was extremely difficult to deal with. Using his divine sense, Xianxia discovered that the entire volcanic peak was surrounded by large and small barriers and spirit arrays. Xianxia cast his eyes towards a certain spot in the void and grinned, "Why do you two need to hide? Why don't you just show yourself?" As soon as these words fell, a cold snort came from the other side and a ripple appeared in the air as two figures strangely walked out. It was as if these two figures had come from another world. The two people who appeared were both very old with white hair and beards, but their cultivations were third-order origin returning realm. The fire attribute Xianxia around their bodies was incredibly hot. The one on the left was thin while the one on the right had dark red skin. Both of them had dignified expressions, obviously their status in Brilliant Flame Sect was not low. "Boy, who are you?" The thin elder stared at Xianxia and asked coldly. "You don't need to know who I am, I just came here to collect this heavenly thunder fire. If two old seniors think it's fine, why don't you tell me how to unlock the spirit array on this peak?" Xianxia looked forward with a smile. "Arrogant junior." The thin elder flew into a rage, "Is my Brilliant Flame Sect's heavenly thunder fire something you can covet? Since your cultivation has not been easy and you have reached such a high level at such a young age, please withdraw quickly and these two old masters will not embarrass you." He put on a very amiable look, not intending to kill Xianxia just because he had trespassed into Brilliant Flame Sect's restricted area. "Old sir is too kind." Xianxia raised his brow as a sarcastic smile suddenly appeared on his face. Stomping his right foot lightly on the ground, he said, "Is this what old sir means by not embarrassing me?" Kong, as soon as Xianxia's right foot landed, the ground suddenly cracked open and a gully appeared from the tip of his foot, spreading towards the two old men. In the middle of this gully, two pure and hidden fire attribute energies gathered and quietly approached Xianxia, coming to a stop less than a meter away from him. It was as if these two vipers were lying dormant on the ground, ready to attack at any moment. "Boy, your eyesight is quite good. Since you've noticed, there's nothing more to say. Trespassing into Brilliant Flame Sect's restricted area, die for me." The skinny elder saw that Xianxia had seen through his trick and didn't hesitate to tear away his hypocritical face and push his Xianxia, causing the dormant fire attribute energy underground to erupt and transform into a giant flame python that shot towards Xianxia. "Daring to make a fool of yourself with such petty tricks?" Xianxia laughed loudly as the verdant dragon bone sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, a green light flashed and the terrifying flame python was split in half, transforming into a burst of fluorescent light before disappearing. A powerful enemy. The two old men glanced at each other, their expressions becoming dignified. With Xianxia's dragon bone sword in hand, a thick pressure pulsed from it, like a towering mountain was pressing down on the two old men from Brilliant Flame Sect, causing their expressions to turn ugly. At the same time, they could vaguely hear the roar of a dragon. "One each, quickly deal with them, I'll wait for you up ahead," Xianxia said casually before releasing the stone mongoose and firebird artifact spirit. Immediately, without even looking at the two old men, Xianxia stepped forward. With a single step, as if crossing the barrier of space, Xianxia's figure disappeared, reappearing halfway up the mountain. "Bold." The skinny elder's face went livid. Xianxia's disregard for him angered him greatly, and his figure flickered as he prepared to chase after him. But just as he was about to move though, a dark stick shadow struck him head-on. This stick shadow was incredibly heavy, as if it weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms, causing even the air around it to tremble. The harsh sound caused the old man's eardrums to sting. The skinny elder's face sank as he hurriedly raised his hand to block, causing flames to burn on his arm. Kong. The flames were extinguished and the skinny elder felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his figure flying back several dozen meters before he managed to stabilize himself, his face slightly pale as some blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. With just one blow, he had suffered a small injury. Looking ahead in disbelief, the skinny elder saw a stone puppet less than 3 feet tall standing there. It carried a pitch-black staff on its shoulder, and its bean-like eyes were filled with an indescribable charm. It was looking at the skinny elder as if he was looking at a prey. On the other side, the crisp cry of a bird rang out as the old man with dark red skin stood together with the firebird. High up in the sky, the figures of one man and one bird danced back and forth. Entangling with each other, the power of flame sputtered out into the depths of the void, making for an extremely lively scene. What the hell is this? The skinny elder was stunned. He could vaguely tell that the fiery bird-like existence fighting with his companion was a kind of artifact spirit, but what was the stone puppet in front of him? There were no energy fluctuations coming from its body. However, just that tyrannical power alone was enough to make him extremely fearful. Aooo! The stone mongoose suddenly raised its head and roared. It pounded its chest repeatedly with its fist, producing a dong-dong-dong-dong sound. It was like the sound of a war drum, shaking one's heart. Following the sound, the stone puppet, which was less than 1 meter tall, began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. He immediately transformed into a stone giant that was 50 feet tall. The pitch-black staff that it carried on its shoulder also grew longer as its body changed. Another layer of scorching dark red light flowed out from its body. The surface of the stone puppet instantly looked like it was covered in lava armor. The fiery red armor emitted a terrifying energy that made the old man's heart palpitate. In the next moment, the lava giant in leather armor bent its knees slightly, and its huge body shot out like an arrow from a bow, causing the earth to shake. A huge crater instantly appeared on the ground. His vision blurred, and the skinny elder suddenly discovered that the transformed lava giant was already above his head. The huge pitch-black staff swept towards him with the power of lightning, directly sweeping out a crack in space. Perceiving the terrifying power contained in this blow, the thin elder screamed in horror, not daring to meet it head-on. Hurriedly, he used his movement skill to dodge. But even though he dodged quickly, the attack was even faster. Just the aftershocks of this attack caused half of his body to go numb, and he was unable to circulate his Xianxia properly. Unstoppable! Unstoppable! The thin elder's eyes trembled violently as he instantly realized the gap between him and this lava giant. Before he could finish his thought, the pitch-black giant stick once again came crashing down from above with the force of Mount Tai. The thin elder's eyes narrowed as his pupils shrank to the size of needles. Desperately pushing his Xianxia, he shouted. Summoning a shield-like artifact, he protected himself above his head. Kong Hong, as the giant staff smashed down, the shield-like artifact flashed and instantly shattered into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. A force strong enough to split heaven and earth landed on the thin elder's body. Half of his body was directly smashed into dust, leaving a bloody wound where his squirming internal organs could clearly be seen. Even with such injuries, the thin elder did not die immediately. If he had enough pills, he might have been able to restore his body. However, the fear that welled up from the depths of his heart made him lose all will to fight. Staring at the giant pitch-black staff sweeping towards him, only one thought flashed through his mind. What the hell is this? At the end of his life, the last scene he saw was his companion being swallowed by the firebird, howling miserably. As the giant staff swept past, pieces of flesh flew out and the entire world became clear. A ball of thunder fire flew out from the thin elder's corpse and the firebird artifact spirit opened its mouth wide, sucking in this ball of thunder fire like a whale sucking in water, letting out a satisfied cry. On top of the volcano, Xianxia stood mid-air, overlooking the ferocious volcanic crater from above. As far as his eyes could see, he could clearly see the surging red magma inside. The temperature of this volcano was so high that even an ordinary origin returning realm master would find it difficult to bear. Any cultivator below the origin returning realm would be burned to death in an instant. The artifact spirit flew to Xianxia's side and the stone mongoose transformed back into its harmless appearance, carrying the heaven-shaking pillar and sitting on the firebird artifact spirit's back. So fast, you're a bit too violent, Xianxia grinned. The stone mongoose scratched its head, looking like it didn't know what it had done wrong, but the artifact spirit let out a cheerful cry. Xiao Xiao, come back first. Xianxia stretched out his hand and put away the stone mongoose, leaving only the firebird artifact spirit behind. The firebird hovered around Xianxia, letting out crisp cries from time to time, seemingly extremely excited. Several times, it even wanted to rush directly into the volcano's crater. Accompanied by its cries, a booming sound came from inside the volcano, as if responding to the firebird's provocation, showing no signs of weakness. You felt it too, right? Xianxia narrowed his eyes at the volcano's crater and grinned. The firebird responded hurriedly. Are you its opponent? Xianxia asked again. The firebird was silent for a while before letting out an even louder cry. Good, since that's the case, I'll wait and see. But are you sure you want to do this? This is cutting off all means of retreat, either you succeed or you die trying. The firebird responded with a loud cry again. I understand what you mean, then. I wish you good luck. Xianxia nodded with a dignified expression before waving his hand. A huge artifact refining furnace appeared. This was the artifact refining furnace that gave birth to the firebird artifact spirit, something Xianxia had brought out from the fifth layer of the Luyan Sand Field's earth-lung fire vein. This was the firebird's vessel. If this artifact refining furnace was damaged, the firebird would also die, without the slightest suspense. Since obtaining the firebird artifact spirit, Xianxia had basically not used this artifact refining furnace. Firstly, it was for the sake of the artifact spirit's safety. Secondly, there was no need to use it. But this time, he had no choice but to use this artifact refining furnace. With this vessel, the strength of the artifact spirit could be increased by at least 20%. As soon as the artifact refining furnace appeared, the firebird opened its mouth and swallowed it. Xianxia closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his left eye had become a golden light. Demon Eye of Annihilation. The vertical golden pupil seemed to contain endless majesty, causing those who saw it to shudder. He looked down. Everything that he couldn't see before was now presented before his eyes. The Demon Eye of Annihilation had the ability to see through all illusions, so with the help of this demon eye, Xianxia immediately discovered the huge spirit array that sealed the volcano's crater. A stream of pure energy. Like shackles, this octagonal formation sealed the entire volcano's crater. This spirit array not only blocked the flow of energy inside the volcano but also sealed the freedom of the creature hiding inside. Xianxia observed carefully, and after a short while, his eyes flashed as he gently drew the dragon bone sword in his hand and poured his Xianxia into it. A dragon's roar shook the heavens. Go! Xianxia threw the dragon bone sword out. With a dazzling green light, the dragon bone sword transformed into a giant dark green dragon and bombarded a certain spot in the void. The octagonal spirit array that sealed the volcano's crater shook slightly. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ground. An unbearably hot aura immediately leaked out from this crack, as if it was trying to incinerate the world around it. Enter! Xianxia shouted. The firebird artifact spirit turned into a stream of light and rushed into the crack, Xianxia following closely behind. The octagonal spirit array shook slightly. It repaired itself and continued to seal the huge volcano's crater. Inside the spirit array, Xianxia's face changed slightly as he hurriedly circulated his Xianxia to resist the pervasive heat. The firebird shot into the volcano's crater. As far as the eye could see, the magma inside the volcano was churning, and within the crimson magma, there were faint traces of blue lightning slithering about like silver snakes. Stimulated by the firebird artifact spirit, a terrifying aura was slowly awakening, as if a slumbering dragon was awakening. The artifact spirit rushed into the magma and disappeared. A moment later, an astonishing amount of willpower suddenly broke out and transmitted a message that made all living beings submit. A trivial artifact spirit dares to challenge this king's majesty? Ignorant ant, tremble before this king's might. Xianxia's body shook as he stared down in amazement, as if his eyes could penetrate the thick magma and peer straight into the depths of the earth. The rumors were indeed true. Brilliant Flame Sec's heavenly thunder fire had indeed developed sentience, and its sentience was not low. It was even clearer and more complete than the firebird. It could already clearly transmit its thoughts while the Firebird obviously did not have this ability. The Firebird's situation was worrying, causing Yang Kai to suddenly worry. Before coming here, he did not expect the Heavenly Thunder Fire to have evolved to such an extent. He thought it was similar to the Firebird, but now it seemed that the Heavenly Thunder Fire was definitely superior. Below the volcano's crater, an astonishing battle of willpower erupted. This was the battle between the Firebird artifact spirit and the Heavenly Thunder Fire, the resulting shockwaves causing the world energy aura of Brilliant Flame Sect to become chaotic. In front of Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters, Ice Heart Valley's elites, under the leadership of Luoli, broke through countless layers of defensive barriers and directly arrived at the heart of the sect. 5 starships lined up high in the sky, black crystal cannon muzzles vaguely pulsing with energy as they aimed down, conveying a message of death and destruction. Atop the starship, Luoli looked down indifferently while the elders of Ice Heart Valley stood valiantly on either side of her. 1,000 meters below, there was a square where many of Brilliant Flame Sect's elders had gathered, led by Wei Qing, all of them looking up with ugly expressions. Between the two groups of people, there was a fiery red light barrier. This was Brilliant Flame Sect's final defensive barrier. Once it was broken, Brilliant Flame Sect would become completely undefended and Ice Heart Valley's forces could do whatever they wanted. After staring at each other for a long time, Wei Qing shouted, "Senior Luoli, does Ice Heart Valley want to fight my Brilliant Flame Sect to the death?" "Yes," Luoli responded. Wei Qing laughed, "Being able to trouble Senior Luoli to personally take action is an honor for my Brilliant Flame Sect, but does Senior think my Brilliant Flame Sect is a soft persimmon that can be crushed at will? Junior advises Senior that if you don't want everyone to die together, please withdraw quickly, otherwise, Senior will regret it." "Are you threatening this queen?" Luoli's cold eyes pierced towards Wei Qing like a sharp knife, causing even someone as strong as Wei Qing to involuntarily retreat a few steps. Feeling shocked, Wei Qing cupped his fists and said, "I wouldn't dare." Wei Qing is the sect master of Brilliant Flame Sect, so naturally, he must consider the tens of thousands of sect's disciples. Senior's cultivation is profound, and no one in my Brilliant Flame Sect is your opponent, but wanting to destroy my Brilliant Flame Sect. It won't be easy. I know what you're relying on. Luoli suddenly smiled slightly. To be honest, this queen also has a headache dealing with that thing. Unless absolutely necessary, this queen is unwilling to confront it. It's good that Senior understands. Wei Qing's face relaxed slightly. He thought Luoli was beginning to hesitate. Unexpectedly, Luoli smiled again. "However, this time I am only responsible for dealing with you. That thing will naturally be dealt with by someone else, so you should hurry up and surrender. I don't want to bully the weak. Cripple your own cultivations. This consort can spare your lives." Wei Qing was enraged. Just as he was about to say something, his knowledge sea suddenly tumbled. An astonishing and terrifying will was transmitted from a certain direction, sending a message that made his hands and feet go cold. "A mere acquired artifact spirit dares to challenge my authority? Reckless ants, tremble before my might." As soon as this will was transmitted, a battle of wills broke out at the volcano behind the mountain, causing people to change their expressions. Everyone could feel it clearly at this moment. The complexions of Brilliant Flame Sect's elders changed drastically as they stared towards this direction. "Who dares provoke the Heavenly Thunder Fire?" An elder from Brilliant Flame Sect exclaimed. "Has it started?" Luoli narrowed her eyes. She had underestimated Yang Kai's speed. She had thought that she would have to wait for a long time before Yang Kai would use the Heavenly Thunder Flame. However, she had not expected that just as she had arrived at the other party's doorstep, Yang Kai had already taken action. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Cripple your own cultivations and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll break through this last layer of defense and kill you all." At this moment, Luoli's cold and aloof temperament had become aggressive. The grievances between the two forces were too deep, and it had reached a point where there was no one else but the enemy. Wei Qing's expression fluctuated as he sensed the Heavenly Thunder flames will coming from the restricted area. He knew that he could no longer count on his last hope, but it was impossible for him to cripple his cultivation. A cultivator's life was a struggle against the heavens and against fate. Every time a cultivator broke through, it was like crossing a wooden bridge with thousands of men and horses. Countless people were stopped before a new realm. Wei Qing had spent 300 years to raise his cultivation to the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm and was a master who had high hopes of breaking through to the Origin King realm. How could he be willing to cripple his cultivation? Instead of struggling at death's door, it was better to fight with his life and win a slim chance of survival. Fight them! Wei Qing roared. The group of brilliant flame sect's elders obviously had the same idea. They knew that with the grievances between the two forces, even if they begged for mercy, there would be no end to it. As such, as soon as Wei Qing shouted these words, many of the elders began pushing their Saint Qi and summoning their artifacts to attack the 5-star ships. Courting death. Luo Li's face turned cold as she stretched out her hand and gently tapped the air in front of her. This wave of her finger did not seem to carry the slightest aura as a crystal snowflake with 6 petals flew out from her fingertip and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, these 6 snowflakes grew to the size of the sky and covered the entire square. A coldness that made people tremble fell from the sky. Ice ceiling thousandly. Bing Long, Ran Yunting, and the others suddenly shouted in unison. Everyone's Saint Qi overflowed endlessly from their bodies, gathered together, and pushed forward. Wherever this Saint Qi passed, the earth began to freeze. Snow began falling from the sky. Every snowflake contained a frightening energy fluctuation. When they landed on the fiery red barrier, they seemed to have a corrosive property, corroding small holes in the impregnable barrier. The ice ceiling concept spread through these holes towards the center of the square. The weaker brilliant flame sect disciples were turned into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Wei Qing was filled with grief and indignation, knowing that brilliant flame sect was doomed this time. With Luo Li guarding this place, none of them were a match for her. Originally, they could rely on the sealed Heavenly Thunder Flame to prevent Luo Li from attacking them, but now that the Heavenly Thunder Flame was entangled by someone, they couldn't rely on it. Moreover, looking at Luo Li's appearance and aura, where was the slightest trace of injury? She was clearly in her peak condition. Was Brilliant Flame Sect really finished? Wei Qing's eyes were filled with darkness, as if there were dark clouds covering his vision, preventing him from seeing the slightest light. Below the volcanic crater, Yang Kai landed on a red rock that had an extremely high temperature. Yang Kai had to use his Saint Qi to protect his body from being burned. The magma in front of him was tumbling and roaring as 2 different life auras fought at the bottom of the magma. From time to time, the roar of the heavenly thunder fire and the cry of the firebird could be heard. It seemed that both sides were evenly matched. But as the master of the artifact spirit, Yang Kai was unable to resist. Yang Kai was keenly aware that the firebird was somewhat lacking. The degree of its evolution was not as good as the heavenly thunder fire, and the conditions for its birth were not as unique. The artifact spirit was born from an Origin King grade artifact refining furnace in the earth-lung fire vein after tens of thousands of years. As for this heavenly thunder fire, it had existed since the beginning of time and had grown stronger over time. It was one of the purest forms of energy in the world. Even with the assistance of the artifact refining furnace, the firebird was gradually falling into a disadvantage. It was time to give it a helping hand. Yang Kai suddenly sat down cross-legged on the rock. Summoning the stone mongoose again, Yang Kai closed his eyes and used his divine sense to communicate with it. An illusory shadow suddenly burst out of Yang Kai's mind. In terms of appearance, it was no different from Yang Kai himself. But this shadow was not real. Soul projection. It was the soul avatar that was leaving his body. The soul avatar flickered. Then, he plunged into the magma and went deeper into the magma. Soul projection was an extremely dangerous action. Once it was done, one's physical body would be in a defenseless state. That was why Yang Kai had summoned the stone mongoose. Moreover, the soul was an extremely fragile and sensitive existence. Without the protection of a physical body, it was easy for it to be damaged. What's more, this was the scorching hot volcanic crater. The soul of an average person would not even be able to approach it. If it did, it would be burned to ashes by the scorching heat. But Yang Kai was different. His spiritual energy was a variant of his conflagrated knowledge sea, which came from the same source as the magma. This scorching fire power, which even Origin Kings feared, could not pose the slightest hindrance to him. It didn't take long for Yang Kai's soul avatar to reach a depth of 10,000 meters underground. The surrounding environment was getting hotter and hotter. Deep underground, there was a grotesque battlefield. On this battlefield, the 300-foot-long Firebird artifact spirit was swaying gracefully as it fought against a huge reddish-purple shadow. This shadow was somewhat humanoid, but it was suspended in the void and had no legs. Instead, it had tentacle-like arms that floated back and forth, filling the entire space around it. On the head of this shadow was a huge eye that exuded a heart-palpitating light. Rich fire attribute energy lingered around its body while purple arcs of lightning danced across its body, symbolizing the violent power of thunder. Heavenly Thunder Fire. Yang Kai stared blankly, not having expected the Heavenly Thunder Fire's true form to be like this. However, it was undeniable that the Heavenly Thunder Fire's destructive aura was enough to make one shudder. Its tentacle-like arms swept about, covering the entire battlefield with their attacks. If the Firebird was accidentally brushed by one of these tentacle-like arms, the light radiating from its body would weaken slightly. It was as if the Firebird's source strength was being seized by the Heavenly Thunder Fire. The Firebird was not to be outdone, and every time it found an opportunity, it would rush to the Heavenly Thunder Fire's side, open its mouth, and bite down. With each bite, the Firebird's stolen source strength would be restored. These two strange creatures were using this special method to seize the other's existence, trying to devour the other's strength. The scene of their battle could only be described as earth-shattering. However, Yang Kai keenly discovered that behind the Heavenly Thunder Fire, there were 8 golden energy chains that locked its body and imprisoned it here. These 8 chains gave off the same aura as the octagonal spirit array at the mouth of the volcano. It seemed that the existence of these 8 chains greatly limited the strength of the Heavenly Thunder Fire. If not for this, the Firebird would not have been its opponent at all. Considering all this, Yang Kai was deeply shocked. It was hard to imagine what kind of strength the Heavenly Thunder Fire could display without the shackles of this spirit array. Was it a second-order origin king or a third-order origin king? Who was it that used the Grand Divine technique to bind it here? However, the current situation was actually good news for the Firebird. With the 8 chains restraining the Heavenly Thunder Flame, the Firebird was barely able to put up a fight. As soon as Yang Kai appeared on this battlefield, the Heavenly Thunder Flame noticed him and its huge single eye suddenly flashed a bright light that converged into a beam of light that shot towards Yang Kai. Another ant, but it's just the right thing to do. It's your honor to become stronger. The Heavenly Thunder Flame's voice boomed, causing the entire world to tremble. A devouring force descended on Yang Kai, and the beam of light seemed to contain an irresistible force that seemed to want to swallow Yang Kai's soul avatar. Yang Kai coldly snorted as his spiritual energy burst out like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out as Yang Kai broke free from the suction force, shattering it into nothingness. An ant dares to resist my will? Unforgivable. The Heavenly Thunder Flame seemed to be enraged and a thick tentacle-like arm swept towards Yang Kai with the force of a thunderbolt. Asteriskly. Asterisk the Firebird cried out and spat out a pillar of fire from its mouth, blocking Yang Kai's path and repelling the tentacle. Yang Kai stood there indifferently, observing carefully, not in a hurry to take action. For the time being, he didn't know how to deal with a strange creature like the Heavenly Thunder Flame. Now that he was here in his soul avatar, his physical body was still inside the volcanic crater, so he couldn't use his Saint Chi to help the Firebird fight. The only thing he could use was his spiritual energy. He didn't want to alert the enemy. As the tentacles swept out from all directions, the Heavenly Thunder Flame seemed to realize how important Yang Kai was to the Firebird and shamelessly gave up on attacking the Firebird and instead focused on protecting Yang Kai. The Firebird could only passively defend. Yang Kai's sudden arrival. This seemed to make the Firebird's situation even worse. With Yang Kai as the center, the two strange existences once again began fighting. As time passed by, the Firebird's aura gradually weakened while the Heavenly Thunder Flame remained as fierce as ever, showing no signs of weakening. Here it is. I am the ruler, and all of you ants have to submit to me. The Heavenly Thunder Flame's will was transmitted again. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but laugh, so that's how it is. Feeling Yang Kai's joy, the Firebird's aura also became much more invigorated. A dazzling light burst out from its body, and it once again tangled with the Heavenly Thunder Fire. They devoured each other's energy. I've already seen through your tricks. Today is the day you die. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. He suddenly stretched his hand forward. A strange energy fluctuation shot out. It isolated the space around the heavenly thunder flame. That was the power of space. Although Yang Kai's soul avatar could not use the Saint Chi of his physical body, his attainments in the Tao of space were still perfectly fine. He cut off the connection between the heavenly thunder flame and a certain direction with spatial power. The heavenly thunder flame seemed to be startled for a moment, and a trace of panic flashed across its single eye. It actually gave up on attacking the Firebird and instead launched a frantic attack on Yang Kai. Sure enough. Yang Kai laughed. The heavenly thunder flame's actions confirmed his guess. Not hesitating any longer, Yang Kai sent out a mysterious space force from his soul avatar and spread out, gradually forming another cage. In just a dozen breaths of time, this cage had taken shape. The invisible space cage had isolated the heavenly thunder flame from the outside world and shrouded it together with the Firebird. This cage had no effect on the Firebird, but it posed a fatal threat to the heavenly thunder flame. The heavenly thunder flame could no longer absorb energy from the surrounding environment to restore itself. Yang Kai observed for a long time and found that the heavenly thunder flame had an invisible connection with the surrounding magma and the scorching heat underground. No matter how much of its essence was devoured by the Firebird, it could quickly restore itself. On the other hand, the Firebird had no such advantage. This was not surprising though. After all, this was the place where the heavenly thunder flame was trapped. It had existed here for tens of thousands of years, so it naturally knew how to take advantage of its surroundings to create advantages for itself. As for the cage formed by the Tao of space, this advantage had been shattered in an instant. Let's go together, it can't restore itself now, Yang Kai shouted to the Firebird, and his soul avatar approached the heavenly thunder flame uncharacteristically. You think you can deal with me with ant-like means? Without the help of the outside world, you are no match for me. None of you are a match for me. The heavenly thunder flame growled disdainfully. Then let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. Yang Kai sneered and shouted, Demon Eye of Annihilation. Yang Kai's left eye suddenly flashed with golden light and a vertical and narrow golden pupil immediately appeared. From this pupil, a beam of light containing mysterious power shot straight towards the heavenly thunder flame's huge eye. The heavenly thunder flame's huge body shook and it roared as if it had been injured. The demon eye of annihilation had the effect of purifying one's soul. The heavenly thunder flame had developed sentience and a soul, so it was naturally suppressed by the demon eye of annihilation. The heavenly thunder flame's huge body twisted as its countless tentacle-like arms wildly swung about, as if it wanted to collapse the entire space around it. The Firebird rushed up, opened its mouth, and bit down on the heavenly thunder flame's body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, pure energy flowed into the Firebird's body through its mouth. The heavenly thunder flame's momentum rapidly declined. I want you dead, you ants have angered me. The heavenly thunder flame roared as its tentacles flew back, wrapped around the Firebird's body, and threw it far away. Immediately after, it turned its single eye towards Yang Kai and a murderous and destructive aura descended on Yang Kai. From the Firebird's single eye, a beam of light that was able to resist the golden light of annihilation shot towards Yang Kai. It was conceivable that once this beam of light enveloped Yang Kai's soul avatar would be reduced to nothingness. Blossoming lotus! Yang Kai shouted. In the golden pupil of his left eye, a budding lotus flower suddenly appeared. As soon as the lotus flower appeared, it swayed slightly. Then, it disappeared. But in the heavenly thunder flame's eyes, the lotus flower had rushed into its knowledge sea. Using the heavenly thunder flame's natal soul as its source, the lotus flower madly swallowed and began to slowly bloom. Every time it bloomed, its soul would wither a little. When the lotus flower bloomed halfway, the heavenly thunder flame's body began to sway, as if it was drunk, and its originally solid body became somewhat illusory. Yang Kai felt like his head was going to split open, and he could barely suppress it. He let out a miserable howl. In order to deal with the heavenly thunder flame, he had almost instantly released all of his spiritual energy, just to condense that lotus flower. The effect was gratifying. The heavenly thunder flame seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and had no spare energy to deal with him. A low roar of anger and a painful howl came from the heavenly thunder flame's mouth. The firebird took the opportunity to break free from the several tentacles and opened its mouth wide. The natal artifact refining furnace suddenly appeared. Under the firebird's crazy urging, the artifact refining furnace began to spin, and an amazing suction force came from the mouth of the furnace. The heavenly thunder flame's already swaying body could not resist the pull of this force and gradually floated towards the artifact refining furnace. No! The heavenly thunder flame roared madly, but it was useless. The lotus flower planted in its soul by the blossoming lotus secret technique had consumed more than half of its spiritual energy, and could no longer resist the firebird's attack. It howled miserably. The heavenly thunder flame was sucked into the artifact refining furnace like a wisp of smoke. The firebird turned its head and glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia covered his forehead, looked at each other, and gently nodded, sending an encouraging look. The firebird flapped its wings, turned into a ball of fire, and wrapped the artifact refining furnace, and then sank into the magma below. Their battle was not over yet. The next battle would be inside the artifact refining furnace. But different from before, it would be the firebird's home field. It would definitely have the advantage. Xianxia was unable to interfere. He believed that when the firebird appeared again, it would bring him a pleasant surprise. Turning his head, Xianxia looked around. Xianxia did not remain in place and immediately left, his soul avatar returning to his body. Opening his eyes, Xianxia saw the stone mongoose looking at him with concern. After casting it a reassuring look, Xianxia immediately took out some spirit pills. Stuffing them into his mouth, Xianxia closed his eyes and began refining them. Time passed by. The tearing pain in Xianxia's mind gradually disappeared. With the help of the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, his spiritual energy was restored extremely quickly, and after a day, he was completely fine. Moreover, after this battle, Xianxia found that the strength of his spiritual energy had actually increased. This was good news. A fragrant wind blew from behind, and without turning his head, Xianxia smiled lightly. Congratulations, Senior. Ice Heart Valley is now the dominant force on Scarlet Wave Star. It can be said that you have dominated this star. Congratulations. Luo Li's faint voice came from behind. This queen has no intention of dominating anything. Everything she did was to settle some grievances. If Brilliant Flame Sect is not destroyed, many people from Ice Heart Valley will die in the future. Xianxia nodded lightly. This statement was in line with Luo Li's intentions. But this time it is all thanks to you, young man. If it weren't for you restraining the heavenly thunder flame, my Ice Heart Valley would not have been able to act so smoothly, Luo Li said gratefully. Senior doesn't need to be so polite. Xianxia slowly shook his head. What about those from Brilliant Flame Sect? Those above the Origin Returning Realm were all killed. Those below the Origin Returning Realm who killed Ice Heart Valley's disciples were also killed. As for the others, they were all crippled and released, Luo Li replied. Senior is too kind. You want to say that this queen is too soft-hearted, right? Luo Li smiled lightly. I wouldn't dare. Senior has her reasons for doing so. This junior does not dare criticize, Xianxia said lightly. Luo Li smiled and said, if you want to say it, say it. It's just that Brilliant Flame Sect has tens of thousands of disciples. If I were to kill them all, the heavens would not allow it. Xianxia nodded and no longer said anything. A cultivator should act in accordance with their heart. Luo Li was not a murderous person, so if she really went against her heart and killed all of Brilliant Flame Sect's disciples, it may affect her temperament and be detrimental to her. Although releasing those disciples seemed a bit benevolent, it was in line with Luo Li's heart. Young man Yang, where is the heavenly thunder fire now? Luo Li asked curiously. Xianxia stretched out his hand and pointed to the bottom of the magma. It's still there at the moment, but it won't be long before it disappears. Luo Li's body shook as a look of horror flashed across her beautiful eyes. She naturally knew the ferocity of the heavenly thunder fire, but listening to Xianxia's words, he actually had the means to extinguish it, which was beyond Luo Li's expectations. In her opinion, Xianxia might have the ability to restrain the heavenly thunder fire so that she could deal with Brilliant Flame Sect freely. As such, after dealing with Brilliant Flame Sect's matters, she immediately rushed here to help Xianxia. She had never thought that there would be nothing for her to do here. Young man Yang's means are truly heaven-defying, this queen truly admires you. Luoli sincerely admired him. Even if she took action personally, she wasn't confident she could extinguish the heavenly thunder fire, but Yang Kai seemed to have such ability. Senior is too kind. Since there is nothing to do here, this queen will not stay any longer. Young man, if you have free time, please visit my Ice Heart Valley as a guest. Ice Heart Valley will surely welcome you with open arms. There will be an opportunity, Yang Kai said noncommittally. Luoli didn't hesitate and quickly left. After Luoli left, another person flew down from the volcano's crater and sat down beside Yang Kai, exuding a refreshing cold aura. It was Su Yan. Turning his head, Kai. Yang reached out and grabbed one of her small hands. Holding it in his palm, he gently played with it. Su Yan didn't speak, just wearing a quiet smile on her face as she stared at the tumbling magma in front of her, leaning her head on Yang Kai's shoulder with a look of satisfaction on her face. The senior sister and junior brother pair seemed to have finally had time to enjoy each other's company. Junior brother, where are we going next? After a long while. After a long time, Su Yan asked. Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star? Where is that? Shadowed Star is far, far away, but it is much better than today's Tongxian realm. Although there is a strange world principle suppression there, it is very suitable for the people of Tongxian realm to develop. We have a high heaven sect over there, sitting on a treasure trove. Yang Kai described the beauty of Shadowed Star one by one, causing Su Yan to yearn for it. In the vast star territory, the territory was limitless. It didn't matter where she went as long as she had this man by her side to accompany her. Even if it was the ends of the earth, it would still be his home. At this moment, Su Yan felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The battle between the Firebird and the Heavenly Thunder Flame seemed to have lasted for a very long time. Yang Kai and Su Yan sat at the mouth of the volcano for half a month, but the battle below had yet to decide a winner. On the other hand, Bing Long came and gave Yang Kai a lot of space rings, all of which contained the wealth of Brilliant Flame Sect. Precious ores, herbs, finished artifacts, pills, martial arts books, hundreds of millions of saint crystals, all in one go. The list went on and on. This time, Ice Heart Valley was able to destroy Brilliant Flame Sect in one fell swoop thanks to Yang Kai, so naturally, they didn't dare take all the wealth they had plundered from Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters. After receiving instructions from Luoli, Bing Long personally divided the huge wealth into two, one for Ice Heart Valley while the other for Yang Kai. This was an expression of goodwill from Ice Heart Valley, an attempt to mend the relationship between them. Yang Kai understood this in his heart and naturally did not refuse, quickly accepting the space rings. Now that he had brought tens of thousands of people to Shadowed Star, he needed a lot of cultivation materials. The wealth of Brilliant Flame Sect was enough for the people of Tongxian realm to use for 10 or 20 years. Although Yang Kai did not leave the mouth of the volcano, he could still detect the movements of Ice Heart Valley's people. After Brilliant Flame Sect was destroyed, this Brilliant Flame mountain range became ownerless, and the people of Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts. Obviously, it was not suitable to open a branch here. However, Ice Heart Valley had many affiliated sects, and these days, some of them had moved to Brilliant Flame Mountain Range to reoccupy this treasured land. None of this had anything to do with Yang Kai. To Scarlet Wave Star, he was just a passerby. While waiting, Yang Kai and Su Yan talked about everything that had happened to each other over the past 30 years. Every little thing they talked about made the other party listen with great interest. From time to time, they would meditate and cultivate. The two of them found that when they cultivated together, their cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than when they were alone. The Saint Chi between them flowed endlessly, like a surging river, madly absorbing the surrounding world energy and pouring it into their bodies. Time flew by, and half a month later, the two people who were cultivating seemed to sense something and opened their eyes at the same time to look down. Down below, the roaring magma was actually calming down, and the terrifying heat around them was also decreasing at a noticeable rate. The flowing magma even seemed to be solidifying. It was as if something was absorbing all the heat from this volcanic crater. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he faintly guessed what was happening and began watching expectantly. Half a day later, the situation became more and more obvious. The temperature at the volcanic crater had dropped to its normal state, and even if an ordinary person who had never cultivated came here, they wouldn't feel much discomfort. The roiling magma in front of them had already begun to show signs of solidification. An aura was rapidly rising from the depths below. This aura was familiar to Xianxia, causing a smile to appear at the corners of his mouth. *Xiao, a beam of red light shot out from below, and the firebird, which was about 10 meters long, suddenly floated in midair. Its entire body was a dazzling fiery red, and on its body, purple lightning flashed, exuding a domineering and destructive aura. Xianxia raised his brow as he stared at the firebird in surprise, feeling the powerful aura coming from its body and secretly feeling shocked. The firebird had undoubtedly successfully swallowed the heavenly thunder fire and obtained a soul evolution. After this evolution, the firebird was no longer the same as before. Was it at least 10 times stronger? Xianxia felt a pressure from the firebird that only an origin king could give him. Was the firebird now comparable to an origin king? Xianxia's face lit up with joy. Screech! The firebird raised its head and let out a crisp and clear cry. It seemed to be very excited as well. Immediately, its figure began to spin as it folded its wings, and its entire body underwent an earth-shattering change in a very short time. The other had a fiery figure. A beautiful woman with fluttering red hair suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia was dumbfounded in an instant. Looking around, the beautiful woman who appeared in front of him was simply unbelievably beautiful. Her delicate face was decorated with flawless facial features and slender willowy eyebrows. She had a delicate jade nose and thin, tender red lips that shone with a ruby-like luster, causing one's imagination to run wild. Her seductive collarbones, flat abdomen, delicate navel exposed to the air, and 2 beautiful legs that descended from her thighs. Her snow-white jade-like feet lightly stepped on the void, as if stepping on one's soul. Xianxia suddenly felt a little dizzy. Su Yan was also surprised and covered her mouth with her small hands. Immediately, she seemed to remember something and smiled towards Kaiyang, her eyes filled with deep meaning. You, how did you become like this? Xianxia pointed his finger at the evolved firebird and asked somewhat incoherently. Greetings, master. The firebird suddenly bowed to Xianxia. Her voice was clear. Her voice was very cold, not at all as passionate as her fiery figure and indifferent expression. Moreover, her voice contained a kind of destructive and murderous aura, just like her dark red eyes that burned like flames. Looking through her eyes, Xianxia could even see a strange burning world, one that seemed capable of melting one's soul. You can speak? Xianxia was even more shocked, his mouth wide open. The firebird nodded and thought for a moment before saying, after fusing with that guy, I can speak now. I can already speak. Why? Does master not like me like this? Should I like it? Xianxia's brow furrowed a few times as he caught a glimpse of Su Yan looking at him with interest from the corner of his eyes, causing him to feel a little guilty. Of course. I followed master for many years and felt that master had this kind of fetish, so. Shut up. Xianxia was furious and took a deep breath before turning to look at Su Yan and saying in a serious tone, This is slander, senior sister, please don't take it seriously. Su Yan smiled sweetly and said, Naturally, I believe in junior brother. Then, it's my fault. Firebird thought seriously for a moment before sincerely admitting her mistake. After speaking, she respectfully bowed to Su Yan, Greetings, mistress. Little girl has good eyesight. Xianxia cast a look of approval towards the firebird. Su Yan smiled and stepped forward, taking the firebird's hand and saying, You don't need to be so polite, I can see that you're quite young in your current form, so from now on, let's call each other sisters. And, you followed junior brother for so many years, so you must know what he's been doing all these years. If there's time, let's have a good chat. Master probably doesn't want me to expose him, especially to some women. The firebird frowned and replied with some reluctance. Xianxia's face went as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly found that he still preferred the firebird who had always obeyed him without taking the initiative to speak. Now that the firebird's intelligence had greatly improved and her strength had soared. Why did he always feel like he had lost something? By the way, junior brother, now that she's in human form, does she have a name? Su Yan didn't want to get to the bottom of these trivial matters and suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and turned to the Firebird, do you want to have a name? A strange light flashed across the Firebird's eyes as she quickly said, I asked Master to grant me a name. A name was a code name, only when one was given a name could they be considered a real life form. Let's call her Lu Yan. Yang Kai didn't think much about it. Attractive collarbones, flat abdomen, delicate navel exposed to the air, and 2 beautiful legs. Snow white, jade-white feet lightly stepped on the void, as if stepping on one's soul. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little dizzy. Su Yan also covered her mouth in surprise, but immediately seemed to think of something and smiled sweetly towards Yang Kai, her eyes filled with deep meaning. You, how did you become like this? Yang Kai pointed his finger at the evolved Firebird, somewhat incoherent. Greetings, Master. Firebird suddenly bowed to Yang Kai. Her voice was clear. Her voice was very cold, not at all like the passion of that fiery figure, just like her indifferent expression. Moreover, her voice contained a kind of destructive and murderous aura, just like her dark red eyes that burned like flames. Looking through her eyes, Yang Kai could even see a strange burning world, one that seemed capable of melting one's soul. You can speak? Yang Kai was even more shocked, his mouth wide open. Firebird nodded, thinking for a moment before saying, after fusing with that guy, I can speak now. What's wrong, Master doesn't like me like this? Should I like it? Yang Kai's brow furrowed a few times, glancing at Su Yan from the corner of his eyes and seeing her looking at him with interest, he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Of course. I followed Master for many years and felt that Master had this kind of fetish, so. Shut up. Yang Kai was furious, taking a deep breath, turning to look at Su Yan and saying seriously, this is slander, senior sister, please don't take it seriously. Su Yan smiled sweetly and said, I naturally believe in junior brother. Then, it's my fault. Firebird thought about it seriously for a moment before sincerely admitting her mistake. After she finished speaking, she respectfully bowed to Su Yan, greetings, mistress. This little girl has good eyesight. Yang Kai cast a look of approval towards Firebird. Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled, stepping forward and taking Firebird's hand, you don't need to be so polite. I can see that you're not very old, so we'll call each other sisters from now on. And, you followed junior brother for so many years, so you should know what he's been doing all these years. If there's time, let's have a good chat. Master probably doesn't want me to expose him, especially to some women, Firebird replied with a frown, a somewhat reluctant look on her face. Yang Kai's face went as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly found that he still liked the Firebird who had always obeyed him without taking the initiative to speak. Now that Firebird's intelligence had greatly improved and her strength had soared, why did he always feel like he had lost something? By the way, junior brother, she now has a human body, does she have a name? Su Yan didn't want to get to the bottom of these trivial matters and suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and turned to Firebird, do you want to have a name? Firebird's eyes flashed with a strange light as she quickly said, please grant me a name, Master. A name was a code name, only when one was given a name could they be considered a real life form. Let's call her Lu Yan. Yang Kai didn't think much about it. The pitch-black Origin King grade starship sailed deep into Starry Sky's territory, moving in a certain direction without needing anyone to control it. Inside the starship, only a small number of cultivator monitors the surrounding movements. Yang Kai was not here, but had entered the sealed world bead. This was a journey home. Shadowed Star was the new home of these people from Tongxian realm. It had been a year since they left Scarlet Wave Star, and over the past year, the starship had been sailing safely and smoothly according to the route drawn by Yang Kai. Occasionally, they would encounter some small troubles, but with the help of the crystal cannons, the road ahead was unimpeded. With the tyrannical power of the Origin King grade starship, not many people could afford to provoke it. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai and Xianing Cheng were constantly refining pills, spending a lot of financial and material resources to improve the cultivation of the people from Tongxian realm. The overall strength of the human, monster, and demon clans had skyrocketed, and Saint Realm cultivators could be found everywhere. The top masters of the 3 clans had now reached the 2nd or 3rd order Saint King realm, their strength increasing by leaps and bounds. This was a process of accumulation. The situation of Tongxian Realm and Shadowed Star was different. The former was due to the lack of world energy, which limited the cultivation of cultivators, while the latter was due to the suppression of world principles. Now, inside the small sealed world, the world energy was rich, and the supply of cultivation materials was abundant, so the cultivator from Tongxian Realm could naturally develop and improve their strength. Yang Xiaozhu and the others also explained the mysteries of cultivation to them, so it would be strange if they did not make rapid progress. Every day, the atmosphere inside the sealed world bead was jubilant, and every day, someone would break through their shackles and advance to the next level. Yang Kai gave special treatment to his closest relatives. Everyone had selfish motives. Yang Kai was no exception. His parents, Grand Master, ancestral founder, his martial uncles, the old demon, and so on. All of them were personally refined by Yang Kai, using all kinds of heaven-defying pills to transform their physiques, clear their meridians, and thoroughly enhance their potential and aptitude. At a window on the second floor of a palace, there was a beautiful figure standing by the window. A gentle breeze brushed past, ruffling her hair. She stared blankly at the square in the distance. Her gaze was fixed on a handsome young man. Her gaze was gentle. There was also a trace of nostalgia in the depths of his eyes. Sister Qiu. Suddenly, a shout came from behind her. Qiu Yimeng withdrew her gaze and turned around to see a pair of twin sisters, Hu Jiao and Hu Mei. You've come? Qiu Yimeng smiled slightly and collected her thoughts. Sit down. Hu Jiao looked at her thoughtfully. He looked out of the window again. When he saw the busy figure in the square, he suddenly sighed. It seems like the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. I don't know if I can catch up to him in this lifetime. That's right. The more I cultivate, the more I feel like the distance between us is growing. Hu Mei's expression also dimmed. Qiu Yimeng pursed her lips and smiled. Why are two little sisters so discouraged? The secret art you two cultivate is at least much better than this elder sister's. Now, you both reached the second order Saint King realm while this elder sister has only just entered the Saint King realm. That being said, I heard that he has already reached the third order origin returning realm. Hu Mei showed a worried look. The only ones who can accompany him now are only Su Yan and Su Yan. I don't know how they cultivated, but both of them have already reached the origin returning realm. A few days ago, Xianxia broke through to the second order origin returning realm. Just thinking about it makes me angry. They have their own opportunities. We just need to work hard on our own. Don't try to catch up to him, just don't fall too far behind him. Qiu Yimeng persuaded. Elder sister Qiu's heart is really firm. Hu Jiao looked at Qiu Yimeng with admiration. Qiu Yimeng smiled and said, since we chose to leave Tongxian realm with him, we should have this kind of heart. If we feel despair, we might as well stay on Tongxian realm and become the overlords. What do you think, two little sisters? Hu Jiao and Hu Mei glanced at each other and nodded solemnly. Good, enough with the small talk. Come with me, I have also made an appointment with the other young talents of the monster race and demon race. This time, the younger generation of our three clans will have a good competition. Only through competition can people grow. Qiu Yimeng got up and beckoned to the two women. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei quickly followed. The days inside the sealed world bead were calm and uneventful. Time flew by, and soon, another year had passed. One day, Yang Kai was dual cultivating with Su Yan, their palms pressed together as their saint qi flowed freely through each other's bodies. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he opened his eyes. What's wrong? Su Yan also opened her eyes and asked suspiciously. We seem to have arrived, Yang Kai grinned. Have we finally arrived? Su Yan was also quite happy, it was such a long journey. Shadowed Star is very remote. If it weren't for the Origin King grade starship, we wouldn't have been able to leave. Come with me. Good, call Ning Chang as well. After informing Xianxia, the trio's figures flickered and appeared inside the starship. Immediately, a High Heaven Sect disciple stepped forward and reported, Sect Master, Shadowed Star is up ahead. We've finally arrived home. His expression was one of excitement. Unlike the people from Tongxian realm, he was a disciple of the Haiku family and was born on Shadowed Star. This time, he had been out with Yang Kai for at least 7 or 8 years, so naturally he missed home. Please give us your instructions, sect master. The High Heaven sect disciple respectfully asked for instructions. Go. Yes. The next moment, the starship quickly flew towards the huge cultivation star, and after a quarter of an hour, it entered the atmosphere and the enchanting scenery below immediately entered their eyes. Yang Kai did not let the starship continue to sail and instead took Su Yan and Xianxia away, put the starship into the sealed world bead, and directed his star shuttle to descend. The Origin King grade starship was too ostentatious, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai did not want to expose it to the eyes of the world. Su Yan and Xianxia had just arrived, so when they felt the rich world energy aura here, both of them wore looks of pleasant surprise as they breathed in the air with exaggerated excitement. Junior brother, what city is that down there? It's so big, Xianxia pointed to the city below and asked. This? I'm not too sure, Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly. Although he had spent a lot of time on Shadowed Star, the entire Shadowed Star was simply too big, so he naturally couldn't recognize every city. Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled, no longer making things difficult for Kai Yang. Oh. Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he carefully observed the outline of the city below and laughed. I know where this is. Where is this? This is Heavenly Fate City. Yang Kai pointed down, look over there, do you see a mountain range? When I first came to Shadowed Star, I settled down on Dragon Cave Mountain. Later, this place was besieged by many people and after a great battle, Dragon Cave Mountain was destroyed, so we migrated to the current High Heaven sect. Following the direction of his finger, Su Yan and Xianxia really saw a dilapidated small mountain range. Perhaps because Yang Kai had once stayed here, the two women looked at this mountain range with eyes full of affection. It's really fate, Su Yan said with some emotion. When Yang Kai first came to Shadowed Star, he had landed here, and on his return this time, he had inadvertently come to this place as well. The trajectories of history were amazingly overlapping. It really is fate. Come, follow me down. I know the city lord of Heavenly Fate City, so I can borrow his space array. Yang Kai waved his hand and rushed down. Heavenly Fate City's city lord was Fei Ji too, and if not for his injury causing his cultivation to fall, he would have left Shadowed Star with Yang Kai just like Qian Tong. After so many years, Yang Kai wondered if Fei Ji too's cultivation had recovered. When Yang Kai was still weak, Fei Ji too had taken good care of him, something Yang Kai had always remembered. At that moment, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly appeared somewhere down below. Junior brother, someone is fighting, Su Yan noticed and pointed in a certain direction to Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in the direction she was pointing, but suddenly his expression shook and he came to a stop, his expression becoming strange. How could it be them? Although they were separated by several hundred kilometers, with the strength of Yang Kai's current divine sense, he was able to instantly detect the identity of the two parties involved in this battle. It turned out to be Shadow Moon Hall's disciples Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er. These two were rising stars of Shadow Moon Hall and were famous young talents throughout Shadowed Star. After so many years, the cultivation of these two seemed to have improved greatly, and when they joined forces, they were able to display terrifying combat power far surpassing that of the First Order Origin returning realm. However, the other side they were fighting was even more powerful. There were more than a dozen Origin returning realm masters, and there was even a Third Order Origin returning realm master among them. They had surrounded Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er, not giving them any opportunity to escape. How could it be them? Yang Kai was puzzled. This place was near Heavenly Fate City and was within Shadow Moon Hall's sphere of influence. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er were the future pillars of Shadow Moon Hall. The former was the disciple of the old hall master while the latter was Qian Tong's disciple. Their identities and statuses were extraordinary. Who would dare attack these two in Shadow Moon Hall's sphere of influence? Yang Kai instinctively felt that something was not quite right, as if something big had happened on Shadowed Star during the years he had been away. Junior brother, do you know them? Su Yan asked. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai's face became calm as he led Su Yan and Xianxia over. A few hundred kilometers away, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were fighting a bloody battle, their opponents 5 origin returning realm masters. Even though Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer's combat strength was quite good, they were still outnumbered. On top of that, they seemed to have experienced a lot of battles recently, causing their Saint Qi to be weak and their auras to be somewhat unstable. If it weren't for the moon-like artifact floating above Wei Guchang's head, these enemies would have already swarmed up and killed the two. The moon-like artifact, stimulated by Wei Guchang's secret technique, exuded a soft light that transformed into a myriad of illusions, capable of both attacking and defending. At every critical moment, it saved Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer's lives. Although this moon-like artifact had unfathomable power, Wei Guchang was constantly using it, consuming a lot of energy. During the battle, he had stuffed a number of pills into his mouth, hoping to restore his Saint Qi, but the effect was not as significant as he had imagined. The 5 origin returning realm masters besieging Yang Kai and Dong Xianer were somewhat hesitant to attack, so they didn't directly attack them. Instead, they simply circled around them, consuming their physical strength and Saint Qi, seemingly wanting to capture them alive. Not far away, a 3rd order origin returning realm master stood with his hands behind his back, staring coldly at Wei Guchang as he shouted, "Martial nephew Wei, don't be stubborn, hand over the heavenly moon silver plate and martial uncle will spare your life." Bah! Wei Guchang spat, and although his appearance was extremely distressed, his face was filled with contempt. "Xiali, you used to be an elder of Shadow Moon Hall, but now you're so greedy and afraid of death. Not only did you collude with evil monsters to harm the sect, but now you're willing to become the dog of that bastard, ha ha ha. If you want me to hand over the heavenly moon silver plate, come and get it yourself." Wei Guchang's entire body was bathed in blood, but he still did not change his heroic nature of the past. Xiaoli's expression became cold as murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Wei Guchang's words had undoubtedly poked at his sore spot. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoli did not explode on the spot and instead continued to persuade, "Nephew Wei, you are also a hero of your generation, don't you know that a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in? Today, Shadowed Star is a place where the glory of Shadow Moon Hall and the other great sects is gone forever. Martial uncle sees that you are young and ignorant and does not want to bother with you too much. Hand over the heavenly moon silver plate and you can leave. Otherwise, even if you die, won't you consider Xianer's safety? At such a tender age, if she dies here with you, don't you feel the slightest bit of guilt?" Wei Guchang's expression changed slightly. After the fierce battle, he turned his head to look at Dong Xianer, the blood-red look in his eyes instantly replaced by a touch of tenderness. It was undeniable that Xiaoli was a cunning old fox. With just a few words, he had disintegrated Wei Guchang's momentum. Dong Xianer clenched her silver teeth and shouted, "Brother, don't listen to his crazy words. He is no longer our martial uncle. Xianer can live and die with Big Brother in this life, I can die without regrets. No matter what, I cannot hand over the heavenly moon silver plate. Xianer!" Wei Guchang called out softly. At that moment, Xiaoli's eyes flashed and he, who had been biding his time, suddenly pushed his pure Saint Qi and pointed towards Wei Guchang. A dark ray of light. It shot out from his fingertips and hit Wei Guchang's chest while he was distracted. Wei Guchang's body shook as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His already weakened aura quickly weakened, and he staggered back over 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. "Big Brother!" Dong Xianer was shocked. She let out a mournful cry, like a cuckoo crying blood, causing one to shed tears. A ferocious look flashed across Xiaoli's face as he laughed, "Smelly brat, you dare to fight with this old master? Let's see if you can survive this time. Kill him for me." Despicable. Wei Guchang gnashed his teeth and shouted angrily. Seeing several enemies arrive in front of him, the brilliance of many artifacts and secret techniques blooming and enveloping him, he was unable to use his Saint Qi to defend himself. The full moon-like silver plate that had been suspended above his head also dimmed, unable to play the slightest role. Death was beckoning to him. Strangely, Wei Guchang's expression softened at this moment, but he finally glanced in the direction of Dong Xianer, his eyes filled with guilt and distress. Behind Dong Xianer, 2 other origin returning realm cultivator bombarded her back with violent attacks. Dong Xianer smiled at him, and the whole world suddenly became bright and colorful. Before death arrived, the two did not speak, just a simple exchange of glances, and they knew that each other was satisfied. They were not born in the same year, month, and day, but they could die in the same year, month, and day. What else could they ask for? Wei Guchang stretched out his hand to grab Dong Xian'er, and Dong Xian'er also stretched out her jade-white hand. The two hands clasped mid-air, as if their bodies and minds had become one. Immediately, the two hugged each other tightly, closed their eyes, and waited for death to arrive. The horrified screams of the enemies echoed in his ears. There was a violent energy fluctuation and the sound of bones breaking. The expected death didn't come as expected. Wei Guchang frowned and opened his eyes suspiciously, only to see a familiar face standing next to him, looking at him with a smile. Wei Guchang was stunned, his eyes widening in an instant, as if he could not believe what he was seeing. Rubbing his eyes hard to confirm that the person in front of him was not an illusion, Wei Guchang cried out, "Brother Yang." The person standing next to him was Yang Kai. Wei Guchang's heart pounded wildly. Yang Kai had left Shadowed Star long ago for the vast star territory, something Wei Guchang knew. Because he had heard Fei Zhitu mention this more than once, and every time he did, Fei Zhitu would wear a look of regret and regret. If his cultivation had not fallen, he could have left Shadowed Star with Yang Kai and experienced the wonders and wonders of the star territory. But at that critical juncture, something happened to him and his cultivation fell. In the end, from the Shadow Moon Hall, only Qian Tong left with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had been gone for 7 or 8 years without any news from him, so no one knew whether they were safe in the star territory or not. But today, at this critical juncture, Yang Kai had magically appeared and saved his brother and sister's lives. Since Yang Kai had returned, what about Elder Qian? Wei Guchang hurriedly turned his head to look around, but apart from discovering 2 unknown but astonishingly beautiful women, he did not see any trace of Elder Qian. Wei Guchang's heart sank. Elder Qian is fine, Brother Wei need not worry. Yang Kai saw his expression and knew what he was thinking, quickly comforting him. It's been many years since we last met, Brother Wei, and you're still as elegant as ever. Hearing Yang Kai's teasing, Wei Guchang grinned, the blood at the corner of his mouth making him look even more ferocious. Brother Yang, are you making fun of this Wei? I wouldn't dare. Brother, let go of me first. Dong Xian'er's voice reached Wei Guchang's ears like an ant. Startled, Wei Guchang remembered that he was still holding Dong Xian'er tightly and had not let go even now. The soft body in his arms was rapidly heating up, and the fragrant breath in his ear made Wei Guchang feel inexplicably restless, but the fullness of her chest made him even more reluctant to let go. Brother and sister, although they had been deeply in love with each other for a long time, the two had not done anything too intimate for so many years. This time, if it were not for the fact that they were in a life-and-death crisis, they would not have been able to do this. Gently letting go of Dong Xian'er, Wei Guchang scratched his head. I've made a fool of myself in front of Brother Yang. Dong Xian'er stood to the side with a red face and lowered head, not saying a word. Su Yan and Xiaoning Cheng looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Brother Wei and Miss Dong are true friends in times of need. This Yang is very moved. How could he make a fool of himself? Yang Kai said seriously, then raised his eyes and looked forward, lightly saying, what's going on? I've been gone for so many years, but something big seems to have happened in Shadow Moon Hall. Hearing this, Wei Guchang's expression became cold. It's not just Shadow Moon Hall, all of Shadowed Star has been turned upside down. It's hard to explain in a short time, but this person was one of the elders of Shadow Moon Hall and held great power in his hands, but now he has surrendered to the enemy and is committing all kinds of crimes. He even killed the old temple master and imprisoned City Lord Fei. Killed the old temple master and imprisoned City Lord Fei? Yang Kai looked shocked. Yes. Little beast, so it was you. Opposite him, Xiali stared at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression, his eyes full of hatred, as if Yang Kai had some kind of irreconcilable grudge against him, throwing his head back and laughing wildly. This old master has searched high and low for you for so many years only to find you by chance. This old master has been looking for you for so many years, but now you've delivered yourself to his doorstep. Good, very good, today this old master will kill you and avenge my dead child. Do you know me? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Xiali roared, nearly 10 years ago, Xia Hong died at your hands, do you still remember him? Xia Hong? Yang Kai frowned, but immediately remembered, you mean the Xia family's young master who led his men to attack me in the Luyan desert? Yes. So, you are Xia Hong's father, Xia Li? Yang Kai understood the other party's identity. It is this old master. Today is the day I take revenge for my dead child. Little bastard, do you have anything to say? Xia Li gnashed his teeth and roared, his eyes turning red like a mad beast, causing those around him to shudder. Yang Kai sneered, Xia Hong's death is entirely his own fault, he can't blame anyone else. You murderer, you actually dare to twist words and force logic? Good, since you say so, you can only blame yourself for dying today, you can't blame anyone else, Xia Li shouted hysterically. Yang Kai sneered and shook his head, old man, you're wrong, I won't die today, the one who will die will be you. Xia Li laughed, ignorant brat, you think this old master will listen to your nonsense? Whether you listen or not has nothing to do with me. Forget it, since this is a matter of the Shadow Moon Hall, it's not good for me to intervene, so I'll let Elder Qian clean up the house. Yang Kai didn't want to waste time with Xia Li anymore, so he communicated with the sealed world bead. With his divine sense and informed Qian Tong, then reached out and pointed forward. Elder Qian. Wei Guchang heard this and looked around with a happy expression, where is Elder Qian? Is my master also here? Dong Xianer also looked surprised. He is. Yang Kai grinned and a mysterious power burst out from his fingertips, gradually forming a vortex in front of him. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer's eyes were attracted, nervously and expectantly watching as an old figure walked out of the vortex. Qian Tong. What is this? Xia Li's expression changed slightly as he stared at the strange vortex, unable to understand how Qian Tong came out of it. The vortex seemed to be connected to another world, making him unable to understand it. But soon, his eyes focused on Qian Tong, his face full of fear. As the great elder of Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong had great prestige in Shadow Moon Hall for many years. The old hall master was in retreat all year round in order to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm, so in Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong was almost equivalent to half a hall master. Coupled with his extremely high cultivation, Xiachen had always been very wary of him. Now that he saw Qian Tong appear, Xiachen instinctively took a few steps back, a look of fear on his face. But soon, he stopped moving with a ruthless look on his face. Yes, 10 years ago, he was indeed not Qian Tong's opponent. After all, he was a minor realm below him in terms of cultivation, but now. He dispelled the deep-rooted fear of Qian Tong in his heart and replaced it with eagerness. Oh, we're home? Qian Tong walked out of the vortex and saw Heavenly Fate City not far away at a glance. He laughed and said, we're finally home. This old master was too bored staying in that damned place. Although the sealed world bead was peaceful and rich in world energy, there was still something missing, making Qian Tong feel uncomfortable. Now that he was back in Heavenly Fate City, Qian Tong was in a good mood. Good, good, good. Xianer, I haven't seen you for many years. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit. You're actually about to break through to the second-order origin returning realm. How did you get hurt? Qian Tong's face sank and a thunderous anger appeared on his face. Who hurt you? He was still aware of the current situation. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer both stared at Qian Tong in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. After a while, the two knelt down at Qian Tong's feet. Elder Qian. Disciple failed to protect Shadow Moon Hall. Please punish me, Elder. Wei Guchang pressed his forehead to the ground and shouted in a trembling voice. Master, please punish me. Dong Xianer also knelt on the ground, sobbing softly. Even in the face of an enemy several times stronger than himself, even in the face of death. The brother and sister didn't even frown. But now, when they saw Qian Tong, their firm will finally crumbled. They were like children who had been wronged and saw their parents. Qian Tong also realized something was wrong at this moment and swept his eyes around coldly. Wei Wei's gaze paused on Xiachen. She had a vague guess, but she did not pursue the matter immediately. She raised her hand and helped Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer up. She said in a low voice, get up and talk. Shadow Moon Hall, what happened? Qian Tong's face was calm. However, it was like the eve before a storm, causing an inexplicably oppressive atmosphere to appear in this world. The Shadow Moon Hall has been destroyed. Wei Gucheng replied bitterly. Destroyed? Qian Tong's face sank. Who did it? Tell me in detail. Yes. Wei Gucheng nodded respectfully. He then explained the changes that happened in the Shadow Moon Hall one by one. 2 years ago, a great change suddenly occurred on Shadowed Star. A mysterious force emerged and crazily suppressed all the great sects and families on Shadowed Star. Anyone who did not submit would be killed. For a time, all of Shadowed Star was in a reign of terror. Countless cities were reduced to ruins overnight. Hundreds of millions of lives perished. Whales filled the world as corpses piled up into mountains. Blood flowed freely. Soon, the claws of that mysterious force reached out to Shadow Moon Hall. In the face of such a powerful force, the leaders of Shadow Moon Hall did not know what to do. Shadow Moon Hall was divided into 2 factions. This was revealed when Qian Tong was still on Shadowed Star. In the face of a crisis, this division became even more serious. In the end, the pro-surrender faction led by Xianxia emerged victorious. Xianxia and the others launched a sneak attack on the old temple master and some of the leaders of the pro-war faction, causing Shadow Moon Hall to suffer heavy casualties and fall apart. Overnight, Shadow Moon Hall changed owners. Xianxia became the new temple master of Shadow Moon Hall and submitted to the mysterious force. The high-level cultivator who supported Qian Tong in the past was almost completely exterminated. Fei Ji too, who was in Heavenly Fate City, was also imprisoned. Only a few elites managed to escape from Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Gucheng and Dong Xian'er were called by the old temple master the night before the incident. The old temple master told them to take the sect's hallowed treasure, the Heavenly Moon silver plate, and leave Shadow Moon Hall. Over the past 2 years, the two of them had been hiding their identities and running around, living an extremely difficult life. The reason why they appeared near Heavenly Fate City this time was to rescue Fei Ji. Tuesday Xianxia sent out news that Fei Ji too, who refused to submit, would be beheaded in Heavenly Fate City today as a warning to others, so Wei Gucheng and Dong Xian'er had no choice but to appear. Even if they knew that this was a trap, the two of them jumped in without hesitation. The old temple master is dead. Old Fei is imprisoned? Qian Tong's face was as gloomy as a dark cloud, and anyone could clearly feel his towering anger. What about High Heaven Sect? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Shadow Moon Hall suffered such a disaster, but did High Heaven Sect not help? If High Heaven Sect really didn't help, then he would be too disappointed. When Yang Kai was in trouble, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too had helped him a lot. The reason why Fei Ji too's cultivation had fallen was also related to Yang Kai. But thinking about it carefully, High Heaven Sect had Yi Shiyun in charge, and with Yi Shiyun's temperament, it was impossible for her to sit back and do nothing. High Heaven Sect has reinforcements. Many of the disciples who escaped from Shadow Moon Hall have been taken into High Heaven Sect to take refuge. Moreover, Great Elder Yi has also sent a number of third-order origin returning realm masters, but what? But they were not their opponent, and several of them died, so they had no choice but to return, Wei Gucheng said sadly. What? Yang Kai was shocked. Even Qian Tong had a look of disbelief on his face. The origin returning realm masters dispatched by High Heaven Sect were definitely masters from Star Emperor Mountain, so how could they not be their opponent, and several of them even died? It was impossible for Shadow Moon Hall to be so powerful. Corpse Spirit Religion has countless masters, and it is rumored that they even have an Origin King realm master. High Heaven Sect's disciples were killed by one of their Origin Kings, Wei Gucheng explained. Corpse Spirit Religion was the name of the mysterious force that had just risen. Impossible. Qian Tong had a look of disbelief. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. Origin Kings had appeared on Shadowed Star? And 4 of them at once? How was this possible? This place was suppressed by the mysterious world principles, so no Origin King realm masters had been born here for tens of thousands of years. If not for this, Qian Tong and the others would not have followed Yang Kai on this voyage. But now, Wei Gucheng was actually telling them that 4 Origin Kings had appeared on Shadowed Star. None of them could accept this. Disciple has only heard rumors, so Disciple does not know the real situation, Wei Gucheng's expression dimmed, but suddenly, as if remembering something, he said again, right. Great Elder Yi should be clear about this. What do you mean? Yang Kai's expression changed. It is rumored that Great Elder Yi once encountered two of these four masters, and after a fierce battle, she was seriously injured and returned to High Heaven Sect, where she is still recuperating. Yi Shiyun was seriously injured. This was extremely bad news. However, Yang Kai and Qian Tong glanced at each other and inferred some useful information. The four masters and the rumors. They should not be origin kings. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Yi Shiyun to escape. And escaped from two of them. As long as one of them took action, Yi Shiyun would have been easily killed. But in fact, Yi Shiyun had only escaped with serious injuries. However, the strength of the other party was indeed not to be underestimated. Yi Shiyun's cultivation had reached the limit of the origin returning realm, and if it were not for her being unwilling to leave Shadowed Star, she would likely have been an origin king by now. The other party only dispatched two masters to injure Yi Shiyun, so it seemed that they were masters on the same level as Yi Shiyun, perhaps even stronger. The expressions of Yang Kai and Qian Tong fluctuated as they quietly digested the information Wei Gucheng conveyed. Unexpectedly, after 7 or 8 years, such a huge change had occurred on Shadowed Star. What the hell was this corpse spirit religion? Why had it been so obscure before? Why had it suddenly appeared? Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about High Heaven Sect. Today, High Heaven Sect can be regarded as the last pure land on Shadowed Star. Although it is heavily surrounded, no one can attack it. Wei Gucheng saw Yang Kai's expression turn ugly and quickly comforted him. I know that, Yang Kai nodded. Regarding the safety of High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai was not worried. Outside High Heaven Sect, there were 3 blazing flame rings, each of which was an emperor artifact. Even if an origin king realm master came in person, it would be impossible for them to break through the defenses of the 3 blazing flame rings. Many people who are unwilling to submit want to escape to High Heaven Sect, but Wei Gucheng sighed. He and Dong Xin'er also wanted to enter High Heaven Sect, but unfortunately, there were too many enemies on the periphery and they had no chance at all. For the past 2 years, they had been forced to hide here and there, living a very difficult life. Are you done chatting? Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from the side. Xie Chen. He had been watching coldly from the sidelines, not attacking or stopping Wei Gucheng from divulging information, but now he suddenly spoke. Qian Tong turned his head and looked at him with a cold expression and sharp gaze. Xie Chen's heart jumped, but he forced himself to calm down and sneered, Great Elder Qian, long time no see. Xie Chen. Qian Tong took a deep breath. It seems that this old master was too merciful back then. I thought that since we were both from Shadow Moon Hall, killing each other would only weaken Shadow Moon Hall, so when the Xie family rebelled, this old master let you go. But I never thought that my past mercy would lead to today's misfortune. This old master will not be able to absolve himself from the blame even if he dies 10,000 times. Ha ha ha. Xie Chen laughed wildly, Qian Tong, you're about to die, yet you still dare to spout nonsense. Who do you think you are? Yes, you did make this old master fear you back then, and you also had the ability to kill me. But since you didn't do so, you no longer have the chance. Today, this old master is also a third-order origin returning realm master and Shadow Moon Hall's temple master. You are no longer my opponent. Qian Tong, out of consideration for your great contributions to Shadow Moon Hall, this temple master can spare your life. As long as you are willing to submit to corpse spirit religion, this temple master will restore your position as great elder. Qian Tong looked at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a clown, the sarcasm and contempt in his eyes obvious. Yang Kai was also amused by Xie Chen. Xie Chen was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator who had just broken through a few years ago, yet he dared to challenge the current Qian Tong. It seemed that he really didn't know how to write the word death. Seeing Qian Tong not speaking, Xie Chen thought he was afraid, so he became even more arrogant and shouted, Qian Tong, a wise man submits to circumstances. Corpse spirit religion has 4 origin kings and will soon unify Shadowed Star. Don't be stubborn, as long as you are willing to submit, this temple master can put in a few good words for you. With your cultivation, you will be valued no less than this temple master's. Qiantong let out a long sigh, his tone bleak as he glanced over at Xia. Chen faintly, you said that corpse spirit religion has 4 origin king realm masters? Yes. Xiachen grinned meaningfully and nodded. Do you know what the origin king realm is? The origin king realm. Xiachen paused for a moment as a look of confusion appeared on his face. This realm had been passed down on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years, and the world only knew that it was a realm higher than the origin returning realm, but when Xiachen really spoke about it, he didn't know how to describe it. After all, he had never seen it before. Unable to help becoming angry out of shame, Xiachen roared, do you know? Qiantong looked at him faintly and did not speak, then stretched out his hand towards Xiachen, grasped the air lightly, and withdrew it. Xiachen instinctively stepped back and pushed his Saint Qi to form a protective barrier, but the storm of attacks did not reach him and there was not even a single scar on his body. He also did not notice any trace of Saint Qi surging from Qiantong's body. Qiantong, you dare fool this temple master? Xiachen flew into a rage, his face alternating between red and blue, you're dead. Since you and I both came from Shadow Moon Hall, this temple master did not want to kill you, but since you don't put this temple master in your eyes, no one can save you today. Kill him. Xiachen roared his last sentence at his subordinates. When Yang Kai saved Wei Gucheng earlier, he keenly noticed that these people were all from Shadow Moon Hall. Before he figured out the truth of the situation, he didn't kill them. All he did was shake them away from Wei Gucheng. These people were fine, and now they had all recovered. Hearing Xiachen's order, the group of 6 or 7 origin returning realm masters hesitated. Xiachen was afraid of Qiantong, but so were they. Although everyone's strength had increased after joining the corpse spirit religion, Qiantong's prestige was deeply rooted in their hearts. At this time, it was impossible for them to make a move against Qiantong. They were undoubtedly very nervous. Palace Master, you. Suddenly, a middle-aged man seemed to have discovered something shocking. He pointed at Xiachen in horror and shouted loudly. The others looked in the direction he was pointing and couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Horror appeared in their eyes and they couldn't help but pull away from Xiachen, avoiding him as if he was the plague. What's wrong? Xiachen was still a little slow to react. When he looked down, his expression changed drastically and he cried out in horror, what's going on? He suddenly discovered that his arms were filled with energy. At the base of his legs, there was a wave of energy running rampant. This energy could be seen with the naked eye, but there was not the slightest fluctuation. This energy was like a locust that tore a small hole in Xiachen's body and drilled into it. Throughout this process, Xiachen didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Xiachen felt his hair stand on end. He felt a chill run down his spine, almost causing the soles of his feet to cramp. Pung pung pung, 4 explosions rang out and blood splashed everywhere. Xiachen's hands and feet exploded into a bloody mist. Only his short upper body remained as it crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. Xiachen's expression twisted. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The traders of Shadow Moon Hall also looked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Their expressions changed drastically. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This is a nightmare. Xiachen roared like a wounded beast. Without his hands and feet, he looked both comical and miserable, as if he had suffered some kind of cruel torture. This palace master is a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. No one can do this except for an origin king. This palace master doesn't believe it. Xiachen had obviously suffered a huge blow and looked like he had gone mad. As soon as he spoke these words, his entire body froze. Staring at Qiantong in a daze, fear finally filling the depths of his eyes as he muttered, Origin King realm, you're already an origin king? If Qiantong was not an origin king, it would have been impossible for him to be reduced to this state with just a wave of his hand. If Qiantong was not an origin king, Xiachen would definitely have been able to fight back. You're not too stupid. Qiantong said indifferently. What? Great Elder is already an origin king? Wei Gucheng was stunned. Dong Xian'er covered her mouth with her small hands, and her beautiful eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. Like a drowning person who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw, her originally dim eyes once again shone with light. Origin King Realm. Had Honored Master actually reached the legendary realm that had existed on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years? If this was the case, then the Shadow Moon Hall could be saved. Dong Xian'er's tender body trembled as tears overflowed from her beautiful eyes. At this moment, she thought of all her brothers and sisters who had died tragically in front of her. All of you should be able to rest in peace now. Honored Master has now reached the Origin King realm and will soon be able to avenge all of you by killing all those murderers and giving you justice. Putong, the several Origin returning realm traders in the Shadow Moon Hall knelt on the ground, all of them staring at Qiantong in horror, constantly kowtowing and begging for mercy. Great Elder, this subordinate was wrong, this subordinate knows his wrongs, this subordinate asks Great Elder to spare this subordinate's life. Great Elder, this subordinate was forced to do this. This subordinate's wife and daughter are in the hands of those bastards. This subordinate had no choice but to collude with them, this subordinate asks for Great Elder's judgment. Great Elder, please spare our lives. Let us live. Great Elder is merciful, please let us go. Qiantong looked at them with disgust and hatred before taking a deep breath and asking, Xian'er, have they ever killed any of my Shadow Moon Hall's loyalists? Yes. Wei Gucheng's eyes were burning with anger as he replied in a deep voice. Vicious enemies were not hateful, what was hateful were these traitors who aided the tyrant in his evil deeds. Wei Gucheng had seen these traitors kill his former compatriots more than once. Good. Qiantong's clothes fluttered without any wind as his monstrous anger spread out like a tsunami, completely drowning the traitors in the Shadow Moon Hall. Since you've already killed them, there's nothing left to say. Saying so, Qiantong stretched out his hand and pointed at these traitors. Silently, these traitors froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning. Everyone's face showed a pained look, as if they were enduring some unbearable torture. A moment later, boom boom boom. Loud noises rang out, and without exception, the traitors all exploded and died. Their souls were destroyed. The only one left was Xiachen, who had lost all his limbs, his meridians shattered, and his cultivation crippled. Kill me! Kill me! Xiachen roared in a low voice. In his current state, he would rather die. After cultivating for nearly 100 years, Xiachen was met with such retribution because of a single mistake. Killing you is letting you off too easily. Qiantong was unmoved. With a wave of his hand, he stopped the blood from flowing from Xiachen's wound. He reached out and lifted him up, taking large strides towards Sky Fortune City. Xian'er, come with this old man to save your martial Uncle Fei. Wei Gucheng and Dong Xian'er looked at each other and followed excitedly. They knew that Qiantong was truly angry this time. Otherwise, with his past temperament, he would never have acted so viciously. Killing someone was nothing more than a simple matter, but he had forcibly saved Xiachen's life and used pain and fear to torture his body and mind. It seemed that Qiantong was going to make a big fuss this time. Let's go and take a look, Yang Kai called out to Su Yan and Xiaoning Chang. I owe a debt of gratitude to City Lord Fei. Since he is Junior Brother's benefactor, we must save him, the two women replied in unison. Inside Sky Fortune City, security was tight. There was a sentry every 3 steps and a guard every 5, as if they were guarding against something. And in a certain square inside Sky Fortune City, Fei Zhitu's hair was disheveled, his body was shackled, and his hands and feet were heavily shackled. He looked terrible, and there were no energy fluctuations coming from his body. It was unknown whether he had been sealed or his cultivation had been crippled. But even though he was down and out, he still stood straight. Around the square, countless residents of Sky Fortune City had gathered. These people were all looking up at Fei Zhitu standing on a high platform, their expressions filled with grief and indignation. Fei Zhitu had been Sky Fortune City's city lord for many years, and although he had not done a perfect job, he had still been able to empathize with the people and protect the safety of Sky Fortune City. But ever since Corpse Spirit religion took over, Sky Fortune City had been in complete chaos. Countless children had disappeared inexplicably, and countless beautiful girls had been abducted. As long as the people of Sky Fortune City showed any signs of resistance, they would immediately be punished and suppressed. Compared to the days when Fei Jitu was the city lord, life now was simply torture in hell. So, they missed the days of those days very much. However, today was the day Fei Jitu would be beheaded in public. Corpse Spirit Religion wanted to use this to warn all of Shadowed Star how miserable the fate of those who resisted would be. Not far from the high platform where Fei Jitu was standing, there were several high-ranking members of Shadow Moon Hall. In the past, Fei Jitu had some dealings with them and even called Fei Jitu brothers, but now, they were gathered around a young man in a purple robe who looked very luxurious, fawning over him. This young man was not very old, only about 17 or 18 years old, but his face was abnormally pale and there was a faint cold aura around him that made people feel very uncomfortable. If one got close enough, one could even smell a faint rancid smell coming from his body. At this moment, he was sitting under the scorching sun and seemed to be a little irritated. From time to time, he would look up at the sun in the sky and curse under his breath. One of the high-ranking traders of Shadow Moon Hall noticed this and immediately waved his hand, "Bring in the blood food." As soon as he gave the order, a Saint King Realm cultivator rushed over from nearby. This cultivator carried a child in his hand and rushed to the high platform in a single step. The child that was brought up was only around 2 to 3 years old. He was fair and chubby, as if he was carved from jade. He looked very cute. However, being treated so rudely, the child naturally cried and screamed, waving his arms and legs in the air. In the crowd below, there was a man about 30 years old. After hearing the child's cries, he suddenly trembled and looked at the child with trembling eyes, calling out in a shrill voice, "My child." This 3-year-old child was his flesh and blood. A few days ago, he had inexplicably disappeared from his home and he didn't know who had abducted his child. Only today did he realize that the one who had abducted his flesh and blood turned out to be someone from Shadow Moon Hall. So, the rumors are true? During this period of time, many children under 5 years of age within Heavenly Fortune City, as well as many young and beautiful girls, had mysteriously disappeared. Their families had searched everywhere for them, but unfortunately, they hadn't been able to find anything. Everyone privately speculated that this was the work of Shadow Moon Hall. After all, in this small piece of land, only Shadow Moon Hall had the ability and strength to do so. But guesses were just guesses as they did not have any proof. Moreover, the Shadow Moon Palace of today was no longer the Shadow Moon Palace of the past. They did not dare to question the Shadow Moon Palace but could only grit their teeth and swallow it down, as they silently shed tears. Now, his child had suddenly appeared in front of him. Naturally, the man was very excited and hurriedly rushed forward. His cultivation wasn't high, only a 3rd-order transcendent. He hadn't even reached the Saint Realm yet. Normally, he would never dare to act presumptuously in front of the masters of Shadow Moon Hall, but now that he loved his child so much, he couldn't care less. His figure leapt up and flew up into the air. Straight towards the high platform. Impudence! A loud shout rang out and a stream of light flashed. The man who was in the air let out a muffled groan as a bloody hole appeared in his chest. When he fell to the ground, he was already a corpse. An uproar broke out as the surrounding crowd trembled with fear. Their eyes were filled with fear. In front of Master Feng, you dare act so presumptuously? Kill 100 of them, shouted the cultivator who had attacked earlier. The residents of Sky Fortune City all had expressions of grief and indignation, but none of them dared to speak. At this time, the 3-year-old child had already been sent in front of the youth surnamed Feng. The young man looked the child up and down with a satisfied expression. He waved his hand gently. Immediately, a young woman with heavy makeup walked out from behind her. Twisting her snake-like waist, the corner of her mouth held a cold and seductive smile. "What are you guys trying to do?" Fei Jitu suddenly asked. He stood on the high platform, and although he couldn't use his own strength, he still stared sharply at the young man. The young man curled his lips and did not reply. He clearly believed that a prisoner like Fei Jitu did not have the qualifications to speak to him. On the other hand, the trader from the Shadow Moon Hall chuckled, "Brother Fei, it's better if you don't talk so much. It's not bad to quietly enjoy the last moments of my life." After mocking and ridiculing, the trader no longer paid attention to Fei Jitu's. The young woman came in front of the child and reached out to grab the child's tender wrist. She stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips, looking extremely seductive. She lightly opened her red lips and smiled, very tender blood food, I'm sure master will be satisfied. Do it. The youth surnamed Feng was non-committal. The young woman nodded and flicked her wrist. Suddenly, a cold gleaming dagger appeared. She gently cut the child's wrist, and dark red blood immediately flowed out from the wound. The young woman's other hand had a glass bottle. She placed it under the child's wrist and caught the blood that flowed out. Drip, drip. The sound of blood sputtering and the child's mournful cries affected everyone's heart. The onlookers were filled with righteous indignation, their eyes spitting fire. You are all heartless. You will all die a horrible death. Fei Ji roared and struggled to rush over to save the child, but before he could take 2 steps, he was knocked to the ground by a cultivator on the high platform and was ruthlessly kicked a few times. The youth surnamed Feng coldly glanced at Fei Ji and sneered, what right does a loser have to speak to me? But don't worry, this is only the beginning of your life. After I cut off your head, this king will grant you a new life. His words were inexplicable and many people did not understand, but to Fei Ji they were no less than the voice of a demon. He prostrated himself on the ground and roared with his head raised, Fang Fengqi, I won't let you go even if I die. The youth sneered, when you become a member of my corpse spirit clan, you won't think like this. At that time, you will also have the right to enjoy this kind of blood. As he spoke, he took the glass bottle filled with fresh blood from the young woman's hand. He placed it under his nose and sniffed it. An intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Then, he raised his head and drank the cup of warm blood in one gulp. The onlookers were all shocked. Countless pairs of eyes stared blankly at the trace of blood at the corner of Fang Fengqi's mouth. Everyone froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning. This person actually drank blood? Also, what kind of strange creature was the corpse spirit clan he spoke of? The scene in front of them was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Fang Fengqi was undoubtedly the incarnation of a demon in the eyes of the crowd, the source of evil. Many people did not even have the courage to look at him. Fei Ji body trembled, and his eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. He stared at Fang Fengqi as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. It tastes good. Fang Fengqi stretched out his hand and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. The coquettishly dressed young woman knelt in front of him, stuck out her scarlet tongue, and sucked his finger clean of blood. A strange, heart-tugging moan came from her throat. The child who had been drained of blood looked dispirited at this moment. He did not have the strength to cry, and his little face was pale. He was taken away by the Saint King. Realm Cultivator. Although his life was not in danger, suffering such a disaster at the age of 3 was bound to leave a shadow in his heart. Perhaps it would accompany him for the rest of his life and could not be erased. Okay, the time has come. Fei Ji, prepare to welcome your new life. This is a special treatment given to you by the religion master, you must be grateful. Fang Fengqi stood up. After drinking a bottle of blood, an abnormal blush appeared on his originally pale face and he exuded an extremely powerful aura. Fei Ji laughed, Fei Ji swear that even if I become an evil spirit in the future, I will kill all of you. I will also kill all of you bastards. Remember this. His eyes swept over the traitors in the Shadow Moon Hall one by one. Everyone who caught his eye trembled in fear, their faces ugly. Well said. A warm and angry voice suddenly came from the void, extremely abrupt. Who? Fang Fengqi's face changed greatly. He quickly looked up at the sky. He instinctively had a bad feeling. The strength of this person seemed to be extremely high, actually invading right under his nose without him noticing. Fang Fengqi was already a third-order origin returning realm master, so being able to escape his detection meant that this person's strength had reached the peak of the third order. This is... Fei Ji was stunned for a moment, but soon he began to laugh wildly. He already recognized it. The one who spoke just now was Qian Tong. In the void, a figure flickered and Qian Tong appeared. Great Elder. The traitors in the Shadow Moon Hall all showed looks of horror as they cried out in horror. Very good, you still have me, your Great Elder, in your eyes. Qian Tong swept his gaze down lightly, making the traitors feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. Two streams of light quickly flew over. It was Wei Guchang and Dong Shan'er who had followed closely behind Xian Tong. They saw the distressed Fei Ji2 at a glance and immediately shouted, "Martial Uncle Fei! Chang'er, Xian'er!" Fei Ji2 looked at the two rising stars of the Shadow Moon Hall and sighed heavily. During this time, he had been unable to contact Wei Guchang and Dong Shan'er, so he didn't know how they were doing. Now that he saw that they were unharmed, he naturally felt relieved. "Go and rescue your martial Uncle Fei," Xian Tong ordered. "Yes." Wei Guchang and Dong Shan'er quickly rushed down to the high platform. The cultivator responsible for guarding Fei Ji2 was at a loss for what to do. He didn't know how to deal with this situation. Just as he was at a loss, Wei Guchang sent him flying with a kick. Scram! "Wei Guchang, how dare you be so impudent in front of Master Feng?" Someone immediately reprimanded loudly. Wei Guchang laughed coldly. While guarding Dong Shan'er as he untied Fei Ji2, he looked down on the person who shouted, "Yuan Qi. I, Wei Guchang, have always respected you, but I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Not only did you become the enemy's lackey, you even tried to harm martial Uncle Fei. Good, very good. Today is the day you die." The cultivator called Yuan Qi's face turned green and red at Wei Guchang's words. He retorted, "What do you know? Don't spout nonsense." Wei Guchang seemed to want to say something, but Qian Tong said calmly, "Don't waste your breath on them. There's nothing to say to the dead." Wei Guchang thought about it seriously and nodded. Great Elder is right. Yuan Qi was furious. Suddenly, he saw something in Qian Tong's hand. He looked at it carefully and his expression changed. Hall Master? It was only now that he realized that the thing in Qian Tong's hand was actually Xie Chen. Xie Chen had lost both his hands and legs. Furthermore, he wasn't dead yet. His expression was one of pain, as if his heart was being bitten by 10,000 ants. He looked extremely miserable. Hearing him say this, the others finally reacted. Seeing Xie Chen's miserable end, it was as if it was foreshadowing their own futures. They couldn't help but feel their hands and feet go cold. They all quietly moved closer to Feng Fengqi, as if they were looking for some sense of security. Qian Tong casually threw Xie Chen's upper body onto the high platform and said calmly, "I don't want to stain my hands with too much blood from my fellow disciples. I'll give you all a chance. Kill yourselves." Everyone's body trembled. Old Ghost Qian. Don't you think you're exaggerating? It's more important for us to leave this place as soon as possible. Fei Ji2 shouted anxiously. Qian Tong was indeed powerful, but there were too many enemies here. He didn't think that Qian Tong could handle them all. If Qian Tong died here, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Not only did Fei Ji2 think so, but so did the Shadow Moon Hall elders who had surrendered to corpse spirit religion. All of them stared at Qian Tong strangely, as if they were looking at a young man who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Feng Fengqi laughed, "Old dog, you talk big, do you think you're an origin king?" Qian Tong still looked indifferent and did not intend to answer him, instead focusing his attention on the traders of Shadow Moon Hall. To the side, Wei Guchang looked excited and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he held back. Yang Kai wanted to announce loudly that Great Elder had really reached the Origin King realm. He wanted to see what kind of reaction these fence-sitters would have when they heard this shocking news. It would definitely be wonderful, right? However, since Great Elder did not want to answer, why should he be in such a hurry to jump out? Once they witnessed the Great Elder's godly methods, they would understand how ridiculously wrong they were. On the high platform, Qian Tong said in a bleak tone, "I'll give you 30 breaths to think about it. After 30 breaths, this old master will act personally." "Great Elder, don't go too far. Old Ghost Qian, aren't you looking down on us too much? So what if you're the former Great Elder? Even ants drag out their lives, how can we commit suicide? If you want our lives, come and take them yourself." "That's right, Qian Tong, if you try to kill us here today, don't blame us for being impolite." The group of people shouted aggressively, mainly because Qian Tong's calm attitude was too infuriating. It was as if he was really an Origin King realm master. Just by moving his lips a few times, he was able to make them commit suicide? Qian Tong had been in retreat for the past few years, and it seemed that he had cultivated to the point where his brain was muddled. Qian Tong closed his eyes and ignored their noise. Instead, it was his 4 limbs that were gone. Xie Chen, who still had vitality, seemed to have lost his mind and was suffering both physical and mental torture. He could not help but chuckle mischievously, his laughter reaching everyone's ears. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Noisy. Fang Fingqi coldly snorted and waved his hand. A blade-like attack slashed out and directly cut Xie Chen's body in half. You will all die, all of you will die. Xie Chen roared twice before he completely stopped breathing. Fang Fengqi's expression changed slightly as he glared at Xie Chen's corpse. He coldly snorted, you can't succeed. Among the traitors of Shadow Moon Hall, Xie Chen wasn't the strongest, but he was the one who knew how to act according to circumstances, which was why Fang Fengqi had supported him as temple master and used the secret technique passed down by the religion master to promote his cultivation, allowing him to break through to the third-order origin returning realm in a short time. But Xie Chen had not expected him to be so useless. Not only did he fail to kill the 2 Shadow Moon Hall's juniors and snatch the Heavenly Moon silver plate as planned, his limbs were cut off and he was carried back like a dog. There was no point in keeping such a person alive. At that moment, there was another flash of light on the high platform and Yang Kai appeared with Su Yan and Xianing Chang. Seeing Fei Zhitu's miserable appearance, Yang Kai's heart tightened. He quickly squatted down, grabbed Yang Kai's wrist, and circulated his Saint Qi to investigate. Yang Kai, you're here too, Fei Zhitu grinned, a warm and touched look on his face. He had not lived his life in vain. At the most critical moment, not only had old Ghost Qian brought 2 juniors to rescue him, even Yang Kai had come. Fei Zhitu was a man made of iron. Yang Kai's eyes could not help becoming moist. When Su Yan and Xianing Chang appeared on the high platform together, the whole world seemed to become much brighter. Almost all of the high-ranking traders of Shadow Moon Hall had their eyes focused on the 2 women, exclaiming from time to time that there were such perfect women in this world. It was as if they didn't exist in this world. Fang Fengqi's eyes flashed a terrifying light. His pair of eyes stared at Su Yan and Xianing Chang back and forth, a strong sense of possessiveness flashing in the depths of his eyes, as if he had seen some delicious food. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, even his breathing becoming slightly rapid. Senior Fei, your injuries. Yang Kai examined Fei Zhitu for a moment before frowning, hesitating to speak. Fei Zhitu's expression changed as he became nervous. It's nothing serious, Yang Kai smiled slightly, it's just that your Saint Qi has been sealed and you've suffered some physical pain. You scared me to death. Fei Zhitu let out a long breath, thought for a moment, and said, he still has a use for my body, so naturally he won't destroy my foundation. It's just a minor injury, Senior Fei doesn't need to worry about it. Little senior sister, do you have any spirit pill suitable for him now? Yang Kai looked back at Xianing Chang. Xianing Chang took out a jade bottle from his space ring without saying a word and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, opened the bottle cap, and poured out a dark red pill. Fei Zhitu didn't even look at it, directly snatching it and stuffing it into his mouth. In an instant, his eyes bulged as he exclaimed, this is. Before he could finish speaking, he immediately sat down cross-legged on the high platform and began circulating his secret art to dissolve the medicinal efficacies. In a very short time, Fei Zhitu's body gave off rich energy fluctuations and the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer glanced at each other, both secretly shocked. How could they not see that the spirit pill Xianing Chang just took out was definitely an origin grade or above pill, most likely even an origin grade high-rank pill, otherwise, its medicinal efficacies would not have been so obvious. An origin grade high-rank pill being taken out so casually, Wei Guchang couldn't help feeling moved. Many thanks, sister-in-law. Wei Guchang cupped his fists solemnly and thanked her along with Dong Xianer. Xianing Chang's small face blushed slightly for a moment before she glanced at Yang Kai and pursed her lips, brother is too polite. Senior Fei is junior brother's benefactor, so he is our benefactor as well. A trivial pill is nothing. Brother Yang, you're so lucky. Wei Guchang winked at Yang Kai, quite envious of him hugging so many beauties. Grab those 2 women for me, they belong to this king. Fang Fengqi suddenly shouted. Without even mentioning Su Yan and Xiaoning Chang's beauty, just the pill Xiaoning Chang casually took out was enough to make him jealous. On Shadowed Star, origin-grade high-rank pills were extremely rare. As such, he couldn't wait to capture Su Yan and Xiaoning Chang. As long as he got his hands on them, the things in their space rings would belong to him. Kai Yang coldly glanced over at him, his eyes as sharp as a knife, cold as ice. For some reason, Fang Fengqi's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a sense of horror. It was as if the other party could pose a threat to his life. 30 breaths have passed. At that moment, Qian Tong suddenly opened his eyes and coldly swept his gaze around, saying indifferently, "Since none of you are willing to commit suicide, this old master will send you on your way." As soon as these words fell, an astonishing aura burst out. This aura gathered into a force visible to the naked eye and pushed forward madly. Territory field. This was the territory of an origin king. The dozen or so Shadow Moon Hall traders were shocked and hurriedly pushed their Shi to resist, but in front of Qian Tong's domain, their Shi was like throwing an egg at a rock, unable to provide any protection at all before collapsing one after another. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so origin returning realm masters were forced to retreat, their faces pale. A powerful force field enveloped them, and within the force field, there was a nimble wind surging. This was the unique power of Qian Tong's territory. The wind gathered into blades and began to wreak havoc. Screams rang out one after another as the dozen or so origin returning realm masters wrapped in the territory seemed to be enduring the harshest punishment in the world as the wind blades madly cut at their skin like gossamer threads. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their flesh was badly mangled. Origin King Realm. Everyone cried out in horror. Fang Fengqi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked at the enraged Qian Tong with trembling hands and feet, his heart cold. It was just a joke, but who would have thought that it would come true? Qian Tong was really an origin king. Great Elder, please spare me, I know I was wrong. Great Elder, please spare me. Just like the scene outside Heavenly Fate City before, when these traders realized how powerful and unstoppable Qian Tong was, they begged for mercy one after another. Some even disregarded their sense of shame and knelt on the ground, kowtowing until their heads were covered in blood, hoping to move Qian Tong's compassion. They had escaped this calamity. Qian Tong's expression was indifferent and unmoved, but there was a trace of sadness in the depths of his eyes. Blood splattered and flesh scattered. The dozen or so traders from Shadow Moon Hall were cut into pieces in just 10 breaths of time. Almost every one of them seemed to have been tortured by 1,000 cuts, leaving only white skeletons behind. The flesh on the bones had all disappeared, and their internal organs had been reduced to dust. Good. Good kill. Good kill, don't let them escape. Avenge the dead children and women of Heavenly Fate City. Kill them. The onlookers suddenly roared and swarmed forward from all directions. Everyone's faces were filled with unforgettable hatred. Everyone's blood boiled as they circulated their Saint Chi, grabbed their weapons, activated their secret techniques, summoned their artifacts, and attacked the enemies who were still alive. Fang Fengqi's location, within a 300-meter radius, was instantly flooded by a variety of lights. Even the beautiful young woman who served Fang Fengqi before did not escape the onslaught of the angry crowd. Her second-order origin returning realm cultivation lasted less than 3 breaths of time before her Saint Chi protection was broken and she died tragically on the spot. A stream of light soared into the sky, forcibly carving out a bloody path through the crowd, and quickly fled outside. Fang Fengqi. After all, he was a third-order origin returning realm master and would not die so easily. He did not even look back as he desperately pushed his strength to escape from this place. Qian Tong had suddenly become an origin king, so staying here was tantamount to courting death. This news had to be reported to the 4 protectors and the religion master no matter what. He felt that Qian Tong did not seem to have any intention of chasing after him and was instead still standing there, motionless. Although he did not understand whether the other party disdained to attack him or not, Fang Fengqi was overjoyed, thinking that he could escape this calamity. Just as he was thinking this, a young man suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. It's you. Fang Fengqi recognized the young man in front of him at a glance. Surprisingly, it was the young man who had been standing on the high platform just now. His expression filled with anger as he continued to rush forward, punching the air as he shouted, "Scram!" He was in a hurry to escape, so how could he have the time to tangle with young Kai? As such, he used his full strength. A strange force lingered around Fang Fengqi's fist, causing his seemingly weak fist to become as solid as an artifact in an instant. What's more, Fang Fengqi's arm also began to grow some dark red needle-like hair. These hairs looked extremely strange and exuded an aura that made young Kai feel extremely uncomfortable. These hairs covered his entire arm and fist, causing the power of his punch to soar. Young Kai frowned as a trace of suspicion flashed across his face. What kind of martial skill is this? He had never encountered a martial skill that could cause such a change to his body. With a thought, Yang Kai looked up at Fang Fengqi and couldn't help calling out in surprise. Yang Kai was surprised to find that Fang Fengqi's appearance had undergone a huge change. Previously, he looked cold and gloomy, but now, Yang Kai didn't know if he had used some kind of secret technique, but his face had become extremely distorted and two fangs were protruding from the corners of his mouth, flashing with a cold light. From his mouth and nose, Yang Kai could faintly sense a death qi. Recalling the name corpse spirit religion, Yang Kai's mind flashed and he suddenly had a guess about Fang Fengqi's origins. Seeing the incoming attack, Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and waved his hand to release a golden blood thread, which gently wrapped around Fang Fengqi's arm before suddenly tightening. A clear wound appeared on Fang Fengqi's arm, but even with the sharpness of the golden blood thread, it was unable to cut through Fang Fengqi's arm. Dark green blood flowed out, and the blood emitted a nauseating smell. If an ordinary person were to take a whiff of it, they would probably die instantly. Poison. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Not only was this green blood poisonous, but it was also extremely corrosive. The golden blood threads wrapped around Yang Kai's arm began to corrode. A crackling sound was heard. Fang Fengqi roared angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of stinky green gas at Yang Kai. Yang Kai snorted coldly. His figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. He had already arrived above Fang Fengqi's head. Holding the verdant dragon bone sword in his hand, he was in an upside-down position, directly stabbing towards the top of his head. Idiot! Fang Fengqi was disdainful. In his opinion, this bladeless sword couldn't even hurt his hair. Therefore, he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he threw another punch at Yang Kai. Yang Kai twisted his body slightly to the side, avoiding Fang Fengqi's powerful blow, and stabbed his dragon bone sword straight into Fang Fengqi's head. The seemingly slow-witted sword was now bursting with an unimaginable power. The faint roar of a dragon could be heard coming from the sword as it destroyed everything in its path. Like a hot knife through butter, the sword broke through the defenses of Fang Fengqi's body and skull and stabbed directly into his chest. Fang Fengqi's eyes bulged in an instant as a look of disbelief filled his face. Only at this moment did he realize the strangeness of the dragon bone sword and exclaim, "An Origin King-grade artifact." Even after suffering such a blow, he did not die and instead struggled violently, trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. The power of space fluctuated, and thin spatial cracks formed around Fang Fengqi's body. Immediately after, they cut towards him from all directions. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao, asterisk a series of clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Fang Fengqi's physique was extremely strong and was able to resist some of these void cracks, but no matter how powerful he was unable to resist Yang Kai's violent killing blow. Numerous wounds appeared on his body. His flesh and blood were all banished to the void. Green blood continued to flow from his wounds. The entire world seemed to be polluted. "Don't kill him yet." Qian Tong's voice suddenly rang out. Obviously, he had also noticed some problems. Standing on the high platform, he stretched out his hand and completely imprisoned Fang Fengqi, who was struggling to resist, before being dragged back to the high platform. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at Fang Fengqi, a trace of uneasiness surging in the depths of his heart. At this moment, the onlookers also noticed the strangeness of Fang Fengqi. Many of the more timid ones did not dare to look directly at him, turning their gazes away one after another. Even those who were more courageous couldn't help showing a look of horror as they stared at Fang Fengqi in horror, unable to believe that such a person existed in this world. "Old dog, quickly release this king, otherwise, when Religion Master takes action, he will make you die without a burial." Fang Fengqi did not beg for mercy and instead threatened Qian Tong. Qian Tong's eyes coldly swept over Fang Fengqi's body before fixing on Fang Fengqi's abdomen. Stretching out 2 fingers, he pierced through it in an instant. Even though Yang Kai had pierced his head with the dragon bone sword, Fang Fengqi did not show the slightest fear, but when Qian Tong did this, he revealed an extremely terrified expression and cried out in alarm, "Old dog, what are you doing?" Qian Tong ignored him and instead stared solemnly at the wound on Fang Fengqi's abdomen. There was a green bead about the size of a fingernail, but it contained an astonishing amount of energy. "If this old master is not mistaken, you will die if you destroy this bead, right?" Qian Tong glanced indifferently at Fang Fengqi. Fang Fengqi's face changed slightly, but he grit his teeth and did not answer. "Yang Kai, restrain him first, this old master has some things to ask him," Qian Tong said. Yang Kai nodded, stretched out his hand, and pulled the dragon bone sword out of Fang Fengqi's head before sending out a dozen golden blood threads to bind Fang Fengqi tightly. The chaos came to an end. Qian Tong stood on the high platform, looked around, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, this old master has been in retreat for many years and has only just emerged today. I am deeply saddened to hear about the great changes that have occurred on Shadowed Star, but please rest assured that Heavenly Fate City will still be under the jurisdiction of my Shadow Moon Hall. From now on, no one will dare invade this place. As for that corpse spirit religion, this old master will meet with them to give justice to all of you and restore Shadowed Star to its former glory." Countless people boiled up, frantically shouting Qian Tong's name as they gathered around the high platform. Over the past 2 years, Heavenly Fate City had been under the jurisdiction of corpse spirit religion, and these people had lived a precarious life. Everyone had lived in fear, afraid they wouldn't be able to see the sun rise tomorrow. But now, Qian Tong had returned, and he was an Origin King Realm Master. With him protecting Heavenly Fate City, the tragedies of the past would no longer occur. Elder Qian, please uphold justice. My daughter went missing a month ago, and someone saw traces of her in the City Lord's mansion. Elder Qian, please let this old man go to the City Lord's mansion to see if my daughter is still alive. My son also disappeared 3 months ago, he must be in the City Lord's mansion. My daughter is also missing." Qian Tong showed a pained look in his eyes as he stretched out his hand, suppressing the cries and shouts of countless people as he slowly said, "Everyone, please wait a moment, this old master will send someone to the City Lord's mansion to take a look. If your children are still inside, I will definitely reunite you." "Many thanks, Elder Qian. Elder Qian's great kindness, we will never forget it." Qian Tong sighed softly as he turned his head to look at Wei Guchang. "Disciple will go and take a look." Wei Guchang understood and immediately rushed towards the City Lord's mansion with Dong Xian'er. Yang Kai thought for a moment before saying, "I'll go too." Su Yan and Xiaoning Cheng followed closely behind. In the City Lord's mansion, some cultivator who had pledged allegiance to corpse spirit religion saw someone trying to break in and wanted to meet the enemy, but these people were not strong enough to stop Yang Kai and the others. They rampaged through and killed hundreds of people. After capturing one of them and obtaining some clues from him, Yang Kai and the others went straight to the dungeon. The dungeon was dark and damp, and there were at least hundreds of people locked up in the cells. Without exception, these people were all children under the age of 5, and there were also young and beautiful women. Whether it was the children or the women, their vitality was dim, as if they had been tortured, and there were wounds on their arms. Thinking of what Fang Fengqi had done to that child, how could everyone not know what these people had suffered in the dungeon? Heartless. Su Yan was furious and opened the cell door one by one with Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er, releasing these people. Xiaoning Cheng stood guard at the door, checking the condition of these people one by one and giving them pills to restore their vitality. Along the way, Yang Kai and the others wore heavy expressions. When they reached the bottom of the dungeon, the expressions of Yang Kai and the others became even uglier. At the bottom of this dungeon, there were no living people. There were only white bones. From the size and shape of the bones, there was no doubt that they belonged to children and women. However, they had all suffered inhumane torture when they were alive. Their flesh and blood had been removed, and the remaining white bones were casually discarded here. There were at least a few thousand skeletons in the mountain. Heavenly Fate City had encountered such a thing just 2 years ago, And this was only Heavenly Fate City, so what was the situation like on Shadowed Star? Hateful. Wei Guchang grit his teeth and roared, his expression ferocious. The noise in Heavenly Fate City lasted for 2 days before gradually subsiding. The children and women that were released from the dungeon were reunited with their families, but even more of them had died in the dungeon. The chaos of these past 2 years had left countless people in Sky Fortune City with painful memories that could not be erased. Inside the city lord's mansion, Qian Tong and the others wore heavy expressions as they glared angrily at the subdued Fang Fengqi, their eyes spitting fire. Great Elder, let me kill him. Wei Guchang shouted as he stood up. Qian Tong waved his hand, motioning Wei Guchang to calm down before turning to look at Fang Fengqi and asking, if this old master is not mistaken, you are from Grand Burial Valley, yes? Hearing this question, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a look of understanding as he thought to himself, sure enough. He had also guessed so. Grand Burial Valley was an extremely special place on Shadowed Star. It was rumored that more than 2,000 years ago, it was the headquarters of a huge force called the Ancient Yang Sect, but unfortunately, it offended Star Emperor Mountain and was uprooted overnight, along with its headquarters. In Grand Burial Valley, there were countless dangers and spirit arrays, but the most dangerous of all was a group of special creatures that lived in Grand Burial Valley, a group of people who should have died. When the ancient Yang sect was destroyed, countless sect disciples were killed or wounded, but for some unknown reason, after their deaths, they were reborn in a completely new form, becoming corpses that could cultivate, move, and fight. On Shadowed Star, some of the younger generation probably did not know the situation inside Grand Burial Valley, but Qian Tong did. Yang Kai also knew that when he and Yang Yan explored Grand Burial Valley, the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, the sun's true essence, and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal were all brought out from Grand Burial Valley. At that time, he was besieged by several powerful corpse generals, and if not for his space force, he would not have had a chance to escape. As soon as he fought with Fang Fengqi, Yang Kai had some speculations, and Qian Tong's inquiry confirmed his suspicions. Old thing, you have good eyesight. I'm indeed from the Grand Burial Valley. I'm from the noble corpse spirit clan, and I'm above all living things. Fang Fengqi didn't show much fear, and shouted arrogantly. Corpse spirit race. This was what the special creatures of corpse spirit religion called themselves, something Qian Tong had already heard from Fei Ji Tuesday. You think you can stand above all things? Qian Tong's expression was indifferent. You are just people who should be dead, you don't have the qualifications. Heh heh. Fang Fengqi chuckled, whether I have the qualifications or not is not for you to decide, you will know in the future. Old dog, don't waste your time, this king won't tell you anything. Really? Qian Tong sneered, even if this old master destroys your corpse bead, you won't cooperate? Corpse beads were the beads filled with corpse chi in the abdomens of corpse spirits like Fang Fengqi. To a member of the corpse spirit race, this bead was no less important than a monster core to a monster beast. All the abilities of the corpse spirit race originated from their corpse beads. Fei Ji too had fought with members of the corpse spirit race. Naturally, he knew about this information. Fang Fengqi's expression changed slightly as he shouted, Old thing, how dare you threaten me? Whether it's a threat or not, you'll know once you try. Qian Tong's tone was aggressive. Fang Fengqi seemed to have seen through Qian Tong's decisiveness. His face turned cold and twisted. He shouted, You want to pry information from me? You're dreaming, old thing. I won't let you get what you want. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from his abdomen, followed by a slight cracking sound, as if something had broken. Not good. Fei Ji Tu's expression changed drastically. The others quickly realized what was happening, and Yang Kai quickly began circulating his Saint Qi. Protecting Su Yan and Xiaoning Chang, Qian Tong waved his hand and wrapped Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer in a thick layer of Saint Qi. One day, my corpse spirit church will unify Shadowed Star and all of you will die. Ha 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 ha. Fang Fengqi laughed wildly. Accompanied by a loud bang, his entire body suddenly exploded. A thick green corpse chi burst out from his body and spread out in all directions. Wherever the corpse chi passed, the ground corroded, the tables and chairs turned into dust, and the entire city lord's mansion shook violently. It was on the verge of collapsing. At the last moment, if not for Qian Tong's protection with his Origin King realm cultivation, the city lord's mansion would have been destroyed. After all, the self-destruction of a third-order origin returning realm master was immeasurable. Sparing Fang Fengqi's life was originally to inquire about the situation of Corpse Spirit Church, but not only did he fail to get what he wanted, he even got himself into trouble. Qian Tong's expression turned ugly. If every one of the Corpse Spirit religion's members were as crazy as them, it would be troublesome. Outside the main hall. Suddenly, an origin returning realm cultivator hurriedly walked in, turned his head, and looked around, a look of shock filling his face, not knowing what was going on. "What's the matter?" Qian Tong asked in a deep voice. The man quickly cupped his fists and replied, reporting to Great Elder, "The Corpse Spirit Church disciples hiding in Heavenly Fate City have been wiped out." "Well done. Were there any casualties?" "With the assistance of High Heaven Sect's elders. Only a dozen or so were killed or injured." "Bury them." "Yes." In Shadow Moon Hall, although many people were afraid of death and had pledged allegiance to Corpse Spirit Church, there were also many who were able to stand their ground. Without exception, all of these people had been imprisoned and had been rescued 2 days ago. At this time, it was just the right time to serve Qian Tong. In Heavenly Fate City, Fang Fengqi was not the only corpse spirit. When Yang Kai, Wei Guchang, and the others attacked the city lord's mansion, they encountered some corpse spirits and were all killed. Heavenly Fate City's corpse spirits had also been scattered and hidden, but at this time, they were all picked out one by one. It could be said that it was only now that the entire Heavenly Fate City had been refreshed and its internal troubles had been eliminated. Yang Xiaozhu and the others stepped in from the outside. "Thank you for your hard work." Qian Tong quickly got up and cupped his fists gratefully. Yang Xiaozhu waved his hand, his expression not relaxing in the slightest. "It was just killing some small fries. It wasn't hard work, but if a trivial Heavenly Fate City is like this, I really don't know what the other cities on Shadowed Star are like." Fei Jitu sighed. In the past 2 years, Corpse Spirit Church has developed extremely quickly. They seem to have a secret technique that can turn living people into corpse spirits, making them even more loyal to them. When Corpse Spirit Church first appeared 2 years ago, there were only 1,000 of them, but now, there are more than 10,000. Many of these 10,000 members are origin returning realm masters from various great sects and families. They cannot be underestimated. Fang Fengqi had also planned to turn Fei Jitu into a corpse spirit before, so he had not wasted his cultivation or destroyed his meridians. As long as his meridians were not destroyed, even if he was beheaded, Fang Fengqi had a way to turn Fei Jitu into a member of the corpse spirit race, allowing him to display the strength he had when he was alive. Shadowed Star's great calamity. Qian Tong sighed heavily. After going out for 7 or 8 years, his homeland had actually become like this. The joy of breaking through to the Origin King realm was instantly replaced by deep sadness and worry. "Everyone, I want to return to Clear Sky Sect to take a look," Mou suddenly said. He had been helping out in Heavenly Fate City these past 2 days and had only found some time to return now. "Brother Mo." Qian Tong opened his mouth, naturally understanding his mood. They did not know the current situation of Clear Sky Sect, but now, at least half of the great forces on Shadowed Star had been involved. In this turmoil, Clear Sky Sect was one of the great forces on Shadowed Star and one of Corpse Spirit Church's key targets, so the situation was likely not optimistic. Mou wanting to return to Clear Sky Sect was perfectly justified. After all, he was Clear Sky Sect's great elder. However, at this time, letting him return alone was really unsettling. If possible, Qian Tong would naturally be willing to accompany him, but although he had conquered Heavenly Fate City, the issue of Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters had not yet been resolved. The headquarters was still in an abyss of trouble and urgently needed him to deal with it personally, rescue the disciples who were unwilling to submit to Corpse Spirit Church, and kill the traitors who had betrayed them. This Mo is no longer an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master, so you don't need to worry, I will be careful, Mou smiled lightly. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Qian Tong did not say anything more and simply said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, Brother Mo should be careful on the way." "Don't worry, on Shadowed Star today, I'm afraid there are few who can stop me," Mou nodded. In the past, Mou was one of the top origin returning realm masters on Shadowed Star, and after experiencing the blood prison, although he was unable to break through to the Origin King realm in one fell swoop like Qiantong, his overall combat power had improved greatly. No matter how powerful Corp Spirit Church was, as long as there was no Origin King present, they would not be able to do anything to him. Senior Mo, how about waiting for a while? I'll go with you, Yang Kai suddenly said. Yang Kai, do you want to go back to High Heaven Sect? Qiantong asked. Although High Heaven Sect is impregnable and there is no need to worry about it being broken through, I don't know how Elder Ye's situation is, so I want to go back and take a look. It just so happens that Senior Mo is on the way. Good. Although he did not understand why Yang Kai wanted him to wait for a while, Mou still agreed. After everything was discussed, Yang Kai immediately went to the location of Heavenly Fate City's space array. When Corp Spirit Church took control of Heavenly Fate City, they had destroyed the space array, so Yang Kai wanted to try and see if he could repair it. If possible, it would save some time on the road. After all, the journey to High Heaven Sect was not a short one. Yang Kai had borrowed Heavenly Fate City's space array more than once, so he naturally knew its location. Soon, he brought Su Yan and Xiaoning Chang to the location. The two women spread out to guard against the unexpected while Yang Kai came to the front of the space array and carefully observed it. Being proficient in the space array did not mean one could arrange a space array. This required a huge amount of knowledge about spirit arrays. Yang Kai had never arranged a space array before, but he had seen Yang Yan arrange one before, so he had some confidence. After observing for 2 hours, Yang Kai constantly released his divine sense to spy on the internal structure of the destroyed space array and deduce its complicated circuits. After 2 hours, Yang Kai looked slightly happy. Fortunately, although the space array was destroyed, the damage was not too serious. There were still traces of its various patterns and structure. If it was just a copy, Yang Kai was confident he could restore it. After carefully sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai leapt onto the space array. Various rare ores were taken out of his space ring and smelted with his conflagrated knowledge C to repair the destroyed parts of the space array. This was his first time arranging a space array, so it was inevitable that he would be unfamiliar with it. Several times, he fell short, causing Yang Kai to feel quite annoyed. However, as time passed, he became more and more familiar with the process. Moreover, arranging a space array seemed to be compatible with his mastery of the Tao of space, allowing him to deepen his understanding of the Tao of space. This inadvertent harvest made Yang Kai very happy. It seemed that there would be another way to cultivate the Tao of space in the future. The Tao of space had always been difficult to cultivate. In the beginning, Yang Kai cultivated by absorbing energy from space spirit crystals, but he had long since used them up. Now, Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space mainly by opening up the sealed world bead. Arranging a space array was undoubtedly a completely new method. A day later, the space array was repaired. Yang Kai summoned Mou, Yang Xiuzhu, and the others before bidding farewell to Qiantong. Yang Kai wasn't worried about the Shadow Moon Hall at all. Qiantong was now an Origin King and could be said to be the strongest master on Shadowed Star in the past 10,000 years. If even he couldn't handle the crisis in Shadow Moon Hall, all of Shadowed Star would likely be finished. Brother Yang, take care, Wei Guchang cupped his fists and said goodbye. Yang Kai returned the gesture. Yang Kai, where does the space array connect to? Mou asked from the side. And, if I'm not mistaken, it should connect to Demon Blood City. What do you mean you're not mistaken? Mou was stunned. Demon Blood City was very close to the Luyan Desert and was not far from Clear Sky Sect, so Yang Kai had located the space array there, but what he said made Mou feel very strange. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. This is the first time I've arranged a space array, so I can't guarantee that it will teleport directly to Demon Blood City. Mou was dumbfounded while Yang Xiuzhu and the others also wore speechless expressions. But don't worry. Yang Kai observed their expressions and knew what they were worried about. Even if it doesn't connect to Demon Blood City, there won't be any danger in the teleportation, I can guarantee that. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A space array's teleportation was a very strict process. If there was even the slightest mistake, one would be banished into the endless void, never to return. Many such incidents had occurred on Shadowed Star over the years. Usually, there was a problem with the space array, resulting in the person being teleported either disappearing or being directly cut into pieces by the chaotic space force field. So when everyone heard Yang Kai's words just now, they were a little nervous. However, since Yang Kai could guarantee that there wouldn't be any danger in this teleportation, there was nothing to worry about. Even if the teleportation location was wrong, it didn't matter. At worst, they could just use their star shuttle to travel. It's getting late, let's get going. Yang Xiaozhu also couldn't wait to return to High Heaven Sect to see how things were going. Everyone nodded and stood on the space array. Yang Kai stood at the center and pushed his Saint Chi, connecting it to the entire space array. In an instant, the Saint Crystal placed on the space array flashed with dazzling light and a huge amount of energy was drawn out. The rich power of space fluctuated. The group of people disappeared. After Yang Kai and his group disappeared, Qian Tong waved his hand and said, "Destroy the formation first. Don't let anyone teleport in from the outside." Upon receiving the order, Wei Guchang threw a punch at the formation that Yang Kai had painstakingly rearranged. The formation was immediately split into two halves and could no longer be used. Qian Tong's eyes flickered. Looking into the distance, he muttered in a low voice, "It's time to return to Shadow Moon Hall." Fei Zhitu, Wei Guchang, and the others all looked shocked as they looked in the direction of Shadow Moon Hall, murderous intent flashing in their eyes. The void. With a flash of light, Yang Kai and the others strangely appeared. Apart from Yang Kai, the group of people was a bit dizzy. The others were a little dizzy, and it took them a while to gradually get used to it. Most long-distance teleportations were accompanied by such side effects. Only Yang Kai, who cultivated the Tao of space, could adjust his state in the shortest time possible. Fortunately, there was no danger nearby, otherwise, everyone would have been caught off guard. Looking around, Yang Xiaozhu was stunned. "This isn't Demon Blood City, where is it?" The place where everyone appeared was clearly a vast plain. As far as the eye could see, there was no sign of a city. Sure enough, there was something wrong with the teleportation. Yang Kai was mentally prepared for this. Naturally, there was nothing to be embarrassed about, so he simply said, "We should be somewhere between Demon Blood City and Heavenly Fate City. Do you have any impression of this plane?" Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han, and Lin Yu Rao slowly shook their heads, indicating that they did not recognize this place. Although they were cultivators born and raised on Shadowed Star, they had not cultivated for long periods of time. However, most of them had been in retreat on Star Emperor Mountain all year round, so they weren't clear about the situation in the outside world. Even Yang Kai's knowledge of the outside world was inferior to theirs, so asking them to learn about the general situation at this moment was undoubtedly somewhat difficult for them. On the other hand, Mou's eyes lit up and he showed some joy on his face, constantly looking around before flying up into the sky to observe. A moment later, he returned with a look of excitement. "I know where we are, this is White Bone Plain. There is a heaven-splitting gorge nearby that is only a day's journey from Black Sea City." "Oh? Clear Sky Sect's Black Sea City?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. Yang Kai nodded lightly. It seemed that the transmission error wasn't too outrageous, and for Mou, this might be good news. Black Sea City was a city under the jurisdiction of Clear Sky Sect, so it wasn't too far from Clear Sky Sect's headquarters, similar to the relationship between Heavenly Fate City and Shadow Moon Hall. Coming here by chance was a great opportunity for Mou. In that case, we might as well go to Black Sea City first. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He urgently needed to inquire about the situation outside High Heaven Sect, so going to Black Sea City was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, he did not know what the situation in Black Sea City was like, so he naturally wanted to go with Mou to investigate. Perhaps there was something he could help with. After all, it was on the way. "Many thanks," Mou quickly cupped his fists. This was the territory of Clear Sky Sect, so Mou was very familiar with it. Leading the group forward, it took only a day before they saw a majestic city standing on a plain in front of them. "That's Black Sea City." Mou pointed to the front and introduced. "There seems to be a battle going on." Yang Kai noticed the glow of many secret techniques and artifacts. "It's my Clear Sky Sect's people." Mou's face sank as he sped up. A battle near Black Sea City was neither good nor bad news. At the very least, everyone knew that Black Sea City had not yet been occupied by corpse spirit religion and that there were still people resisting, but they did not know what the situation was over there. On the city wall of Black Sea City, a beautiful woman stood with a pale face. Around her were more than a dozen Origin returning realm masters, but the situation of these Origin returning realm masters was not very optimistic. Almost all of them were injured, some light and some serious. The most serious of these Origin returning realm masters had even lost their right arm, and it seemed to have been cut off not long ago. Wrapped in white gauze, blood still seeped out and dyed the gauze red. This cultivator was quite stubborn. Even if the pain was unbearable, he grit his teeth and remained silent. Below the city wall, some corpse spirit race masters with white, green, or red hair were wantonly fighting some human cultivator. The situation was very chaotic. There were at least several thousand people involved in this battle, and the human cultivator was not standing on the same side. Many human cultivators were even assisting the corpse spirit race masters in killing their own kind. These people had obviously taken refuge with corpse spirit religion. City Lord, order them to return. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid they will all die. On the city wall, someone cupped his fists and said to the beautiful woman with a pained look on his face. This was a completely unfair battle. The enemy outnumbered them 10-1, and almost every cultivator on Black Sea City's side had to deal with multiple enemies. 600 people rushed out. In less than 15 minutes, there were only 200 people left who were bitterly holding on. These 200 people were also stretched to the limit, and were surrounded by danger. That's right, City Lord, these are the last elites of my Clear Sky sect. If we were to lose them here, it would be a huge loss. If they die here, how will we explain this to our ancestors in the future? We can't withdraw. The beautiful woman shouted coldly, Black Sea City's barrier and spirit array are currently being repaired. If we withdraw now, Black Sea City will not be able to resist at all. When corpse spirit religion's army arrives, all of Black Sea City will be destroyed. How could we not know this? But the person who spoke before said with a sorrowful expression. 600 elites had rushed out just to buy time for the city's spirit array to be repaired. This was nothing more than paying with their lives. The fact that Black Sea City had been able to survive until now was largely due to the many barriers and spirit arrays in the city. Without them, corpse spirit religion's army would have razed the city to the ground. However, they had already reached their limit. Corpse spirit religion only needed to organize one more powerful attack to break through the city. With corpse spirit religion's history, at that time, only a few of Black Sea City's million residents would survive. Hateful Fierce Wind Pavilion and 100 Transformation Sect. Traceless Sect, these despicable people, always tried to curry favor with my Clear Sky sect, but now they are willing to follow corpse spirit religion's orders and kill my sect's disciples. If this old master can survive, he will make them pay for this blood debt. Someone roared angrily. Everyone else's expressions were extremely ugly. Fierce Wind Pavilion, 100 Transformation Sect, Traceless Sect. Many small sects and families were originally affiliated with Clear Sky sect. When Clear Sky sect was strong, these small sects and families had tried to curry favor with it, even wishing they could become its slaves. Clear Sky sect had never been stingy with these affiliated forces and had even opened up some of its sect's secret techniques to them. Every year, Clear Sky sect would accept their elite disciples to cultivate in Clear Sky sect so they could be personally taught by masters. However, after the great changes on Shadowed Star, these greedy wolves took the initiative to defect, not only betraying Clear Sky sect but also launching an unexpected sneak attack on Clear Sky sect's headquarters. In that battle, Clear Sky sect's headquarters was destroyed, and only a few people managed to escape. Within a 10-kilometer radius of Clear Sky sect's headquarters, only Black Sea City remained. The beautiful woman City Lord did not say a word, but the pain in her beautiful eyes was obvious. How many people in this world could remain steadfast under the oppression of powerful evil? As such, she was not angry. These people had chosen to drag out an ignoble existence, but what they had lost was their very foundation. Where is Xianxia Tao? The beautiful woman suddenly shouted. Not far away, a beautiful woman with peach blossom eyes and a graceful figure heard this and quickly rushed over to the beautiful woman's side, cupped her fists, and said, Elder Du, disciple is here. Normally, such a woman would definitely attract the attention of many men, but at this moment, not many people were paying her any attention. The beautiful woman solemnly said, "Xianxia Tao, this elder orders you to select 300 people from Clear Sky Sect's younger generation and take them through the space array to lead Black Sea City quickly." Xianxia Tao was stunned, but she was also an intelligent woman and immediately understood the intentions of this beautiful woman. Her pretty face paled as she called out, "Elder Do." The beautiful woman smiled gently, "My Clear Sky Sect's headquarters has been destroyed and our sect master has been killed. Now, those remaining in Black Sea City are the last remnants of my Clear Sky Sect's bloodline. Take those 300 people with you and survive no matter what. Only if you survive will my Clear Sky Sect have a future and hope." Xianxia Tao's eyes immediately became red, "But elder, you. Rest assured, we will buy you some time. Remember, you must go to High Heaven Sect, only by going to High Heaven Sect can you survive. This task is very difficult, so you must find an opportunity to bring these disciples to High Heaven Sect." "Elder." Xianxia Tao shook her head repeatedly. "Why haven't you left yet?" The beautiful woman glared at Xianxia Tao fiercely. "Do you want my Clear Sky Sect to be erased from Shadowed Star? Do you want us to have no face to see Clear Sky Sect's ancestors?" Xianxia Tao was stunned speechless. Another Clear Sky Sect elder looked at Xianxia Tao softly and smiled, "Remember. You must survive and wait for Great Elder to return. As long as Great Elder returns, my Clear Sky Sect can be revitalized again. Let's go." The beautiful woman shouted. Xianxia Tao shed tears as her tender body trembled and she knelt on the ground, respectfully kowtowing 3 times to the elders before getting up and preparing to leave. At that moment, the beautiful woman standing on the city wall and the few remaining masters of Clear Sky Sect seemed to have discovered something incredible and turned their eyes towards a distant place. As far as their eyes could see, the rear of Corpse Spirit Religion's camp was in chaos. Chaotic and powerful energy fluctuations erupted from the heavens and earth as dazzling brilliance bloomed. Every breath, hundreds of Corpse Spirit Religion's enemies were killed. "Elder Do, someone seems to be attacking from that side." "I see them, who could it be?" The beautiful woman gently nodded. "Not many, it seems there are only 7 or 8 of them, but they're strong." The Origin returning realm master who spoke sucked in a breath of cold air. He only saw flashes of light as Corpse Spirit Religion's cultivator was cut down like grass. He could not help feeling shocked. "Oh, that's the Azure Sun Chaos Tower. It's Great Elder. The Great Elder is back," someone exclaimed excitedly. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on a pagoda-shaped artifact in the sky that was more than 100 meters tall and exuding a mysterious blue light. The pagoda-shaped artifact continued to spin as it smashed down from the sky. Countless Corpse Spirit cult disciples would be smashed into meat patties, and countless cyan mystic rays would be shot out from the tower. These mystic rays looked very sharp, and once struck by them, the disciples and lackeys of Corpse Spirit cult would be turned into nothingness, completely disappearing from this world. In a short while, more than 200 Corpse Spirit Religion disciples had died to this secret treasure. "It really is the Azure Sun Chaotic Pagoda." The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes emitted an astonishing radiance. It was as if she had seen hope again, and her expression was excited. The Azure Sun Chaos Tower was Clear Sky Sect's sect-hallowed treasure, an existence between Origin Grade and Origin King Grade artifacts. It could be said that it was already a quasi-Origin King Grade artifact. And this was a powerful artifact. The Great Elder, MOU, had always been in charge of it. At this moment, the appearance of the Azure Sun Chaos Pagoda was clearly because of MOU. Even though they couldn't see MOU's figure, they could feel the familiar energy fluctuations coming from MOU from afar. "We're saved now. The Great Elder has returned. Haha, kill those Corpse Spirit Religion bastards. Make sure they don't return. Avenge Sect Master and our dead brothers and sisters." In an instant, frenzied shouts rang out from the city wall as everyone was filled with righteous indignation. If it weren't for the beautiful woman's order, they would likely have rushed down to support the Great Elder already. Among the crowd, the beautiful woman frowned as a look of uneasiness flashed across her face. Great Elder's sudden appearance at this time, she didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Although the Great Elder's strength was unfathomable and he had the help of an artifact like the Azure Sun Chaos Tower, there were simply too many enemies. If the Great Elder was surrounded and couldn't escape, Clear Sky Sect's last hope would be annihilated. Pass down my order. Those from Clear Sky Sect who still have the ability to fight, follow the city lord down to support the Great Elder. The beautiful woman's thoughts turned sharply and she quickly made a decision. Yes. Immediately, someone replied and passed down the order. Not long after, the remaining forces of Clear Sky Sect were integrated. The beautiful woman looked at the less than 1,000 people remaining and a deep sadness appeared in the depths of her beautiful eyes. In the entire Clear Sky Sect, there were only a few people left, and almost all of them were injured and their strength was mixed. Although there were 1 million residents in Black Sea City, only this number belonged to Clear Sky Sect. Most of the rest were ordinary people who had never cultivated before or were cultivators whose strength was so low that they simply couldn't play a role. This time only death awaits us. Are you all ready to support the Great Elder? The beautiful woman looked around and asked sternly. The 1,000 people all wore solemn expressions and shouted in unison, "We're ready." In the future, my Clear Sky Sect's Soul Consolation Monument will definitely have your names on it. Let's go. The beautiful woman didn't waste any time and was the first to rush out of Black Sea City with a wave of her hand. The others followed closely behind. Everyone's faces were filled with an unforgettable hatred. Everyone's eyes were filled with a determination to fight for survival in the face of death. The 1,000 people rushed out of the city, followed by countless others. These were the residents of Black Sea City and the cultivators who had fled here. How could they not understand the principle that no egg could remain intact when the nest was overturned? Seeing Clear Sky Sect integrate all their remaining forces to launch an attack, they immediately followed and contributed their own strength. Below Black Sea City, there seemed to be a mighty army moving out. That woman Du Yanling is crazy. Ha ha ha, she wants to bring a bunch of trash who haven't even reached the Saint Realm to break through my corpse spirit religion's blockade? Kill them all and bring Du Yanling to me. At the center of Corpse Spirit Religion's army, a burly man stood on top of an 8-horse carriage and shouted. Like Fang Fingqi, this man was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but his aura gave off a cold and gloomy feeling as well as a faint rotting smell. Corpse Spirit Race. And a top-level corpse general at that. As soon as these words fell, a blue tower suddenly descended from the sky. The burly man coldly snorted and leapt up, avoiding this terrifying blow. Kong Long. As the blue tower fell, the 8 horses pulling the carriage were instantly smashed into meat patties, red and white blood splattering all over the ground. Who goes there? Red needle-like bristles protruded from his body and 2 terrifying fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth as he turned his head and stared in a certain direction. At the same time, he shouted. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside him. This beautiful figure was like a celestial maiden descending to the world. Behind her was a pair of crystal white wings that seemed to be carved from ice and jade. A bone-chilling aura exuded from her body, one that seemed capable of freezing one's soul. In her hand was a long sword that exuded a cold light. The long sword was swung like mercury falling to the ground. The burly corpse general struggled to resist, but the pervasive cold aura froze the strength in his body. After only 3 moves, his head was cut off by the woman's sword. Kacha. Ice filled the air, and even though the burly man was a member of the corpse spirit race and possessed an extremely powerful vitality, his body was instantly frozen solid. His vitality was completely annihilated. Su Yan. This was the first time she had fought since leaving Scarlet Wave Star, and as soon as she attacked, she displayed an astonishing combat strength. At least, Mou's eyelids twitched as he watched. He could clearly feel the strength of the corpse general. Even if he were to fight it alone, it would take him at least 2 to 3 hours to determine the victor, and even if he won, he would have to pay a heavy price. But this woman of Yang Kai's had actually dealt with the corpse general in just 2 to 3 hours. Yang Kai was already a monstrous genius. But why was the woman following him also so monstrous? Mou was shocked. After killing the corpse general, Su Yan did not stop, grasping the profound frost divine sword and using her monster transformation secret technique, borrowing the power of the ice phoenix source, she rushed into the corpse spirit race army on her own. Wherever she passed, people were thrown off their feet and horses were thrown off their feet, no one able to withstand a single blow. As for the enemies that were killed, they were all turned into ice sculptures. At the forefront of the battlefield was a small group of Clear Sky sect disciples. They had already rushed out before Yang Kai and the others arrived in order to buy time to repair Black Sea City's barriers and spirit arrays. Of the original 600, there were now less than 100 people left. At this moment, they were surrounded on all sides. Surrounded by countless enemies, people fell every breath, dyeing the earth red with blood. In the middle of the crowd, there was a young girl with long hair fluttering in the wind. Her figure was as agile as a rabbit as she dashed left and right in the enemy's formation. Her body flashed with multicolored light, and her seemingly weak body contained a terrifying power. When she punched out with her small fist, even the air was blasted out with a buzzing sound. Any enemy hit by her fist, as long as they were not origin-returning realm masters, would immediately explode and die. Even if it was a cultivator of the First Order origin-returning realm, if they were hit by her fist, they would suffer severe injuries and howl miserably. Countless attacks flew towards her, but she dodged them with ease. Occasionally, some attacks that she could not avoid hit her body, but she did not suffer much damage and instead stimulated the fierceness in her clear eyes. This young girl's body seemed to be incredibly strong. If it were not for her protection, the remaining 100 people from Clear Sky sect would have been wiped out long ago. Each of her companions who were still alive gave grateful looks to this young girl. Her activity finally attracted Yang Kai's attention. The five-colored glow that covered her body gave Yang Kai a very familiar feeling. This was clearly the sword chi of his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. From a distance, Yang Kai took a moment to look at this young girl. Although she was covered in blood and it was impossible to tell how old she was, judging from her growth, she was only about 13 or 14 years old. This was definitely a body that had not yet fully matured. With her hair fluttering in the wind, her face was vaguely familiar to Yang Kai. Could it be? Kai Yang wrinkled his brow, and quickly destroyed the enemies in front of him. His interest in the young girl was piqued, so he brought Xianing Cheng and rushed towards her. Sensing that someone was attacking, the young girl turned around and threw out a punch. Yang Kai raised his hand to block. Kong, an unimaginable amount of power burst out from that delicate little fist. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai couldn't help but tremble slightly. Fortunately, his cultivation was much higher than this girl's, so he didn't make a fool of himself on the spot. Otherwise, his old face would have been completely lost. Unable to defeat her opponent with a single blow, the girl's reaction was extremely quick. Lowering her body, she sent out a flying kick as a golden light flashed from the tip of her foot like a sword. 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, golden sword. Invincible. Her little foot seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that stabbed straight towards Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the girl's ankle. At the same time, he pushed his Saint Chi to resolve her attack, holding her in his hand like a toy. The girl's skirt fluttered in the wind, almost exposing her naked body, but fortunately, she reacted quickly and managed to grab hold of her skirt. Just as her face was filled with annoyance though, she suddenly saw Yang Kai's smiling face. Oh! Uncle Sect Master. The girl recognized Yang Kai at a glance and a surprised smile appeared on her pretty face as she called out. Sure enough, it's you. Yang Kai gently nodded before putting the girl down with a slight tug on his wrist. Staring at her young face, he frowned and asked, Yuner, why are you here? This young girl was the little girl Huang Wan had adopted, Lin Yuner. When Yang Kai returned from the Emperor Garden and passed through a city beside the limitless ocean, he met Huang Wan by chance and brought her back to High Heaven Sect. At the same time, he brought back a little girl. Lin Yuner was only 5 or 6 years old at that time, but she had already displayed amazing physical strength. Yang Kai noticed the abnormalities in her body and had Yi Shiyun carefully investigate her. Later, Yi Shiyun told Yang Kai that Lin Yuner was incredibly talented and possessed a special physique, the tyrant body of strength. This was a very rare physique that may be related to some kind of sea beast. After all, according to Huang Wan, Lin Yuner's mother had the bloodline of a sea beast. She was a cultivator with this special physique. She was born with divine strength, and as one's cultivation increased, so would their strength. Before leaving Shadowed Star, Xianxia had passed down the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. 7 or 8 years had passed since then. The little girl who was 5 or 6 years old back then had now become a budding flower. Judging from the 5-colored light on her body, she had already reached the minor accomplishment level in the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Coupled with her tyrant strength physique, the strength she could display could only be described as terrifying. Her cultivation wasn't high. Under Xianxia's investigation, she was only a 3rd-order saint. Even if High Heaven Sect did not lack financial and material resources today. Lin Yun'er also had the personal guidance of a master like Yi Shiyun, so being able to cultivate to the 3rd-order saint realm in just 7 or 8 years was a testament to her talent. This little girl is definitely a dazzling star in the future territory. Xianxia looked at her as if he was looking at a future supreme master. Furthermore, the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art that he had passed down seemed to be tailor-made for her, matching it with the tyrant strength physique. She was actually able to fight against the cultivator of the 1st-order origin returning realm when she was only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the saint realm. This level of leapfrogging far exceeded Xianxia's expectations. Even he himself was unable to resist the attacks of an origin returning realm master when he was just a 3rd-order saint. However, it was obvious that although Lin Yun'er was extremely strong, she had almost no strength left in her body. Moreover, there were more or less injuries on her body, so she was obviously an arrow at the end of its flight. However, her spirit was still quite good. When Shadowed Star was in chaos, Yun'er happened to follow Great Elder's orders to come to Clear Sky Sect, but in the end, she couldn't go back, so she stayed here, Lin Yun'er said with some grievance. 2 years ago, she was only 11 or 12 years old. She had been drifting for 2 years, so she missed High Heaven Sect very much. She missed Yi Shiyun, who taught her carefully, and Huang Wan, who had always taken care of her like a mother. She missed her brothers, senior sister, and every blade of grass in High Heaven Sect. She had always been very strong, perhaps because of the loss of her parents when she was a child, but after seeing Xianxia at this moment, a layer of mist filled her big eyes and her small mouth pouted. So that's how it is. Then why did you appear on this battlefield? Xianxia frowned. He didn't know who the city lord of Black Sea City was, but why did he arrange for Lin Yun'er to come out and fight? Xianxia could also see that almost all of these people who had come out to fight were stalling for time with the determination to die. Lin Yun'er was still a disciple of High Heaven Sect, and at such a young age, it was not her place to do such a thing. I came out on my own, I just wanted to do what I could, Lin Yun'er sniffed. Good. Xianxia nodded heavily, stroking Lin Yun'er's head, thinking for a moment before taking out a restorative spirit pill from his space ring and handing it to Lin Yun'er. Take this. Lin Yun'er was not wary of Xianxia at all, so even if they had not seen each other for 7 or 8 years, she still swallowed the spirit pill without hesitation. Xianxia raised his head, looked at Xianxia, and said, "Little senior sister, escort them back to the city." Yes. Xianxia responded, waving her hand as she formed a series of complicated hand seals. The world energy was mobilized, and under the guidance of Xianxia, this world energy seemed to undergo a strange transformation, transforming into streams of light that drilled into the exhausted cultivators' bodies. In the next moment, each of the Clear Sky Sect cultivators' bodies shook and they became full of energy. Staring at Xianxia, their eyes were filled with disbelief. They didn't know how Xianxia had done it, but she had actually refined the world energy into their bodies, nourishing their almost dried-up meridians and dantian. Come with me. Xianxia called out, the light sapphire on her forehead exuding a dazzling brilliance, making her look like a goddess. Wherever this brilliance passed, all the enemies felt an inexplicable power surge into their hearts, causing them to lose some of their fighting spirit. Xianxia led the team of less than 100 people, cutting a bloody path through the enemy and converging with Du Yanling and the others. Xianxia flew high into the sky and released his divine sense, searching for stronger enemies on the battlefield, his golden blood threads transforming into streaks of golden light that wildly reaped the lives of corpse spirit religion's disciples. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Hanyi, and Lin Yurao formed a triangular formation and had already set off a storm in the enemy's direction, leaving behind a trail of corpses wherever they went. Under Moyu's control, the Azure Sun Chaos Tower fluctuated in size, emitting a mysterious blue light that prevented the enemy from approaching. A group of 7 or 8 people had completely disrupted Corpse Spirit Religion's army. Soon, some people realized that the situation was not good. On the battlefield, Corpse Spirit Religion's masters were being killed one by one, and with no one to command them, the rest were scattered like scattered sand, unable to put up any effective resistance. This situation became even more serious after Du Yanling led her forces out. Corpse Spirit Religion's army was routed like a landslide. The Corpse Spirit race clansmen screamed and fled, and the sects and families that had surrendered to Corpse Spirit Religion also fled. Du Yanling and the others' eyes turned crimson red as they chased after the Corpse Spirit Religion disciples for several tens of thousands of miles. Only after the Corpse Spirit Religion disciples suffered a crushing defeat did they finally return victorious. At this moment, Black Sea City was filled with people. The entire city seemed to be boiling with excitement. Corpse Spirit Religion's army had been besieging Black Sea City for a full year now, and Clear Sky Sect's forces had been damaged time and time again. Seeing that the city was on the verge of being completely destroyed, however, at this critical juncture, someone had suddenly appeared and turned the tide, saving Black Sea City from its current predicament. Not only did they save Black Sea City, but they also ruthlessly crushed Corpse Spirit Religion's morale. Everyone was inquiring about the origins of these reinforcements. In the end, after they learned that the ones who had come were Clear Sky Sect's Great Elder Mou and High Heaven Sect's Sect Master and Elders, they suddenly understood. No wonder these people had such powerful combat power, no wonder they could slaughter Corpse Spirit Religion's army until they cried for their parents. It turned out that it was these people. For a time, in Black Sea City, the reputations of Clear Sky Sect and High Heaven Sect rose like the sun. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the remaining high-level members of Clear Sky Sect sat with Yang Kai and the others. Black Sea City's City Lord Du Yanling, who was also an elder of Clear Sky Sect, bowed deeply to Yang Kai and the others and quickly said, "Many thanks to Sect Master Yang and all of you for your assistance this time. If it weren't for you, Black Sea City would likely be in a state of misery and suffering. On behalf of Black Sea City's millions of inhabitants, this mistress thanks Sect Master Yang and all of you for your life-saving grace. City Lord Du is too polite. This Yang and Senior Mo are not outsiders, naturally we would help." Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. His modesty gave Du Yanling a good impression of him and she couldn't help looking at Yang Kai carefully. Speaking of which, on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai was almost a legend. He had only been famous for a short time. However, the things he had done were earth-shattering. The Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain made him shine brilliantly, and then he occupied the forbidden zone of Shadowed Star, the Luyan Sand Field, established his own sect, and then used its full strength. Destroying Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and conquering Star Emperor Mountain. Yang Kai and High Heaven Sect had almost become the most famous existences on Shadowed Star. During the 2 years of Shadowed Star's chaos, High Heaven Sect had done many things. The sect had frequently dispatched masters to assist the besieged sects and cities in order to express its gratefulness to the entire human race. Yang Kai, as the sect master of High Heaven Sect, could almost be said to be the strongest master on Shadowed Star. Every time he stamped his feet, Shadowed Star would tremble. This was the first time Du Yanling had met Yang Kai, so she was naturally a little curious about him. However, even with her third-order origin returning realm cultivation, she still couldn't see through Yang Kai's depths. This seemingly young man seemed to be even stronger than Great Elder and the sect master who had died in battle. Du Yanling was shocked. "Junior Sister Du, the situation in Black Sea City is so bad, what about Clear Sky Sect's headquarters?" Mou asked nervously. Du Yanling and some of the elders who knew about this situation wore gloomy expressions. Mou observed the situation carefully and couldn't help having a bad feeling, asking anxiously, "Could it be that headquarters?" Du Yanling nodded sadly. "Headquarters has been breached, and Sect Master also died in battle." "What?" Mou got up abruptly and staggered slightly, seemingly unable to accept such an outcome. Yang Kai also sighed slightly. Yang Kai had met Clear Sky Sect's Sect Master Guzhan a few times. He was a good man with a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivation, but now he had passed away. Great Elder, my condolences. Du Yanling didn't know what to say. How could headquarters have been breached? Why was Black Sea City able to hold on until now? Mou's face was gloomy and frightening. Du Yanling said bitterly, some people colluded with corpse spirit religion from the inside, so headquarters was not able to be saved. Who? Mou shouted. They're all dead. Sect Master took them down with him, Du Yanling said sadly. Mou was stunned for a long time before he seemed to lose all his strength and fell into his chair, unable to say a word for a long time. After letting Mou rest for a while, Yang Kai began to inquire about the situation of High Heaven Sect. However, Du Yanling didn't know much. Black Sea City had been besieged for nearly a year and had long been cut off from the outside world. Only when some cultivator occasionally fled into Black Sea City to seek refuge could they bring back some information. According to the cultivator who fled, the entrance to High Heaven Sect seemed to be surrounded by Corpse Spirit Religion's army, and no one could enter or leave. As for the situation inside High Heaven Sect, no one knew. A year ago, High Heaven Sect had frequently dispatched masters to assist the besieged sects and forces, but with the loss of High Heaven Sect's masters, High Heaven Sect had not moved for the past year, and the situation seemed to be not optimistic. In order to prevent High Heaven Sect's masters from leaving, Corpse Spirit Religion had placed a large number of its members outside Luyan's sand field to monitor the situation. It was even said that there was a protector stationed here. It could be said that although High Heaven Sect had not taken the initiative to help its fellow human race compatriots, its existence had pinned down a lot of Corpse Spirit Religion's combat power. If not for this, Black Sea City would not have been able to persist for so long without being breached. One had to know that Corpse Spirit Religion had at least 4 corpse generals on the same level as Yi Shiyun, not to mention the elusive religion master. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded lightly and did not ask any more questions. After resting in Black Sea City for a day, Yang Kai took the people from High Heaven Sect to bid farewell to Mou. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to bring all of Clear Sky Sect's people to High Heaven Sect. As long as they entered Luyan Sand Field, they could sit back and relax without worrying about being killed by Corpse Spirit Religion's masters. However, after some consideration, Mou declined Yang Kai's proposal. Clear Sky Sect did not have many disciples left. However, there were still millions of people living in Black Sea City. If Clear Sky Sect followed Yang Kai, the millions of people living in Black Sea City would definitely be slaughtered by Corpse Spirit Religion. Most of these people had fled over the past 2 years for the sake of Clear Sky Sect's reputation, so Mou could not abandon them. This idea might be a little pedantic. However, Clear Sky Sect's remaining upper echelons unanimously agreed. They were all willing to stay behind with Mo High and continue protecting Clear Sky Sect's foundation. Yang Kai was moved. Yang Kai, you don't need to worry, although my Clear Sky Sect doesn't have many people left, Black Sea City is now filled with people, so I will find a way to replenish our forces. As long as the cultivator here can unite, it shouldn't be a big problem to protect this city, Mo High said to Yang Kai with a smile before leaving. Yang Kai nodded, in that case, take care of yourself, Senior Mo. Cupping his fists deeply, Yang Kai bid farewell to Du Yanling and the others before leading Su Yan, Xianing Cheng, and the others out of Mo High City. They headed straight for Luyan Sandy Land. Watching the figures of Yang Kai and the others disappear, Mou's expression became solemn as he waved his hand and ordered, inform all cultivator above the Saint Realm in Black Sea City that if they are willing, they can temporarily join my Clear Sky Sect and protect the city with me. Yes. Du Yanling and the others immediately set to work. It wasn't that they hadn't considered borrowing the strength of the cultivator in Black Sea City before, but time was simply too tight. There was simply no time to do such a thing, and at that time, Corpse Spirit Religion's army was pressing down on the city, so the cultivator in the city didn't have much fighting spirit and couldn't display their full strength. But now, the situation was different. Corpse Spirit Religion's army that had besieged Black Sea City for a year had been repelled, resulting in countless casualties. Black Sea City's morale was high, so it was undoubtedly a good opportunity to strengthen itself and absorb new strength. Black Sea City was a long way from Luyan Sandy Land to Black Sea City. It would take at least 7 or 8 days. Yang Kai was eager to return to the sect, so he directly used the Origin King grade starship. Although the starship was extremely large, its speed was much faster than a star shuttle, and the starship was sturdy, so it was quite safe to stay inside. Along the way, they encountered a number of scattered corpse spirit religion troops, some numbering in the thousands, some in the dozens, all of them under the leadership of a single corpse spirit, wreaking havoc on Shadowed Star. The starship's crystal cannons fired a volley, and without exception, these enemies were blasted off their feet, suffering heavy casualties. Xianxia didn't give any orders to stop and immediately fled after this attack. After just 3 days of travel, the number of enemies killed by the starship's crystal cannons had reached tens of thousands. Only a small number of these enemies were from the corpse spirit race, while most of them were human cultivators who had pledged allegiance to the corpse spirit religion. These cultivators followed corpse spirit religion's lead, so naturally, there was no need to be polite to them. The masters from the 3 clans who had been staying in the sealed world bead were also released by Xianxia and placed on the starship's deck, allowing them to watch the slaughter along the way. Since they wanted to establish a foothold on Shadowed Star, they naturally needed to integrate with this world. Xianxia wanted them to integrate into this star as soon as possible and let them see the level of this place's cultivator. Sure enough, after perceiving the strength of these enemies, Ling Taisu, Thunder Dragon, Zhang Yuan, and the others all fell silent, but everyone's eyes flashed with a desire to become stronger. Lin Yuner, on the other hand, showed a liveliness consistent with her age. When she thought about returning to High Heaven Sect and seeing the people she missed so much, she was very happy. Along the way, she flew around Xianxia like a lark, chattering non-stop. Su Yan and Xiaoning Cheng both liked this little girl very much, and after learning about her tragic childhood fate, the 2 women's motherly love burst into tears, leaving Xianxia speechless. 3 days later, the Origin King grade starship arrived at the periphery of the Luyan Desert. Standing inside the starship, through the polished crystal glass, Xianxia saw a dense crowd of people gathered around the periphery of the Luyan Desert. At a glance, there was no end to this crowd, and it was impossible to tell how many tens of thousands of people had gathered here. So many? Yang Xiaozhu was also taken aback. They really think highly of our High Heaven Sect. Chu Hani said coldly. According to City Lord Du, our High Heaven Sect has now become the last paradise on Shadowed Star. This is no longer just a matter of having a bone in one's throat, but also a symbol, an unshakable spiritual pillar. As long as High Heaven Sect still exists, Shadowed Star will not give up resistance. If I were Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master, I would also do my best to attack, Lin Yu Rao said faintly. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Sect Master, should we pass through? The High Heaven Sect disciple in charge of controlling the starship turned his head and asked. Kill them all? Xianxia said coldly. Yes. The High Heaven Sect disciple accepted the order and began directing the starship's crystal cannons excitedly. Being surrounded by so many enemies at his doorstep made him quite angry, so Xianxia's order had undoubtedly given him an outlet to vent his anger. Kong long long, white beams of light shot out from the starship's crystal cannons, and wherever they passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. This Origin King grade starship was personally built by Yang Yan, so its ability to attack and destroy cities was outstanding. On top of that, the energy source for the crystal cannons was the Saint Crystal sources condensed by the stone mongoose Xiao, which further increased the power of the crystal cannons. Under the barrage of crystal cannons, the momentum was terrifying, as if the end of the world was approaching. Each crystal cannon swept through a large area, and all the corpse spirit race and the human cultivator who had surrendered to them were unable to resist, turning to ash upon contact. Chaos reigned below. The appearance of the several dozen meter-long pitch-black starship brought an extremely oppressive atmosphere to the corpse spirit race, and now that it had revealed its ferocious face, they were naturally terrified. A human cultivator recognized the origin of this starship and began to flee while shouting. The starship ignored him and rushed into the sky above where countless enemies were gathered, firing crystal cannons one after another. The earth trembled as huge craters appeared in the ground one after another, with white smoke rising from them. Inside the starship, Xianxia sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction, sneering, "There's a big fish over there, I'll go meet him. Junior brother, be careful." Su Yan and Xiaoning Cheng had just finished exhorting when Xianxia disappeared. On the periphery of the flowing flame sand field, there was a palace that seemed to be newly built. This palace wasn't very big, only occupying a few dozen meters in radius, but it was built magnificently, a stark contrast to the barren and hot flowing flame sand field. Inside the palace, a white-clothed man was currently reclining on an armchair. His posture was languid, and his hand was supporting his chin. The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile as he looked down at the dozen or so beautiful women who were singing and dancing. These women were all tributes from the major forces that had pledged allegiance to corpse spirit religion. Each of them was an outstanding beauty, a rising star of their respective forces. But now, they seemed to have become playthings that could only serve as entertainment for this white-robed man. They seemed to be very afraid of this white-robed man, occasionally meeting his eyes but hurriedly looking away, each of them moving cautiously, as if they were afraid of making a mistake. The earth shook, the palace trembled, and an astonishing energy fluctuation and buzzing sound came from not far away. The white-robed man's face sank as he sat up straight and asked sternly, "What's going on?" The dozen or so young women singing and dancing below also stopped and looked around blankly. Immediately, someone rushed in from the outside and said in a panic, reporting to Protector Kong, "A black starship has sailed in from the outside and is wantonly slaughtering our corpse spirit religion's disciples." Presumptuous! Who dares to do this? The white-robed man suddenly stood up and an astonishing momentum spread out, scaring the dozen or so young women pale and hugging each other. Subordinate. Subordinate doesn't know. The cultivator, who came in to report, replied helplessly. "What do I need you for?" The white-robed man coldly snorted and stretched out his hand to grab the cultivator. His hand seemed to have crossed the barrier of space and directly grabbed the other party. With just a gentle twist, the cultivator's neck was broken. The dozen or so young women exclaimed in unison, the panic in their eyes growing stronger. "HM? You dare take the initiative to come here? Interesting." The white-robed man suddenly looked up at the void and released his divine sense from several dozen kilometers away, fiercely clashing with young Kai. Kong, where the divine sense clashed, the void collapsed. Inside the palace, the white-robed man was forced to retreat a few steps, as if he was not a match for young Kai. Young Kai's powerful spiritual energy caused the white-robed man's expression to change greatly, and in a fit of anger, he let out a loud roar and his entire body suddenly underwent an obvious change. Just like Feng Fengqi, who was killed by Yang Kai in Heavenly Fate City, the white-robed man's body suddenly increased in size and white needle-like hairs appeared on his exposed skin. Two fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth and even the breath he exhaled was filled with green corpse chi. Leaping up from the ground, the white-robed man shot up into the sky like a cannonball, smashing a hole in the palace as his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Staring in the direction Yang Kai was coming from, he waved his two claw-like hands again and again, sending out one claw after another towards Yang Kai. Scram! Yang Kai roared, not even bothering to dodge as he wrapped his fist in black flames and sent a punch towards the white-robed man's face. The sky full of claw attacks collapsed and a huge force bombarded the white-robed man, causing him to let out a muffled groan as he plummeted down like a meteor. A moment later, with a loud bang, a human-shaped crater appeared in the ground. The white-robed man became more and more furious, but after taking a blow from Yang Kai, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. Leaping out of the crater, he opened his mouth and spat out a round bead. The thick green corpse chi condensed into an arrow and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai flicked his wrist lightly and summoned the verdant dragon bone sword. Pouring his saint chi into it, the verdant dragon bone sword let out a loud dragon roar and transformed into a giant green dragon that swooped down. Yang Kai stood atop the dragon's head and looked down at the white-robed man, his eyes filled with disdain. The corpse chi, which was enough to kill an origin-returning realm master, had no effect on this giant green dragon. Corpse chi was poisonous, but so was this giant green dragon. Naturally, it couldn't do anything to it. On the other hand, the giant green dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed the green corpse chi that originated from the corpse bead, causing the white-robed man to panic. The distance between them was quickly closed. Staring at the dragon head that was growing larger and larger as it opened its giant mouth, the white-robed man was finally unable to remain calm. Letting out a strange cry, the white-robed man hurriedly dodged. The giant green dragon missed its target, but Yang Kai leapt down from its head and stretched out his hand, summoning the giant green dragon back into his dragon bone sword. Yang Kai slashed down fiercely. It was as if it was going to cut through the world. The long sword without any edge was exuding a terrifying aura. The white-robed man was shocked and hurriedly raised his arm to defend himself. Without a sound, a green light flashed, and an arm full of white hair was cut off and fell to the ground. The white-robed man was truly frightened this time. He had never had Yang Kai's of Yang before, Yangs before him. But of Yang Kai of this opponent of his of course of this his of a minds, of him, he, and Yang BS's. SSS Yangs. His sims, he's he s's. Yang of with death's Yang's man spirit Yang of hurriedly rolling to avoid this blow, the white-robed man picked up his severed arm, stood up, and retreated. Only when he was 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai did the white-robed man stop with some lingering fear in his heart and turn to stare at his enemy with a gloomy expression on his face. Where Yang Kai had cut off his arm with his dragon bone sword, many granules began to grow and wriggle, quickly reattaching the severed arm. While the white-robed man was doing all this, Yang Kai just stood by and watched. Not stopping him, Yang Kai waited for the white-robed man to reattach his arm before suddenly grinning. Have we met somewhere before? Hearing him say this, the white-clothed man also frowned, and then came to a sudden realization. Pointing his finger at Yang Kai, he shouted in disbelief, "It's you, it's actually you. We really have met before." Yang Kai smiled slightly. It was in the corpse cave, right? I remember you. When Yang Kai first saw this white-robed man, he felt he was a little familiar, but now he finally remembered. At that time, he and Yan Yan had gone deep into the corpse cave in the Grand Burial Valley and had met this white-robed man face to face. The other party had even attacked him. At that time, this white-robed man was a corpse general level master and had forced Yang Kai to flee. After so many years, his strength had obviously improved a lot. I also remember you. The white-robed man grinned. It was you who sneaked into the corpse cave and stole many things, but this protector must thank you. Thank me for what? Yang Kai frowned. Thank you for taking away that massive sun's true essence. If it weren't for you, this protector would not have today's achievements. The white-robed man laughed. What does that have to do with sun's true essence? Yang Kai was puzzled. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. The white-robed man sneered. This protector is corpse spirit religion's white-robed corpse general, Kong Fei Rao. Boy, report your name. White-robed corpse general. Yang Kai raised his brow. Are there also red-robed corpse generals, azure-robed corpse generals, and so on? He remembered that in the corpse cave, he had seen several other corpse generals dressed in different clothes. Indeed. Kong Fei Rao did not deny it. Boy, my corpse spirit religion will sooner or later unify Shadowed Star. You are so young but have such good cultivation, why not join my corpse spirit religion? This protector will definitely report this to the religion master and make you a deacon. Not interested. Yang Kai curled his lips. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This protector is also interested in your talents. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Can you? Yang Kai smiled lightly. As soon as these words fell, Kong Fei Rao's face changed greatly, because he suddenly discovered that Yang Kai, who had been 1,000 meters away from him, had used some unknown method to instantly appear in front of him. Yang Kai then stretched out his hand and formed a huge void crack in front of him, slashing towards him like a giant blade. Space Force. Kong Fei Rao's pale face became even more pale as he finally remembered that Yang Kai had been able to escape from the corpse cave safely because of his Space Force. Now, seeing him use such a technique, it was obvious just how profound his attainments in the Tao of space were. A creepy feeling suddenly rose up in Kong Fei Rao's heart as he quickly retreated, barely avoiding the void crack. A trace of annoyance appeared on Yang Kai's face, but soon, a sly smile appeared on his face. Kong Fei Rao instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Just as he was puzzled, a huge force hit him from behind, causing him to feel as if a towering mountain had smashed into his back, causing the sound of countless bones breaking to ring out from his body. After suffering such a heavy blow, Kong Fei Rao opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of green blood, his aura greatly weakening as he fell towards Yang Kai under the influence of his momentum. In vain, Kong Fei Rao managed to turn his head around, wanting to see who could approach him silently and give him such a heavy blow. But after a single glance, Kong Fei Rao was dumbfounded. The one who had attacked him was actually a simple-minded stone giant holding a black stick. This stone giant didn't have the slightest aura of life, no wonder he couldn't sense it. "Let's see how you dodge now." Yang Kai grinned as he waved his hands, causing void cracks to rapidly form and converge into a giant net that flew towards Kong Fei Rao, blocking all his escape routes. Kong Fei Rao's expression changed greatly as he felt the strange power coming from the void cracks, took a deep breath, and suddenly stopped. The next moment, his entire body seemed to turn into nothingness as he quickly dove into the ground. It was as if he could merge with the earth. The void cracks that had converged into a giant net flew over his head, but they didn't have much effect. "Stop him." Yang Kai's face sank as he knew that he absolutely couldn't allow Kong Fei Rao to escape underground, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find him. Receiving this order, the stone puppet's body flickered, and it disappeared into the depths of the ground. Immediately afterwards, an astonishing battle fluctuation spread out from underground, causing the ground to rise up and down like a wave. A moment later, accompanied by an angry roar, Kong Fei Rao burst out from underground, his whole face twisted in anger. The stone mongoose chased after him, the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand as if it was weightless as it swung its stick, forcing Kong Fei Rao to not dare to stop. Trying to escape underground in front of the stone mongoose, Kong Fei Rao could only be said to be stupid. Earth escape was one of the stone mongoose's innate divine technique. At some point, Yang Kai had arrived above Kong Fei Rao's head and with a flick of his fingers, more than a dozen golden blood threads shot towards Kong Fei Rao like golden snakes. In an instant, Kong Fei Rao was tightly bound. Kong Fei Rao still wanted to struggle, but the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar had already swept over. Under this one blow, Kong Fei Rao's lower body was pulverized and his body was sent spinning mid-air. His misfortune didn't end there though. The void cracks opened like the maw of a beast and swallowed most of his body. By the time Kong Fei Rao landed on the ground, all that was left was a broken body. If it had been an ordinary person who suffered such a heavy blow, they would have long since died. However, the corpse spirit race was born from the dead and their vitality was extremely tenacious, so this kind of injury wasn't enough to take his life. A violent energy fluctuation came from his abdomen and spread to his limbs and bones, causing his flesh and blood to squirm and begin to repair his damaged body. Yang Kai stepped forward, reached out, and inserted his hand into Kong Fei Rao's abdomen, grabbing his corpse bead. The squirming flesh and blood finally stopped moving, but Kong Fei Rao remained motionless as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. His eyes were filled with resentment, but in the end, he compromised and sighed, "Speak, what do you want in exchange for letting me go? Are you negotiating with me?" Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. "That's right. Do you think you have the qualifications?" Yang Kai continued to sneer. "You didn't kill me because you wanted something from me, otherwise, why would you let me live?" Kong Fei Rao coldly snorted. "You're quite smart." Yang Kai nodded, "But you still don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I can crush an existence like you with one hand." Kong Fei Rao's expression became gloomy, but in the end, he couldn't refute. Kong Fei Rao also realized that even without the help of the strange stone giant, he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. This young man hadn't even used his full strength. How could there be such a powerful origin-returning realm master in this world? Kong Fei Rao had thought that he had reached the limit of the origin-returning realm, but today, he discovered that he was wrong. "Tell me, what is the sun's true essence all about?" Yang Kai's voice came, "Why are you thanking me for all your achievements? I don't remember doing anything for you." Kong Fei Rao glanced at him but didn't answer immediately. It wasn't until he sensed a destructive aura from the corpse bead that his expression changed and he quickly said, "You didn't do anything. Perhaps you don't know." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Do you think the sun's true essence was just placed there casually?" "You're wrong. The reason why the sun's true essence was placed there was to use its sun's true fire to suppress the underworld spring well." "Underworld spring well?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Kong Fei Rao grinned, "It is a passage that connects to the underworld, where a rich corpse death chi gushes out. This ing corpse death chi is useless to any living being, only harmful, but to our corpse spirit clan, it is a great supplement. With this ing corpse death chi, our strength can grow to the limit of the origin returning realm. And, perhaps not the limit. Kong Fei Rao thought that he was already standing at the peak of the origin returning realm, but after fighting with Yang Kai, he realized that he was still far from reaching that level. There is such a thing under Grand Burial Valley? Yang Kai frowned slightly. Kong Fei Rao laughed. How do you think the corpse cave was formed? My ancient Yang sect's ancestors discovered the underworld spring well long ago, so they used the sun's true essence to suppress it. The reason why we were able to become the noble corpse spirit clan is also because of the corpse chi in the corpse cave. Before, we couldn't do anything about the underworld spring well, but after you took away the sun's true essence, things were different. So, shouldn't this protector thank you? Yang Kai's expression became ugly as he said gloomily, Shadowed Star becoming like this because of me? Ha ha ha. Kong Fei Rao laughed to the sky. And, naturally you have your reasons. Say, if the people on Shadowed Star learned about this, wouldn't they hate you to the bone? I've never been one to be threatened. If you want to use this to threaten me to let you go, then I can only say that you've made the wrong decision, Yang Kai sneered. Kong Fei Rao's expression changed a few times. In the end, he didn't say anything to anger Yang Kai. Now that his corpse bead was in Yang Kai's hands, his life and death were in his hands, so he naturally wouldn't be so stupid. Who is your cult master? Was he one of the corpse generals I saw that day? Yang Kai asked again. Kong Fei Rao shook his head, no. Who is that? I don't know. Nonsense. Yang Kai coldly snorted and increased the strength of his hand. Kong Fei Rao's corpse pearl immediately made cracking sounds, as if it would break at any moment. Kong Fei Rao's body trembled. Gnashing his teeth, he roared, I really don't know, Cult Master isn't a member of our corpse spirit race at all. He suddenly came to the corpse cave one day and taught us some corpse cultivation methods and how to transform our clansmen. If it weren't for him, it would have been impossible for us to leave the corpse cave. I'm afraid he's still exploring the corpse cave, after all. No one has ever walked this path before. While Kong Fei Rao was speaking, Yang Kai had been observing his expression and found no flaws. There were only two explanations for this situation. The first was that Kong Fei Rao wasn't lying and really didn't know the identity or origin of this cult master. The second was that Kong Fei Rao's acting skills had reached such a high level that he couldn't see through any flaws. Yang Kai felt that the former was more likely. Then what is his strength? Yang Kai asked again. Kong Fei Rao hesitated a few times. Gritting his teeth, he said, if I said that I didn't know what his cultivation was, would you believe me? What do you think? Yang Kai stared at him coldly. Kong Fei Rao sighed, but I really don't know what his cultivation is. He has never made a move before. Then how did he become the cult master of corpse spirit religion? Don't tell me that just because he taught you some cultivation methods and methods to convert your clansmen, you were willing to follow his orders. How is that possible? Kong Fei Rao curled his lips. A trace of anger appeared on his face. The reason why his brothers submitted to him is because he has. Before Kong Fei Rao could finish his words though, his expression suddenly changed, as if something terrible had just happened to him, his eyes suddenly widening as a look of shock appeared on his face, his expression one of extreme pain. A strange aura spread out from his body. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. The next moment, Kong Fei Rao suddenly let out a miserable howl, followed by a destructive aura erupting from his corpse bead, turning into a green flame that burned Kong Fei Rao from the inside out. Kong Fei Rao's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears all spat out green flames, making for a terrifying sight. In less than 10 breaths of time, this powerful top-level corpse general who had fought against Yi Shiyun was incinerated by the green flames, leaving behind only a pile of black matter. Yang Kai watched this scene from beginning to end and couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. Yang Kai didn't know what Kong Fei Rao had encountered, but he guessed it was related to the mysterious cult master of corpse spirit religion. Perhaps this cult master had placed some kind of powerful seal on Kong Fei Rao's body. So once Kong Fei Rao tried to reveal some critical information, this seal would immediately activate and detonate his corpse bead, creating a corpse fire that would instantly kill him. Although it was only a guess, Yang Kai felt it was quite likely. What a vicious method. What a vicious scheme. However, what kind of sensitive information was Kong Fei Rao trying to reveal that actually triggered the seal on his body? Yang Kai recalled the words Kong Fei Rao had said before he died. Although the other party hadn't said the complete sentence, Yang Kai could infer something from it. That mysterious cult master may have had some kind of artifact in his hands that could control the corpse spirit race. This was the most likely speculation. Kong Fei Rao was dead and could no longer be resurrected, so Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little bit of dread towards this mysterious cult master. Being able to place such a seal on his subordinates, this cult master was obviously not an easy character to deal with. As for Kong Fei Rao saying that Shadowed Star's current situation had something to do with him, Yang Kai did not deny it. Perhaps it was because he had taken away the sun's true essence that suppressed the underworld well, allowing the corpse spirit race's strength to soar, but the most critical reason for this was because the mysterious cult master had taught him the corpse cultivation secret art and the method to transform corpse spirits. Without this method to transform corpse spirit religion would never have been able to grow. So, Yang Kai only thought about it for a moment before putting this issue aside. Looking up, the Black Origin King grade starship was wantonly crushing the corpse spirit religion army, each crystal cannon blast taking the lives of dozens of corpse spirit race soldiers or those who had surrendered to corpse spirit religion. While Yang Kai was fighting with Kong Fei Rao, the area around Luyan's desert was already filled with corpses. With a loud roar, Yang Kai flew up into the sky, his figure flickering as he wrapped himself in his space force and returned to the starship. Return to the sect. Yang Kai shouted. After this round of cleansing by the starship, corpse spirit religion had lost more than half of its forces besieging High Heaven sect. Even white-robed corpse General Kong Fei Rao, who had been stationed here, had been killed by Yang Kai. The rest of them had scattered and fled, so there was not much they could do to kill them. Returning to the sect was more important. The people from Tongxian realm needed to be settled down. After all, they had been trapped in the sealed world bead for several years now, so the sooner they could come into contact with this world and familiarize themselves with its world principles, the better. Moreover, Yang Kai also wanted to know the current situation of High Heaven sect. It was rumored that High Heaven sect had suffered heavy losses in the past 2 years, and Great Elder Yi Shiyun had been seriously injured. It was unknown whether she had recovered or not. The 3 blazing flame rings of Luyan's desert were extremely overbearing, and even an ordinary Origin King grade starship would be burned to ashes if it tried to enter. However, High Heaven sect's starship was personally refined by Yang Inflammation, so it was naturally branded with Yang Inflammation's aura. The 3 blazing flame rings did not repel the starship, allowing it to easily break through the flame barrier. Only after the huge figure of the starship disappeared did the fleeing corpse spirit religion cultivators breathe a sigh of relief, each of their faces filled with lingering fear. Under the powerful force of the starship, they could not even muster up the will to resist and could only be slaughtered. Now that the starship had left, they naturally felt relieved. Without receiving orders to leave, no one dared to leave without permission, so after a short while, the corpse spirit religion cultivators gathered from all directions, ready to wait for Kong Fei Rao's instructions. None of them knew that Kong Fei Rao had fallen. It was not until an hour later that Kong Fei Rao did not appear. Feeling suspicious, they went to investigate the palace and learned that the white-robed corpse general had actually died. Countless people were in an uproar. One of corpse spirit religion's 4 protectors had died, and High Heaven sect's Origin King grade starship had returned. All of this seemed to indicate something. High Heaven sect was located in the 4th layer territory of Luyan Sand Field. However, after Yang Inflammation took back the first 3 blazing flame rings, Luyan Sand Field no longer had a 6th layer territory, only 4 layers remained. So, strictly speaking, High Heaven sect was located in the 2nd layer. The outer layer was surrounded by the 3 blazing flame rings, the inner layer was also surrounded by the 3 blazing flame rings, and further inside was the loft where Yang Inflammation slept. After passing through the flame barrier, Yang Kai glanced around at the familiar scenery and could not help feeling a little excited. Although Tongxian realm was his homeland, Yang Kai had lived on Shadowed Star for the longest time since he came to Star Territory. High Heaven sect was also located here, so he still had a strong sense of familiarity with this place. After all, this was the sect he founded himself, the place where his sect, High Heaven Pavilion, flourished. This kind of personal creation and support was irreplaceable. End of chapter 1681. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.